Super. Thank you.
Okay.
Quick one. the realm of kings and queens, only a select few dare to claim the ultimate crown. Who has what it takes to challenge the reigning world chess champion? This April, the journey unfolds in the heart of Toronto, where history meets the horizon of intellect at the FIDE Candidates 2024. With a star-studded lineup, the world's most brilliant minds converge to battle it out over the board. Some we have seen here before, some faces are new, a prize fund that speaks volumes and a title that echoes through eternity. Who will emerge as the challenger? Who will etch their name in the chess history book? Join us for the spectacle. Witness the birth of legends, a victor in the open and women's section. Watch the event live on FIDE YouTube.
Greetings from Toronto, Canada, where we're about to begin round 12 of the 2024 FIDE Candidates Tournament. The heat has been turning up. We have 3 rounds left to decide who will be the challenger for the World Championship title. In the open section, we've got Nepo leading by only half a point. Trailing behind him closely, we have Gukesh and Nakamura. A lot can still happen, it's anyone's game. In the women's section, we have 2 leading ladies, Tan Zhongyi and Lei Tingjie. With 3 rounds left and 2 points ahead, it will definitely be one of them who takes the title. Lei is the former candidates winner, but Tan is a former women's world champion. Let us know in the comments who you'll be rooting for today. Follow the FIDE live broadcast to not miss any of the action. Back to the studio.
Welcome everyone to our coverage of round 12 here at the 2024 Candidates Tournament. My name is Irina Krush, and I'm joined for the second time by Grandmaster Aman Hambleton, content creator and part of the Chess Bros streaming group.
Thank you, Irina. It's really good to be back. I hope that I can continue to earn my place here on the broadcast, one joke at a time.
Yeah. I think you did a good job yesterday with that Vichy versus fishy joke. So let's take a look at the results from round 11. We had a really dramatic day here at the candidates with 3 decisive results. And we have a sole leader as a result of that. Jan Nepomniachtchi is now the only person on +3, but he's followed closely by Hikaru, who's climbing up in the standings. Getting to his best score in the tournament so far, +2, where he's tied with Gukesh. Fabiano is still following the leader by 1 point. So let's also take a look at the women's results. We had Tan Zhongyi reclaim her position as the sole leader of the tournament by her win over Katerina Lagno. Humpy Koneru won against Salimova, and Vaishali won in a slightly surprising way against one of the top seeds in the tournament. Garyachkina really dealing a big blow to her chances to win this tournament. So it looks like for the women, it's really a 2-horse race between Tan Zhongyi and Lei Tingjie in terms of who will challenge Zhu Wenjun for the title.
Yeah, I'm looking at all the results that we saw yesterday and just thinking if we see decisive results today, it continues to make the standings unpredictable.
Yeah, I mean, we're definitely moving into the most exciting stretch of the tournament, completely unpredictable. I think it's just going to get wild. I mean, who knows? We might get a finish that could rival how dramatic London 2013 was.
Right. We
could see a 2-person tie for first with actual tie breaks being played, because I think it's a big improvement to the system.
Yep.
Instead of some sort of vague tie break system based on, I don't know, wins against each other or number, something like that, like to actually have it be decided in direct contest like it would be here. And if there's more than 2 people tied, they're going to be playing a round robin rapid tournament against each other. So we have the potential for a really thrilling finale here.
Yeah, I don't think any chess fan or even us commentators will complain about extra chess. Probably the players are not looking forward to having to play even further, but we still have a lot of rounds to go in the event before things get decided, and I feel like the standings shake up a little bit every single day.
Let's take a look at the highlight reels from round 11.
The FIDE Candidates Tournament is entering the home stretch, and tension is palpable. Many games in round 11 were double-edged, and many chances were missed by the players. Jan Nepomniachtchi's game today against FIDE was the last to finish. Playing with the black pieces, Nepo had a dubious position, but kept the game going. In a long and intense game, he finally prevailed against FIDE. What an important result this is for Nepo. This win puts him in first place on 7 points. Krush, Nepo's co-leader going into this round, made a solid draw against Fabiana Caruana and is now trailing by half a point. Joining him is Hikaru Nakamura, who defeated Pragnananda with the black pieces. Another important result in the pursuit for the honor of being the next challenger for the World Championship. Both Krush and Nakamura are currently on 6.5 points with 3 rounds to go, and both are due to face each other in the last round. Alireza Firouzja capitalized on Nejat Abasov's blunder and won in just 24 moves. In the FIDE Women's Candidates Tournament, Tang Zhongyi won an important game against Katerina Lagno. While Lagno was in time trouble, Tan chose to play in a risky and aggressive manner, giving her and opponents an amazing chance for a win. Unfortunately, Lagno missed this and found herself in a lost position. Tan's compatriot Lei Ting-jae played boldly against Anna Muzichuk by sacrificing a piece for an attack, but failed to find the right continuation. As a result, she was on the verge of losing, but managed to hold by a thread and make a draw. Vaishali helped the Chinese duo in the standings by taking down pursuer Alexandra Goryachkina in an intense battle of many mistakes. Hampi Koneru defeated Nurgul Salimova to come back to a 50% result. Tang Zhongyi is now the sole leader with 7.5 points, followed closely by Lei Ting-jae on 7. Goryachkina, Koneru, and Lagno are the next 3 players in the standings, 2 points behind the leader, a gap that is almost impossible to overcome in 3 rounds. It is now clear that the race for first place in the women's candidates will be between the 2 Chinese players, Tang Zhongyi and Lei Ting-jae.
Let's take a look at what we have in store for today in terms of the pairings. So we have Hikaru versus Firouzja, the unpredictable force in this tournament. Abasa versus Gukesh, and Fabi versus Vidit. Nepo versus Prague. So we kind of have a situation where the direct favorites, they're not actually playing each other in this round. I think that's actually maybe the distinguishing feature of this round, because neither of these matchups are seeing it's not like a Nepo versus Gukesh or a Nepo versus Hikaru kind of pairing.
That's right, but they're all involved in one way or another, which is why this is kind of a crucial round in terms of the pairings in the open section. And I think over in the women's, it's probably just as relevant.
Let's take a look at the women's pairings. Okay, Lei versus Lagno. That's going to be a big one. Muzichuk, Vaishali, maybe not in the running for first place. Goryachkina, Hampi, also not in the running for first place. And, okay, Tan versus Salimova. So Salimova has been kind of on a streak of a few poor games, this heartbreaking loss to Vaishali. So, and then she lost again to Hampi after the FIDE. So actually Tan has I think a great chance to capitalize, playing someone who is psychologically not feeling that great.
Yeah, that's right. And I guess to your point, Lagno kind of suffered a tough loss at the hands of Tan that we saw yesterday. So now facing her is Lei Ting-jae, who pretty much needs to repeat the result if she wants to keep up with the pace that Tan has been setting this event.
Yeah, their previous game was certainly memorable between Lei and Lagno. I mean, Lagno had such a winning position with the black pieces, and she let Lei out, and I think that's what really returned Lei to this tournament, gave her a second life, and then she started winning all her games. So in a way, that their previous matchup was very crucial for the further events in the women's.
That's right, and I guess coming full circle now that it may absolutely decide whether or not Lei has a real shot for first place in the women's.
Let's take a look at the pairings and make some predictions about what we're going to see. So we have the leader Nepomniachtchi playing the white pieces against Prague. Prague has really slowed down in the second half.
Right.
I think he was definitely one of the clear stars of the first half of the tournament. He hasn't won a game since round 6. Then he suffered this loss with the white pieces to Hikaru yesterday. Not his most inspired effort, I think. And we have Jan kind of resurging in the tournament.
That's right. I think him just winning a game is like all of a sudden we say resurging, but Jan has been consistent the entire event, even just drawing your way through these games. The interesting thing is there's been so many decisive games. I wouldn't have expected a strategy of just draws would work out, but he's capitalizing on the chances that he's presented, and people are having a tough time putting away advantages that they get against him, and that's exactly what Prague failed to do in their last encounter. He had honestly one of the biggest advantages that any players had against Jan, and Jan escaped, as he tends to.
Yeah, he has made some really great defenses in this tournament from bad positions, and that's what's allowed him to stay at the top of the leaderboard. Now, in terms of opening choices, Jan has actually been very consistent with his first opening move. He has not swayed from 1e4, where he's won 2 games and drawn 3. I don't know how successful he feels like this opening strategy is working. Definitely not bad to get 2 wins, but those wins came kind of early. Then it's been just draws with the white pieces. And actually in his previous game with Prague, I think it was from Wake on Zay, they had a super interesting English opening where Nepo was white. So he played like knight f3, c4, g3.
Right.
And I'm wondering if he's going to want to mix things up today with the white pieces and try something other than 1e4.
Well, I'll go out there and make a bold prediction and say no. Just go on record. I just think what he's been doing has been working, and I don't think he's in a situation leading the event where he needs to change anything, overpress, take risks. He's been so good at taking opportunities when they're there, but not trying to create them out of nowhere.
And then we have Hikaru. Hikaru is actually also the other player in the tournament that's been very predictable with the white pieces. Also only 1e4 as white. In his matchup with Firouzja, he won with the black pieces. Definitely a very electrifying long game. So Firouzja said that his goal in this tournament was to get to 50%.
Okay.
And that he would be happy, and that means that he needs to win 2 out of his remaining 3 games. And he has 2 with the black pieces. So I feel like, he's still in an ambitious frame of mind, actually, because he wants to make a plus score out of these final 3 games. And that kind of lets me know that he's going to be up for a battle. Yep. We could see another Sicilian from him. In fact, that's the interesting thing. Will Hikaru play e4 and invite Firouzja to try out yet another Sicilian in this tournament?
Yeah, the onus has been on him to be a little bit creative and resourceful with his preparation, but that's mainly been from the black side. So with the white pieces, I think he stays consistent. Look, these guys have played so many games against one another, but so many online as well. They're very familiar with one another. I know that Firouzja is not taking this like just any other game. He suffered a tough loss to Hikaru earlier in the tournament. For sure, it's going to be on his mind not to go 0-2 against Hikaru in this event.
By the way, we're going to be having the first move of the day played by Todd J. Laborowski, film producer, member of the Directors Guild of America, Oscar nominee, and multiple Golden Globe and BAFTA winner. So that's exciting.
It really is. I secretly tune in every day just to see who's going to make the next first move.
Well, I'll tell you, it was certainly very exciting when we had Andrea Bocelli here to do that. And, in Astana, I actually kind of missed this part, but there was this singer, Dimash, very famous Kazakh singer, who made the first move between Nepo and Ding. And I went to his concert in Brooklyn
Oh, wow.
a few years back before the pandemic. I mean, he is probably the most well-known cultural export of Kazakhstan.
Incredible. And, you know, to your point, I didn't even realize that Bocelli was playing. He was here in Toronto. I didn't even realize that there was an event connected with it as well. So super interesting.
Well, you guessed right. Nepo did not see any reason to swerve.
I get
from what
no
has
credit,
been-
no credit for that prediction.
It's been working for him so far, so he sticks with 1e4. Hikaru also 1e4. And by the way, a French defense on the board between Naka and Firouzja. I mean, Firouzja continues to not disappoint me with his opening choices, right?
Yep.
Like he's not just going for 1e4, e5. And I'll tell you something funny. We have Caruana playing Vidit, right? So Caruana starts with 1e4. And Caruana, I think, has been the player who's faced the most diverse answers from the black in this tournament. He's faced 3 Sicilians,
Interesting.
1 French against Prague,
Right.
and only 1e5. This is his second 1e5 answer. So people have been doing a lot of different things against him. He's won 2 games in the Sicilian. So, you know, again, you could say, again, it's luck in a way, right? When people are wanting to play more risky openings against you and you get some wins there.
Yep.
But okay, in today's game, we have an Italian against Vidit.
And look at that, a French from Prague as well. So a French actually in a couple of these games. You know, I always make the comment that, oh yeah, it seems like when one player plays D4, they all play D4. We see a French and all of a sudden we see another French on the same day. Like, what are the chances?
Yeah, and we actually see, wow, this exchange variation, Nepo playing, and I guess Naka is also played the exchange, which I think we can say is sort of the surprise of the day, isn't it?
Well, first of all, that it happened at all, and that it happened twice.
2 exchange Frenches
remarkable.
in one day is certainly surprising. So maybe that's like a new trend. And then we also have Abbasov Gukesh, I think a very interesting opening. So Abbasov goes with 1d4, which has been his choice for most of the event. We have a Queen C2 Nimzo and Gukesh showing his intentions to surprise with the move H6. So I've played the Queen C2 Nimzo a lot, and this move has never been something I've come across.
Yeah, it's really, I mean, the intent seems obvious at first glance to deal with bishop G5, but obviously the idea will run a lot deeper than that. You know, just dealing with a pin, anyone can come up with that. But I'm interested to see what he's got planned for this middle game, because Nishat is kind of stunned looking at that H6 move, because he's actually been reasonably solid with this D4, Queen C2 Nimzo, and he's dealt with it already in this event.
Well, let's take a look at their game. I'm going to just explain to people why this move H6 doesn't shock me too much. And it's because at some point last year, I was white against Elizabeth Patz, and she played, I believe it was this. This 4H6 here. So, you know, once you see that there and you're like, wow, this can be played. This is actually not some losing, terrible move.
That's right.
Then nothing really surprises you anymore. So when I see, you know, Gukesh going for H6 here, it just, it's very understandable to me that he's just trying to take the game out of theory.
I've got another one for you from move 1, just the French. E4, E6, D4, D5, Knight D2, and H6.
H6,
yeah.
Right. That's right. So this is, how unusual is this move?
I'm not sure. It's a move that I played for a little while, because there are a lot of lines where you can sort of catch white off guard when they play the advanced E5 move, and then at some point you play G5.
So the point of this move is sometimes to play that.
Almost exclusively, but if white goes into exchange variations here, then it's a useful move nonetheless. Yeah. So probably a similar idea for Gukesh, that it's just a useful move in a lot of lines, and if white's not careful, it could be actually extremely useful in a certain position where bishop G5 is needed. So
Well, let's take a look at how their game is developing. So after h6, given that white can no longer put their bishop on g5, where it usually goes, Nija just decides to play knight to f3. And you know what this reminds me of? Actually, he already had a game with Firouzja in this tournament, in this line, and I'm pretty sure that Firouzja played d6. So people have been trying these sort of unusual nimzos against him, and that game went with the move e3. I remember talking with Vish, she's like, why can't you also go e4? And I kind of maybe have the same question here, right? So after h6, well, certainly you got to ask about the move e4.
Yep, and it's an even stronger recommendation here than in the d6 position, because d6 is definitely a more useful move than h6. So yeah, my feeling is like when black's kind of wasting time in the nimzo, you go e4 straight away. E5 becomes an immediate threat, actually, because black doesn't feel that comfortable going knight g8 or knight g4, would just get the knight trapped. So how are you really dealing with e5 here? The usual ways to strike at the center are c5 and d5. But then I'm like, is h6 really that helpful?
Yeah, I mean, for example, we can compare it to the line b6, which is at least more respectable, I think. But then, yeah, e4 is the main move. And so you would think, I mean, what utility does h6 have? Not like a ton. But I think the issue is, you know, he's facing this move. He knows that e4 has been analyzed.
That's right.
And he just doesn't feel like playing into his opponent's preparation. So he goes for like a softer move like knight f3. And then Gukesh goes c5. So we have this interesting mix, yeah, like the inclusion of these moves and black going for the c5 line. Well, we would think that, you know, taking is the first thing to do, although I suppose you could actually, given that the pawn, first of all, is protected, maybe you can even consider the move a3. I'm not sure that how much sense that makes here, because maybe black, well, first of all, there's queen a5, but maybe like bishop takes c3, queen takes, and then I thought this move could be a little bit annoying because there's some kind of queen a5 idea.
Right.
But maybe, how would white respond to this?
Probably just queen c2.
And then on queen a5, oh, I think you can just go b4. Yeah. You can just go for that, because when they take the pawn, you're actually free to take the free knight. Okay, so maybe knight e4 is not so great. And black could probably just...
I think here, I mean, even c takes d4 and just positions where you castle and just the pieces come out so quickly, whether it's b6, bishop a6, and a quick rook c8 to just hit that c pawn. Yeah, the move h6 will be useful. The first thing I would do in the position that I believe they have on the board right now, which is c5, is I would kind of compare it to the move c5 initially without h6 and think to myself, okay, what's the difference? Because right now, yeah, c5 is a highly theoretical and normal move. And white probably wouldn't play knight f3. They would probably take. And, you know, black has a lot of ways to play here, but yeah, let's say knight f3. And it's almost as if black plays h6 in this position, something like that.
And black never actually does that.
No, and so I'm thinking after the move c5, how does it transpose? Because most of the lines that I'm thinking of right now, if we take on c5 and knight a6 from black, which is another theoretical line, a3, bishop takes c3, queen c3, knight takes c5, then it's interesting because black has actually wasted time with h6. But if the moves h6 and knight f3 were not there, then as you've highlighted, one of the theoretical continuations is pawn to f3, which is no longer possible. So black kind of benefits from the knight being on f3, and you can play b6, knight goes to e4, and yeah, many of the typical nimzo ideas take place
here. I mean, one of the issues here is that you are just not going to be able to trap this knight with this f3 move. So that's interesting. So c5, if we take, indeed, black might be, instead of just going for castles or recapturing, he might be going for knight a6 and really trying to enter this knight a6 line with the inclusion of these moves.
Yeah, it seems a little bit clever. And these are those types of things where you think, oh, I'm up a move here, how can it be bad? But you're up a move that actually prevents the move you really want to play, so it kind of works against you.
Yeah, interesting. So I can see why Nijat is kind of lost in thought here. I mean, this is for sure the most natural answer.
Yeah.
His other choices don't look inspiring. Like, I'm not gonna believe in moves like e3.
Right. I think you already kind of touched on the only other move, a3, that I'd really consider as like a queen c2 Nimzo player. I think you always take on c5 or play a3 from at least from my understanding.
I mean, you can go for this position. It's certainly not terrible. Like, how does black equalize here? It's interesting because they have a lot of plans, right? They're sort of like this type of idea.
Yeah, absolutely.
You can consider that. You can consider that. Like, maybe you should start with developing the knight. See
where the queen goes.
Yeah, because on this move, there's like some ideas of kicking her out with knight e4. I don't know if those are any good. But like let's imagine the queen moves back. Where would she move back?
It's kind of a tough choice, actually.
Yeah, let's go to d3.
Sure.
And then it's a really big question for me, like how this pawn should be treated. Do we not challenge for space, but try to arrange the pawns on the dark squares? Or do we go for this move, which is a more direct challenge to white center?
I think you can't really make too bad of a decision, but I must admit, I'm always a little bit partial to those slower b6 approaches that, then you can bring the bishop to a6 and then perhaps d5 works like as a nice move with the pin there. But yeah, I mean, the engine actually enjoys the move d5. I was going to say probably because of e4, which normally you'd want to get one step ahead of.
Or maybe b4. It's actually kind of hard to know what is the move, but there's also a point to this development. Okay, Nijat, he did take the pawn, and now we're going to see...
Yeah, I'm very curious if it'll be knight a6.
Yeah, knight a6 played very quickly.
Okay, yeah, so that made the most sense to me when I saw the knight on f3, that maybe black could get a little clever. I think, if I'm not mistaken, Gukesh probably, if you drew up this game so far, this is exactly what he wanted.
Yeah, he's in his preparation. Okay, let's take a look at Nakamura Firouzja. So we had the French defense on the board. ED, ED. So him and Nepo taking these identical approaches against the French.
It's so weird.
Such a striking thing.
I'm from the school of chess where we used to make fun of people who took on e5.
Right.
Or took on d5 rather, and played the exchange French. It's like a faux pas. Like, you can't do that. But both of these guys at the pinnacle of chess are doing exactly that at the exact same moment. Now, there's a surprising move.
Yeah, absolutely. Like the check, it doesn't look like the most harmful check at first glance. Interesting. I mean, I suppose he just wants to provoke the move c6. Yeah, somehow he's trying to say, like, I don't want your knight to be able to come here. I mean, this is like very, very computerish, isn't it? Like, there's
very nuanced.
Yeah, there's no human being that like would really like be so convinced that this check is a great idea.
Yeah, I'd have a hard time explaining that, if I was giving a lesson to a student. Oh yeah, queen a4. We really want to play this move to the side of the board with our queen early, blocked with tempo.
Yeah, I mean, bring out the queen early. Black has like a ton of ways to guard. I mean, I guess there's some issues with knight c6, right? There must be just knight e5. Although even this move, I guess, according to the engine, is possible. But I'm assuming
Must have something to do with
Yeah,
the
you might you have to
bishop
do something
pair.
like that. Or, I mean, what other kind of move could you have? I mean, bishop b5 just runs into bishop d7, so it's hard to really see the point of that. So I don't know. Queen a4, definitely a mysterious move from Naka's preparation. Firouzja
And I
doesn't
guess-
seem surprised.
Is Hikaru also kind of playing against Firouzja himself here? That, you know, Ali Reza whips out the French out of nowhere. Maybe Hikaru didn't necessarily prep this for Ali Reza, but he kind of has an idea maybe in storage and was kind of surprised by the French and said, okay, I'm not going into dangerous waters of Firouzja's prep. I'd rather play something that I've looked at.
Yeah, that could be it. And I mean, is he just thinking the same thing as Nepo? I mean, maybe I feel like they probably prepared something in these lines, and they have like a little bit of an idea, right? Maybe computers have introduced some ways for white to play for an advantage in these positions. So castles, and then he goes, I would say, another surprising move.
Yeah, I would have assumed perhaps bishop d3, but just to castle kingside, which is normally the intention as soon as possible. But the more I'm looking at bishop d3, it feels like you're kind of handing that annoying tempo with knight c6.
Yeah.
And if you have to play a3, I immediately look at bishop g4. Exactly. And yeah, this is precisely why he went bishop e3, so that bishop g4 and knight c6 do not happen in quick succession.
And now knight c6 is on the board. Well, Hikaru has achieved a little bit of a time edge with his opening play. But Firouzja, he doesn't seem too concerned.
I think he's about as concerned as you can be with facing the French exchange. I don't think you can ever really lose your mind over prep that Hikaru has here, so he's probably reasonably happy. I guess Hikaru's going to go for some kind of like knight bd2 setup where he supports the knight on f3, a3, b4 kind of expansion at some point, and try to get castled kingside.
Yeah, I mean, black, I think, has, pretty quick counterplay with a move b6, right? So you have to be quite careful how you do things. Okay, I think he's bringing out his knight, and he did bring it out to c3.
Very interesting.
And then the question, okay, Ali Reza has all of his pieces out.
Right.
So he's ready for the next part of his play. And for me, the question is b6. It's just...
To be or not to be 6.
Yes, such a natural move. Should we count that as a joke, Aman?
Maybe like half a point?
Yeah, yeah, half a point, yeah.
All right. Yeah, I agree. You can't support it. So Hikaru's given up that idea with knight c3. There's no a3, b4 world anymore. I guess you could allow b takes c5, but my instinct is definitely to take on b6, seeing that.
The problem, though, is if you take on b6 and I take, isn't black's position just comfortable, or are there like tactical issues? I mean, I have to say intuitively, like after the capture, I'm like very happy as black. So I wonder if there's another way for us to hold this situation, like maybe even rook d1, but rook d1, bishop g4, bishop e2, maybe something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm wondering what the next move is. So let's say we play bishop e2 even, just kind of get things going. Is b takes c5 really dangerous?
Right, because here...
It's hard to tell.
We actually will wind up putting a rook here, putting some pressure on the pawn. You can't really push.
Yep. And then it goes back to the move b6. If b6 isn't threatening b takes c5, then how good is b6 as well?
Let's look at this move, Aman, because I said we're not threatening to push, but then I realized like maybe we can and maybe we should.
That's fair. I didn't even consider. So
the idea is that before you get castled, I want to try to have a discovery. That was my
bishop c6, right?
Idea. There's some reason why it apparently doesn't
rook
work.
d1 and then just castle.
Rook d1, or no, it's even better.
Yeah, rook d1 and castle. I said rook d1 or castle. Yeah.
Yeah,
Makes
this
sense.
pawn is not going to be capturable. There's too many problems for black. Okay, so that didn't work, but maybe there's a way I can finesse this idea. So actually this move exists. And how is black getting compensation
I wonder
for
if
the
it's
pawn?
like knight b4 and bishop takes
Takes
c5,
c5.
some combination of that. I like knight b4 that if it retreats to d5, it puts a lot of pressure on that bishop on e3, which is a bit uncomfortable to move. So perhaps knight b4, the queen has to go somewhere, and then bishop takes c5 no matter what.
Yeah, wow.
Or maybe even knight d5 right away. But I feel like I kind of want to take that pawn.
Bishop c5, and you're not worried about knight e6 because you're lucky because my queen happens to be here. Right, because when we're looking for discoveries, so
Knight c6,
maybe knight c6. Actually, this one looks kind of scary.
Yeah, it does.
It does, but then it's good for black.
Bishop.
Yeah, you know what? It's bishop c6. And then they're going to just...
Little knight d3.
They're just going to kill us with this move.
Yeah, that hurts.
Yeah, we're not, you know...
This isn't what Hikaru drew up.
Yeah.
Doesn't look good.
So wait. Okay.
You got to recalibrate again.
So again, so actually the move is actually, first of all, it's not bishop c5 for black, but then it's not knight c6 for white. So what is the move for white? It could be something simple.
Like a3.
Yeah, it could be that. It could be like rook d1, castle's queenside. I like any one of those moves because I guess maybe black has a bit of a damaged structure here.
Right. Yeah, it's coming to my attention.
Yeah,
that,
a3, right?
yeah, I mean, a3 looks pretty good because the knight has nowhere to go. And I only thought of a3 because now I'm thinking black's move instead of bishop takes pawn maybe should have been rook b8 to continue to make another threat.
Wow, like that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this looks pretty dangerous. Knight d3, if you castle, the c-pawn's hanging still, but also knight d5 takes on e3. Looks like a really great...
That's a good point. Like if we castle, for sure, like this is a nice
I'm ready
position. Should we give up now?
Maybe knight takes d5. Can I sneak a
Sack
queen?
the queen? I think it is. I think actually it is the move. I think the queen sack is the idea.
Because I'm wondering after this queen sack, how bad is it really?
Well, we have, or maybe you take with a knight or something. But I guess it's not enough, yeah, for white.
Yeah, we're reaching here.
Yeah, okay, let's go back. Let's try to make this a little more accurate. So there's some move here for white, which is giving white the advantage. But it's not the queen sacrifice.
Yeah, it's like,
Queen c4.
don't tell me, because that also hangs b2. So
Yeah.
I'm thinking like, don't tell me it's queen a3, right? Like guarding.
It's very hard to believe. Like I just, when black takes, they give white this isolated pawn. I mean, they have the
Looks
two
so good.
bishops. It looks really nice. So that it could be something like that, which I guess it is, holding
Great.
both pawns.
Incredible, yeah.
Kind of surprising, and honestly, I don't know. It feels like black does have a lot of compensation anyway.
I wouldn't be too upset with Firouzja's position here. And if I can also say so, I think it suits him a little bit more. Like that type of position, I don't think Hikaru would want to be here, and I think Firouzja would be very happy.
So let's go back a little bit. There's apparently some move here that's better than knight to d5.
Well, I'm not even sure we didn't even play bishop c5 yet.
Right. So you're thinking about taking that pawn?
Just because knight c6 doesn't work anymore, and we know that knight e6 doesn't. So if there's not a tactical
There's
reason,
this one as
Oh, yeah.
well. If you want it for
That's a good
some
point.
reason, if you want to take it with a knight.
uh-huh.
But I think maybe bishop takes is fine looking. Yeah. And somehow we've managed to reach some sort of a balance here.
Yeah, it's a very unique balance. Kind of an interesting position, like for Hikaru to reach, double-edged, absolutely. Open b-file though for Firouzja in these positions looks quite scary. And I guess he still hasn't made that choice. Knight c3 in the current position. He still hasn't made that choice to even go for b6 because I guess that move by Firouzja invites everything that we just looked at, and they'd have to foresee a lot of that.
Yeah, this is a big crossroads for Firouzja. Like, this is definitely one of the interesting things he can do, but he doesn't have to play a move like that, right? So what other moves would you be considering here for black?
Rook e8, absolutely.
Yeah. Rook e8 is definitely like very standard, right?
It's a boring, just can't be that bad type of move. The only other thing I'd be thinking is that bishop on d7 and how to improve it.
Yep.
So bishop g4 comes to mind because, of course, I want to like maybe take the knight in some lines, but also I might consider rerouting the bishop to h5 and g6. But I have to say I get a little bit more concerned because the queen on d8 doesn't have a ton of great squares to go to. And if I play queen d7, I feel like I'm eventually walking into white, just going a3, b4, maybe a knight e5 move.
What do you think about b4 here? Can we, because I'm not sure if we have time for this stuff.
That's right. Okay.
Because the bishop g6 coming. So I'm wondering, can I just go in
so
with b4 and when you take me, my idea is like queen b2 or queen b3.
Makes sense.
And then
to grab again.
Yeah.
It's pretty
really
crafty.
Funny. I know. You might wonder how I'm so tricky, right? Like, why would that move be coming to my mind?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not that I'm that smart. Is that recently I was analyzing a game, and I feel like it was maybe a game of Cheparina played somewhere. And in this kind of structure, like I was going to show it to my students, and literally it was this idea of like putting that B pawn on that unprotected square with the idea that, hey, you're going to get that skewer on the B file in the end. It's actually positionally good for you.
Right.
So that's why this move kind of came to my mind as a possibility, even though we're putting the pawn on an unprotected square. But I think Firouzja had the same idea as us, and he played B6.
Yeah, he decided to go for it, and I think you called it pretty correctly that this is kind of a crossroads. Hikaru probably had a big moment here, maybe in his preparation, if we can call it that, where there's one road where Firouzja does play b6, and there's one where he does not. Knowing Firouzja, I feel like it always had to be b6 for him. I think this position will
this is a more dynamic move, right? This is
Absolutely.
the one where you're challenging for space right away.
Yeah.
And you see like the line that we looked at with bishop e2. I mean, I think Hikaru is going for it. We might really be seeing, BC, DC, and d4. I would not be shocked.
And d4 would really be a big move by Firouzja if he can produce it, because it seems to me like d4 would be an at the board creation.
Yes.
And sacking a pawn like that when you know Hikaru is in prep is pretty bold.
Yeah, well, we're going to see. This game is developing in an interesting way. Although if I had to make a guess based on what I see right now, you know what I would guess?
I don't actually. Would you guess the surprising, it's just going to be a draw?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something, because I feel the possibilities for things to get traded. Like, we're going to get some excitement right now.
Right.
But, because the tension is coming so early, right? Like it might get resolved early too.
A lot of times the eccentric start to a game peters out, whereas the boring start kind of builds up to a climax.
Like we actually saw yesterday in the game between Vidit and Nepo, which really blew up in the last few minutes. Okay, let's take a look at Abasa versus Gukesh again, because that game is developed in a very unexpected way. So instead of going for a3, which we were talking about, Abasa went for g3, transposing into this other line of the Nimzo. Okay, so this is not like some huge shock. Yeah, they're basically in this line that is it's this one, isn't it?
Yep. Pretty popular. C5.
Yeah.
Takes, knight A6, G3.
Knight here, bishop G2. So this is actually all kind of a lot of theory, right? And then so black is committed to this move H6.
So, and put the bishop on C5, because I think that's what was played in the game. So in this line, even bishop C5 and then E4.
Yeah.
And then I'm pretty sure the theory just goes D6, D6, E5, stuff like that. Or white could react to bishop C5 with knight D4 and knight B3. But this position looks like it kind of mimics the game the best because I believe we've just traded castling for H6, right?
So G3, knight C5, bishop G2, knight C4. So black is giving white these doubled pawns, pulling the bishop back, E4, and Najat is probably thinking, well, isn't this a good version for me?
I'd be thinking the same thing.
Yeah, on the regular theory.
Yep.
So interesting, knight H7. Wow. So when I see this knight here, I'm like, how can this be good for black?
Truly.
But on the other hand, it's all his preparation. Like Gukesh has spent just a couple of minutes to get here, while Abasov has spent 30 minutes.
I mean, he said an hour and 59 minutes, so I think that speaks volumes about his comfort level with the position. Knight H7 is just not a move that you can play at the board. That has to be prepared because I'm not even sure if he's planning to castle anymore. And have more moves been played yet? Immediate response by Gukesh. It's basically feeling like he's predicted every single move so far.
Yeah, definitely. Great exercise in predicting what Abasov could go for.
Yeah.
Such an unusual position that he has, like a move like that in his preparation is certainly
amazing.
Surprising. So let's see, what is the concept here for black, who is kind of playing his pieces on both sides of the board? I guess he wants to go B6, right? That's the point of rook B8.
Yeah, he wants to go B6. And the one thing about white's position is that because he's kind of played E4, E5, which is what I mentioned earlier, to my knowledge, that's the theory when black castles. But one thing you have to be cognizant of as white is that your structure is so bad that as soon as you get in this unfamiliar territory, you also know that Gukesh is playing against you in a way where he's trying to get you to play the same normal moves that you're used to, and then at some point just realize, oh, there's one major difference, and white's got all these bad pawns, like the double isolated C pawns. The E pawn is a bit overextended. So it looks like just B6, bishop B7, and then I'm actually thinking more and more that he might even be planning to castle and maybe play F6.
Yeah, that's actually a fascinating double-edged position. I mean, I guess the first move that comes to my mind as white is maybe knight D4.
Definitely.
Trying to see, if we can ever get the knight to the square. Or sometimes even have knight B3 and C5 as an idea.
Yep.
Like as an illustration, right? Like let's say you castle, which I doubt that you will do. There's also issues that you'll have at some point, maybe with bishop E4.
Right.
But actually, my idea was something like knight B3.
Yeah, and knight D4 to B3 is at least a maneuver that won't be very foreign to Nishat.
It's okay. Not too impressive to the computer because I guess this pawn can be like undermined. But
I think he made a move as well, knight D2. So he brought the knight backwards immediately, right?
B6 on the board.
It's, which do you prefer? Do you prefer to make a move that your opponent responds to instantly because then you're validated in that you made a good move?
Right,
because they prepared it? Or, at what point do you want them to think? Because then maybe you made a bad move.
Yeah, definitely. It's nice when they finally start thinking. Because then, it's more likely they'll play some mistakes.
That's right.
But on the other hand, you're right. As long as they're playing instantly, it means that you're playing like the first lines of the computer, which is not a bad sign. But it's very annoying psychologically to get those instant responses, right? So at some point you just have to get to that point where like they start their first think of the game, and then you're like, oh, now we get to play chess.
Yep. And more instant moves in this game as Gukesh, I mean, the maximum he's paused for is probably just for some recall of what he's already looked at. Bishop b7, fully inviting, knight takes c5, and we could see a lot of trades here.
Yeah, pawn takes. You don't really see white being worse in this kind of position, at least with this knight on h7.
That's right.
But I guess, you know, black is pretty solid. They're going to put their queen on c7.
Yeah, I think just long term, there are ways that black can just be better because of the structure. The pawn on c4 being really weak, and the pawn on e5 will be undermined with either d6 or f6. So from what we've seen so far, this just looks like a really interesting opening concept from Gukesh, who's totally predicted the way that Nijat would respond.
Yeah.
Maybe not the most aggressive responses early on, but he knew that he would, you know, go for this maneuver. And
Knight f3 move, yeah.
yeah, no, it seems to have paid off as the engine supports the position that Gukesh has here.
Yeah, I mean, the engine is saying that black has no problems at all. The question, though, is this going to be enough for Gukesh? Because it's also like a level of simplicity in the position. A lot of pieces are getting traded. I guess white doesn't have to take this bishop at all. It's not forced.
That's right.
But on the other hand, it's kind of tempting to take him as he is a good bishop.
Yeah, if you don't take it now, it's, you know, you might think it'll be there forever, but maybe bishop e7 at some point could get played and you just don't have that option anymore. And yeah, as you highlighted, I think queen c7 is going to be next. The only reason I'd leave my queen on d8 is if castling and f6 is kind of the plan.
So let's just take a look. Like knight takes c5, pawn takes. How does white proceed here? I mean, I guess like let's say takes, might as well. Rook takes, and then we just need to figure out what we're doing with this bishop.
We could put it on e3 just to put it on e3. It looks like you might get queen c7 as a response, and then f4 by white kind of stops the h7 knight.
f4 starts to get definitely more double-edged.
So I'm wondering about a position like f4, black castles, and you know the rook on b7 is also kind of ready to be doubled with rook b2 happening, and white doesn't really seem to be able to attack c5 with any other piece. I guess there's queen f2, but that's it.
Yeah, f4 is interesting. I mean, f4 makes the game, yeah, like with this kind of king, it definitely makes it very double-edged. And that's probably what Gukesh will welcome seeing, I would guess. Now, it's just a question of what he's doing with this knight. I mean, maybe it's not much. Maybe it's just castles and f6. Maybe it's just as simple as that, and then getting him out this way.
It looks like it. I also can see a world where, you know, the knight kind of just hangs out there while the rest of the pieces improve. Queen c6, rook f b8, and just later on in an endgame, the knight will reappear.
I mean, you could try to make him better right away, but I don't know that like knight f8 to g6 is really considered making him better. I mean, it just takes a really long time. So I don't really see myself playing a move like that without being castled.
Agreed.
So yeah, I think just castle, get ready to connect the rooks, and then improve that knight. And you know, the other move I was thinking about here, other than f4, was rook a b1. Like,
makes sense.
Just like looking at some way where maybe I sack this pawn, but like if you take it, it feels like you're going to lose right away because I'm going to play bishop f4 and win your rook. You know, I just feel like it's going to be a good day for me.
That's
if
right.
This happens.
Yeah, that would be a shock to the system.
So we can fight for the b file. We actually don't even have to guard that pawn. And I guess that shows us that you're going to be castling.
Yeah, have to castle. I wonder now if f4 gets played, or even queen e4.
Yep, to try to go like rook b7.
Yeah, I'm wondering though how these positions look after, let's say, rook b8, because in order to win the c-pawn, you'd have to take on b8. And I don't actually think that's so bad for black, because the white c-pawns don't look very mobile, and I get this funny knight g5 move at the end of the line, and I don't know how useful that'll be, because it feels like my queen is going to either get access to b1 or to the diagonal.
Yeah, interesting pawn sack that you're suggesting here with the idea of activating this knight.
I know it's pretty long-winded, but I really like the prospects, and I feel like, I know we're in the opening and kind of talking about Gukesh's opening idea, but I think it has definitely long-term implications for a knight against dark square bishop endgame.
Well, I think we're basically essentially in an endgame, is the way I feel.
Yeah.
I feel like very likely the pieces are going to be coming off the board with this trade, because I don't really see how white can avoid that for very long. Like, I mean, this bishop doesn't really have anywhere to go. You know, black's about to castle. So I feel like white sort of has to force the issue with this trade and make a couple of trades and then you know, get the bishop out, because otherwise he's not coming out to a normal square.
That's a very it's a very cool idea from Gukesh, and Nijat is in the think tank, understandably, as he has been the entire opening phase of this game.
Well, let's take a look at Nepo versus Prague and how their French defense is going. So it was also an exchange. Instead of playing bishop d6 like Firouzja, Prague played knight c6, so it's a little bit different. Definitely surprising to kind of see the knight block the bishop so early.
I know we're kind of dealing with a French exchange and it's quite boring, but there are a few intricacies early on here. Like after knight f3 at the beginning here, there's a couple setups that black is known to go for, and against knight f3 there's the simple copycat like knight f6, bishop d6 setup, and if you play c3, I play c6, black's never doing poorly there. And that's why in the other game with Hikaru, the way to play against bishop d6 was c4. But so in this game, we saw knight c6, and then the setup that you're used to here, like if white plays bishop d3, for example, bishop d6, and then knight g e7 and bishop f5, and that's kind of a known setup as well for black. And so then we saw Nepo play this interesting move, knight c3, which definitely plays against that exact idea. So there's no bishop d6 now, and Prague is kind of in between ideas because he's already committed knight c6. So then I'm wondering, very interesting move, knight g e7, as you said, blocking the dark square bishop, which I actually I don't think I've even seen this position before.
Yeah, so he spent a couple of minutes on this move, knight g to e7. Nepo was still in his prep. Didn't even spend long to play a3.
Right.
I guess he wants to go bishop d3 and never be bothered with knight b4.
And also knight g e7 is indicating that another move will have to be spent with that knight. So.
Or maybe just stopping like knight b4 ideas to attack c2.
Right.
Bishop e3, queen d7. Black seemingly wants to castle queenside, but
so black's basically going for that exact setup minus the bishop on d6 part, which is definitely a downside.
Knight g6, h4. Where did Nepo? He finally spent some time here, 8 minutes on h4. And Prague answered h5.
Modern chess here, h4 and h5, always good moves.
Knight d2. So these two are reaching like kind of seemingly unexplored position. Bishop h5 is the threat. How does black guard that pawn?
Yeah, I guess slightly unappealing bishop g4 comes to mind. You could counterattack with bishop e7. You could also, to some degree, leave it there, because if white plays bishop takes h5, and then they retreat the bishop, then the h-pawn hangs. And if they don't retreat that bishop, maybe you could try to make the coordination a bit awkward. I'm also noticing bishop c2 is kind of in the air.
So if you take, there's actually a counter tactic.
Right.
In that case, then bishop e7 looks pretty good.
Yeah, because then you have a few answers to that. But I think white's actually keeping bishop h5 in reserve, and more so going for like just g3 and knight b3 as a reaction.
There could be other issues here. First of
Yeah.
all, like even knight h4 looks kind of annoying,
Yep.
you know, because this pawn is not easy to protect. It's actually funny because you have a bishop here, but I have a knight here, and I think my knight is more effective.
And it wasn't even the first piece to arrive there. Plus c2 is hanging in a lot of lines in the future, so.
So you don't want to take here, so you basically got to go g3. This must be the point. Definitely unusual play by Nepo, like this knight feels very passive on d2. I wonder if that's going to be a factor. And so this is still not really a threat. On the other hand, Nepo is saying, hey, your knight on g6 is completely out of play.
That's right. I actually kind of like it for Nepo. He's going to play knight b3. It's just very clear to me where the pieces go, and I see knight g6 and knight c6 as entirely dominated by the white pawns, a3, g3, d4, h4. So I actually really like Nepo's position early on, and I think this whole bishop takes h5 thing is a complete decoy. I don't think he's even planning
Trying to do that.
I
Well,
don't.
you know, interesting. I played a couple of moves here for both sides, and the computer likes black. What do you think he likes about black's position after I just won a pawn?
That's a
Kind of curious
fantastic
about that.
question.
Because, you know, my point is that when you try bishop c2, I take on f7, so I seem to be doing well. I also considered that you're going to sack the exchange, try to trap my queen, but like you don't.
Right?
So why is black, you know, a bit better here?
Yeah, so preferred.
Maybe it's just knight e6, actually. Maybe you just counter on this pawn.
Knight e6, knight b3,
Right.
but then maybe, I almost wanted to sacrifice there and take on c2.
Do you think it could be like bringing out this knight?
Yeah, so knight b3 looks super logical.
Yeah.
And like bishop c2, same problem of bishop takes f7. So crazy enough, I was thinking rook takes h5 here.
Sag the exchange and attack.
Because
the
how
knight.
else am I? How else am I doing anything here?
Okay. Wow. That's interesting, yeah?
Yeah, and d4 will be loose after this. The light squares, based on white's pawn structure, all on dark squares. The light square bishop is going to be so strong for black. So yeah, I can really see that working out, actually.
Okay, so let's go back for a second. So we have knight d2 on the board. We think that bishop e7 is very logical for Prague.
It looks like it, and I think g3 is the immediate reaction after that. And I just see white's pieces being nicely placed after knight b3, queen d2, and maybe long castle.
Do you think that maybe castle's queenside is another logical move for black here?
Definitely, yep. I think, I'll put it this way, I think both sides are going to long castle this game, but certainly black, just because the h-pawn doesn't have a lot of support.
Yeah, so basically the key point for our viewers is that bishop h5 always has several good responses. So one of them is just this tactic, deflection tactic with bishop c2, and you win the pawn back, and then you're generally quite solid in these positions. And there's also this possibility of this exchange sack that needs to be calculated. In
Yeah.
fact, you know, it's funny that you can do this exchange sack. I was always thinking, okay, we should try to trap the queen.
Yep.
But, you know, you kind of pointed out maybe we can even take the pawn and get like a decent amount of compensation. By the way, Prague goes for bishop g4. So we kind of mentioned this move as possible, but we didn't really go into it.
Yeah, I have to admit it wasn't my favorite. Well, there's the obvious move f3 where you kind of feel like you're losing time, but of course f3 also blocks the diagonal, and black's bishop is very likely going to then go to e7 or d6 and challenge those dark squares that have been made weak. But maybe just knight b3 as a reaction.
Yeah,
here.
this move, like, I guess we just move back. And then everything is safe and that pawn is going to be weak. Yeah, so Prague's move has some point. So you're thinking knight b3. Logical.
just gonna get
I
out
would
of the way
also
there.
think about, I mean, I think we have to consider this move as unattractive as it looks.
Yeah,
It
I
looks
just get
pretty
I get
unattractive.
very concerned about the light squares there.
Yeah, because black just takes with the h pawn, and then this pawn gets hit. But I think, okay, no, that's not, this is the board, a boss of Gukesh where moves are getting played.
Right.
Nepo, he's still thinking after bishop g4. Actually, he's not even at the board, so.
He's definitely not thinking. Prague is actually still thinking after his own move.
Yeah, so we can try to go g3. And then the question is, how do we evaluate this position?
It's interesting. White's position looks completely solid. And the good part is that the black knights, they're so poorly placed at the moment for, all the access squares that they can move to are taken. Black would love a knight on maybe f6 to e4, or somehow access the light squares.
But it looks very solid for black, yeah?
It does, yeah. I can picture like a rook h5 move happening in the future.
Like this bishop doesn't look like the best piece.
No.
Actually, it's hard to see like Nepo going for this trade, but does he have good alternatives? I mean, knight b3, we can sort of just ignore that and castle queenside. We could take on e2 and castle queenside. Like, I basically don't see any problems for black anywhere.
Right.
You know?
Castles.
There's just no reason why black would have a single issue in this position.
Yeah, the only thing I can think of is the knights on c6 and g6, especially g6, because I'm going to play g3. And at least I can see the setup that white wants to go for with castles, g3, rook he1, and queen f3. And yeah, I also think Nepo doesn't feel like a huge burden to play outrageous for the win. So I think he's happy to just take a game. And if Prague, as we know Prague does, gets over ambitious, maybe he gets an opportunity. But it almost feels like one of those trap positions where your ambition could get the better of you because it really does look equal.
Yeah, it's interesting. So Nepo maybe feels that, given that he's half a point above everyone else, the onus is not on him to win games.
That's
he
right.
might have treated this game differently if he was tied.
Absolutely.
So that's an interesting approach. Like, is he going to just play very calmly until someone is tied with him? And then that's going to put some pressure on him to win.
Because, I mean, guess what? If you think of the next pairings that are happening in this candidates event, he knows that there's going to be a pairing coming up, against Hikaru, against Fabi, where guys are going to have to go for the win against him. And he can use that as part of his strategy, where he knows he doesn't have to take the risks. Other people will for him.
That's true. I mean, he does have, I think, that one of the toughest pairings out of everyone remaining.
Definitely.
For example, Gukesh, he has Abasov today, and Abasov actually played a move that we were not expecting in this position. He played h4. We were really focused on all the trades that could happen. H4 is very different. I don't know if it's better. Like, I'm not exactly sure what the idea is. Like, what if we just castle?
But you know what? H4 is a winner for the following reason.
Okay.
It's the perfect get you out of your theory, your preparation move, while still being innovative in its own way, and the engine doesn't disapprove at all.
Right.
So for that reason, I think this is a really great find from Abasov.
And this is the first time in the game that Gukesh has started to think. So yeah, definitely Abasov can breathe a sigh of relief that he's not playing against the engine anymore. So the computer didn't really love my suggestion of castles. I think it liked something else more. But the question is, what is wrong with such a natural move like castles?
I'm not sure, but maybe white can build things up a little more with rook d1 or bishop f4. Bishop f4 looked interesting just to completely do away with an f6 or f5 move. And then I just want to play rook d1 and perhaps even knight d6 at that point.
Just
as well.
develop is basically your idea.
That's what I was thinking. I like bishop f4. G5 looks like the nonsense that you'd like to encourage.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Right.
And can I just play a couple of moves? Can you give me some pleasure here?
See.
I don't know. Oh, I really want to take on g5.
Well, they're not your pieces, so go ahead.
Yeah, but the problem is I don't have a checkmate with queen h7. I don't actually think I can.
You don't need
Yeah, I see. This is not.
It's not quite there.
Yeah, because we don't have the h7 square for the checkmate. Okay, but of course, yeah, g5 is not gonna happen.
No. I mean, black can consider moves like bishop back to e7, but then just rook d1. I don't know, maybe a queen a4 in the future, knight d6.
Yeah, I see your point. Like here, it lines up nicely with the rook. That stops this f pawn from ever moving, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, and that's definitely why he played h4. What I think is to have bishop f4 be a better anchored square. So I like the move h4 in general. Also stops knight g5, obviously. At the end of some of our lines we were looking at, we had a knight jumping into g5, and that's not possible anymore. So,
well, this is such a fun position. I think for black, if the move castles is wrong, that means that we need to direct our attention to more forcing moves, like maybe even I would be willing to look at, I was going to say moving the f pawn, but I see there's like some tactical issues with that, right? Because like I can take it and then take, and then my queen can get to g6.
It doesn't look right. I keep thinking about the other ideas like bishop e7, queen c7. Again, queen c7 looks like bishop f4 is a good response. But I'm not gonna lie, I'm wondering queen c7, bishop f4, g5. How crazy can I get?
Yeah.
Because bishop f4, g5 looks pretty frightening to deal with. The rook and bishops, like everything seems to activate perfectly.
Yeah, well, when black is not castled, this idea is a lot more viable.
Yeah.
And in fact, could be just very dangerous for white
to
go
just looks good.
Down this path, because black's pieces are perfect for the attack.
And you just take on, like, knight takes g5, knight takes g5.
And then you just take on e5.
And it's over. Like, g3 is hanging, g5 is hanging, queen h5 is hanging. Yeah, that would be a really, really quick finish.
Yeah, so queen c7 is a very interesting move by Gukesh to attack this pawn. So I guess we need to not step into, well, the good thing is this pawn is not hanging, because then we go bishop f4. So you can kind of do anything, you know, including this move, but then you have to ask yourself, why did we play h4?
Right.
I have an idea for us.
For white?
You want to guess?
Well, I can only really think of putting something on the D file or moving the king.
Interesting. So moving the white king to play
Yeah.
f4.
Yeah, just like now that black's committed queen c7.
To go f4.
Just because you mentioned that it couldn't be taken, so I was trying to like follow that clue. But
Interesting.
it seems I've gone down the wrong path.
No, I have no idea. Like, you know, if my move is any good. It's just all of this seems very reasonable. But I'm thinking, you know how this move is annoying?
Yep.
But I really want to go bishop f4. So I'm thinking h5.
Very logical.
All right. Well, slightly hated by the engine, but why? Right? Like if we sort of get the bishop in, it doesn't seem so bad.
I wonder, like at what point do the pawns start mattering? So bishop e7, for example. Now I'm threatening c4, and you know, maybe I do start to actually threaten f6, f5 a little bit better like this. I just feel like there's an expiry date on knight takes c5 where black will say, oh, no, like that bishop I've been offering, it's not for sale anymore.
Oh, in that case, your move rook d1. Maybe try to play knight d6 somewhere.
Right.
You know, like that.
Exactly.
Yeah, the engine seems to like that more. So what do we think that Krush is going to do after h4?
Queen c7 feels very natural to me. The only other, because I actually do not like castling because of bishop f4, which is what I mentioned. So the only other thing I might consider is maybe bishop e7, but it's so strange to move the bishop back, because then I don't know what comes next. The black rook on b8 never feels comfortable moving out of this bishop f4, because then the b7 bishop hangs all the time. And I don't feel like I can achieve f6 or f5. So it's very difficult for me not to play queen c7.
Yeah, queen c7 really feels like a very useful and flexible move for black. So yeah, I think it's a good chance that Krush will eventually settle on it. And what can we say about the game? I mean, it's interesting. It's double-edged.
Very interesting. Really nice idea by Krush in the opening. I think this was really innovative. He kind of made a great guess about how Nichat as a player was going to react to certain decisions. And even for me sitting here, I was like, wow, that's a little bit clever, the way he went for a line which seemed to be effective against Nichat's knight f3. But then I hand it right back to Nichat because, as I said, I think h4 is a fantastic move to counteract the fact that he knew he was deep in someone's preparation. This is a very logical move. It handles the knight on h7 perfectly. And apart from queen c7, I think it might actually yield him an advantage if Krush reacts inappropriately. So
let's take a look at Hikaru's game against Firouzja, because we've had some developments there. Last time we saw it, it was b6 and bishop e2. And Firouzja, so he didn't decide on this trade and this unusual move d4. He went with knight b4. Okay.
Definitely more natural.
So then he threatens knight c2. Rook c1 is really the most obvious move. And then he goes knight g4. Interesting. So the two knights placed like that, not something you see every day.
Yeah, especially because, I mean, technically bishop f4 can, you know, be considered, and then both knights can be kicked immediately. But yeah, he's got that c5 pawn that needs to be cared for. But absolutely, moves like a3 and h3 come to mind, namely a3 to start.
Like right away, yeah? So basically saying, you can take my bishop if you want. Should I go knight c6 or should I just take the bishop?
Take the bishop makes sense. I have to take with the f pawn.
Otherwise, there's knight c2.
Yep.
And knight to c6.
Now I've got b4, which seems like it'll always be okay, but Yeah, I'm also kind of trying to focus on this rook from c1 hitting the knight, and maybe there's a simple pawn takes pawn move that I can make work, but I have to admit, I'm not seeing anything too convincing for white.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like an uncomfortable position for black, right? With like the bishop here. It seems like a nicely unbalanced position.
Yeah.
B4 is probably the move that we got to do to support the c pawn. By the way, Hikaru, it looks like he's getting ready.
He's pump faking. He's getting the claw is coming out, the hover hand.
So there's a3. There is, I mean, you can try moving away the bishop, but then the pawn has a problem, right?
Yeah, I have to say the way that Firouzja has played is the only thing that I can see negative about it is it maybe feels a little wasteful, the amount of like tempi that black is spending on everything here. But other than that, I mean, there are a lot of achievements. Like you're kind of winning one of white's bishops and you don't feel like your structure or center is being compromised.
So apparently there is like a possibility to do a pawn sack like this for white.
Wow.
Which is a bit surprising because black just won a pawn and he's even attacking this one.
So how do you even...
So I guess we're going to castle.
Like, it feels like you kind of have to.
This is I mean, to my eyes, this seems like a difficult pawn sack for white to embark upon, even though the engine is sort of approving it.
I think it's the only thing that could get you to a comfortable point to play this is just understanding that knight on b4 is in such trouble. So if you play a3, knight c6 is the only option, and then maybe knight b5, and you're kind of skewering the two loose pieces on the c file. So I could definitely see Hikaru getting himself there, especially if he still has an idea about what's going on. Whether he maybe anticipated in his analysis at whatever point he did it, that knight b4 and knight g4 was a possibility.
Well, I mean, absolutely. All the tactics are based on this unfortunate placed knight on b4. And it is a challenge to deal with the move a3. I mean, also because at some point you might just lose the d pawn and then you're going to have a worse structure.
Yeah, and it's like, what have I done all this for if I'm just going to lose the pawn back?
So how do we even try to hold this position for black? It's not completely terrible.
So d4. I'm trying to maybe go like d4, d3, or just kind of thrust something forward, but...
And d4, probably just knight b5. Like, and everything maybe
c7 is hanging.
Starts to hang, you know?
Yep. d3 is just not in time, and yeah, everything's loose.
Yeah, we just take too much. I guess we can still look at that.
Yeah, queen takes e2, bishop d3 doesn't look very convincing.
Right, because this one is the point, right? Is that there's this very annoying move. So like for white to play the right move here.
I think you just move the rook from...
You don't think it's like queen b4?
Wow. No way.
You don't believe that? Yeah, I don't really believe that either.
Well, takes and queen d1.
Yeah. Hikaru, though, has made a move, and he has played bishop f4. Okay. So he is going for this pawn sack.
Very exciting. Sort of true to Hikaru, who's had so many decisive games, whether he's been on the good or bad side of the result. He definitely hasn't just been twiddling his thumbs and making draws. He's really brought the excitement to this tournament, and so has Alireza, to be honest. So it's never a surprise that these guys find themselves going down.
Yeah, I mean, Alireza must have underestimated this move because, you know, his play with these two knights has been a bit artificial, I would say, right? Like,
Definitely.
I mean, there's just something, like b6 was very normal, but following up with like knight out to b4, it's not like this is exactly a very stable outpost.
Yep.
Then, you know, the other knight coming here. But bishop f4 is powerful because it really is a principled answer to what black is doing.
Yeah, it felt like if Hikaru did not play bishop f4, then this could be justified, which is why I said the only thing that feels wrong with Alireza's play is how wasteful and how much it's felt like he's just given up a lot of moves to achieve this. So he's going to get his pawn for it, but with Hikaru spending his time, getting up after playing bishop f4, you got to feel that he sees something that he likes about this pawn sack.
Let's figure out actually how he's holding everything together, because apparently this is not just an awful position for black, but there needs to be some precision here. Like, is there some way that we can protect the pawn? But the problem is, okay, let's actually go step by step. Identifying white's threat. White's threat is a3. You're going to go knight c6. And then when this knight moves, you're going to hang a bunch of pieces on the c file. It looks like it's going to be kind of hard, like after something like knight b5, to hold everything, right? So a3 is kind of huge. So this bishop is a problem. But my other threat is simply like a3, knight c6, knight d5. Just take the pawn.
It's almost the main threat. That's kind of why I was like going for d4 here, but that was really the wrong idea. I guess for those reasons, I start to think of bishop d6. But
what about like c6? A c6 just a3, right? And then actually, like, I had some hopes in this move.
I suppose.
Like
it looks really desperate.
You take on b4, I take, because my pawn is getting to b2. So I thought it was at least interesting to take a look at, like if there is a queen trade.
Yeah.
I don't know, let's say rook takes. You take my bishop, I get a pawn all the way to b2. Yeah, white's gonna have like 2 pieces for the rook. I guess, where should we go?
Probably b1, right? I guess black can't play rook b8, which is pretty useful.
Yeah, and after this, okay, Alireza, so he's taking the pawn on c5.
The only natural follow-up.
And somehow it doesn't say that black is like completely lost, although white is better here.
Curious if Hikaru has like a quick reaction to this, or if he's gonna kind of sit here and ponder, because castles looks very obvious.
Yeah, I think he's not gonna sit for long. I think castles is just too much of a necessity.
Yep. It's more for Rouge's next move that will take the time here, as I mean, that move kind of dictates the rest of the game, because we could see a big advantage open up immediately depending on Alireza's reaction.
Okay, so Hikaru is doing the hand raise. Now I'm kind of interested in how Alireza is supposed to hold this together. So c6 was not it. d4 was also not it.
I wonder if it's something as ridiculous as knight back to f6, with the idea that I'm defending my d-pawn, but also after a3, knight c6, that I can throw in always knight e4.
Yes.
But I still really, really dislike, like a3, knight c6, knight a4, just always feels like it's winning a piece.
Okay, well, I'm quite on board with looking at this move. Yeah. So the idea is a3, knight c6.
Yeah, knight a4 still bothered me big time.
Was there anything we could do?
I mean,
there's always this d4 idea.
There's
Actually,
also
it's very similar. It's very similar to what I was trying to do, but knight f6 is more useful than c6.
Right.
So you can try to go in for these tactics, like I'll take your knight, you take my knight.
Okay, that's fair.
And actually, this one could be like a much better version than the one that we were looking at, because I mean, the black knight being on f6 is like infinitely better than on g4.
Right, trading that for pawn c6 is...
yeah, because also there's this stuff coming, right?
Yeah, no, this, and rook b8 is still playable.
Ah, yeah, that's important. So how does black, like, exactly, how does this work for black? Did we just start with knight d5? We do like knight d5.
And then rook b8 probably.
Yeah. So
yeah.
this is already quite decent for black. They still have 2 pawns.
Absolutely.
They still have 2 pawns for the rook.
I mean, I'd say in a lot of cases, maybe black is even practically favored here, just because the 3 pieces can be kind of weird to coordinate, stopping that one A pawn.
Where do we go? F6? Try to get you to take my pawn and go rook b8.
F6 doesn't look bad at all.
It looks interesting, right? Like I could consider such a thing. Just, you know, getting you to take and then trying to pin you, and sort of the game continues, right?
Absolutely. This is a whole other game that that might begin after that moment.
So basically, I think we found something where it's not hopeless for black. I like this move, knight f6, quite a bit.
A little bit of a, like, tough move to play, so he'll have to spend his time here.
Yeah.
Because he really needs to find that d4 move afterwards.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it looks very suspicious. But yeah, if he can find knight f6, I think he's kind of still in it after the tactics resulting after d4. But it looks like a position in a game where lots can still go wrong for both sides, highly tactical, and, you know, just got so many positions that we analyzed here where 3-4 pieces are hanging at once, and you have to make a lot of correct decisions.
So what can white do other than taking on b4?
Actually, it feels like there's a huge selection. Knight b5, knight a4.
Yeah, I know, like knight a4, I guess we have to throw in some move like that. I don't know. It's so complicated, though.
Yep. I mean, there's always d3 as well.
Knight e4, I guess queen somewhere. Let's just go queen d1. And now black has the bishop hanging, the knight hanging.
This is the type of position where in the commentary booth, I'm like, okay, good. We got Ali Reza to calculate it instead of me. That's perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's get him to work.
Right, like
this
maybe,
is complicated.
maybe this move. Yeah, black.
Just insane.
Maybe there's that, or if it's not that, well,
D3
then it has
looks,
to be d3.
and d3
right?
looks quite good. Yeah, the bishop's just trapped at this point.
So we've at least found something where we see Ali Reza hanging in here in a very dangerous position. But this one is like, it's going to come to a head in the next few moves, right?
It seems like the very next move is critical. Maybe knight f6 is the only option. And then after that, it's very unclear to me who ends up on top. But the engine does like Hikaru's position a little bit better. So sort of if everyone plays the best moves, I still feel like Hikaru can be pretty happy with what he's got.
I mean, I just wonder if there's any alternative to like knight f6. So far, it's really been the best thing that we've found. I mean, you don't have time. There's no time for things like rook e8.
No way.
I don't believe
A3 is
that.
just game ending.
Yeah, like this move. Oh, look at that.
Amazing.
Well, you know, there's some ideas of maybe, I don't know, sometimes something like that.
So A3?
Actually, rook e2 is A3 I might actually
Wow.
like sack something on d3. Can I do it?
Rook takes e2.
Yeah, I need to, yeah.
And knight takes e2.
Knight d3.
Right.
All right, shall I try?
Absolutely.
Let's
I feel
try.
like rook e8 is, you've set yourself up for rook
Yeah,
e2,
I
right?
set it up. Apparently it's not that great.
I wonder if it's, yeah, so knight takes, let's say knight d3. Whew. I wonder if it's something to do with knight d4.
I mean, it actually is funny because like I'm attacking this, I'm attacking this. It actually looks quite interesting. Right, yeah, exactly. I think
I
you're
like
on the
a
right
knight
track.
d4 move, yeah. Like
Yeah.
hit the bishop on f5.
I guess I take.
I feel like we're getting in the weeds
Yeah,
here.
we
Like,
are. Okay, let's go back out of the weeds a little bit. Here, let's find the best move on a3.
because rook e2 feels like, you know, the right kind of move, but it might just be
d4 again.
Yeah, like that same. I just feel like we're getting versions of this d4 line, and if Ferrugia doesn't latch onto this, then it will be very tough for him. But somehow that's a bailout every time.
Yeah, I mean, also like here, this knight can move. I don't know. It feels, but at some point there's rook e2, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like at some point you have to look at this move yet again.
No, totally. Rook e2 is always on your mind. The good thing though is that this game feels like a whole bunch of, you know, black needing to find things,
Yeah.
and white's position at the end of the day is kind of stable, and
Yeah.
feels like if there's a sack, you're just winning your material back. It's never black like going for the win in any of these lines. So
Definitely much more tricky to be Ali Reza here. I mean, Hikaru, I think, is risking, really nothing. Let's take a look at the game between Lagno versus Lei in the women. So how exciting do we find this position?
this looks
Amazing for black, doesn't it?
so good. Yeah, just the bishop on g3 is pretty much what seals it for me. That piece doesn't seem to be participating. The pawn on e5, I would pay good money to have it removed from the board. Just take it off.
Well, this is the most beautiful bishop ever. How do you get a bishop like this in the French defense?
Oh yeah, this was the French. Okay, now I'm very curious. How did we get here?
And she's way ahead on the clock compared to Lagno. I mean, this could be Lagno's second consecutive loss. I mean, this is really a disaster of a position from the opening. How did she get something like that? So she played the advance. Okay. She plays this line, f6. Castles, takes, knight takes, right. Bishop f4, knight e7. c4.
I guess.
Castles, knight d2 already. So the engine really doesn't like that knight development.
Yeah, it's almost like knight c3 is played more to encourage d4 and then go to e4, whereas knight d2 has the same thing, but there's no encouraging d4. You're not actually getting that move. Plus, knight d3 has knight b5 as well.
Right, and there's no pressure on these pawns at all. So this passive move is already like the culprit. She needed to develop this knight to c3. Okay.
That was a funny moment. I don't know if you were watching the camera, but it looked like when Lei got up there, that the chair spun around and like knocked into the table, and she had to just do a little correction on the chair there.
Knight f5, knight f3.
Yeah.
Another poor move with the knight.
But at this point, how do you handle e5 just dropping next turn? I mean, rook e1 feels like the only attempt, and I'm not even sure if it holds on to things. Right? Because aren't you just dropping a pawn otherwise?
It's definitely starting to feel unpleasant for white, right? So there's pawn hanging. I mean, I guess I would take a look at like this move.
Necessary, I think. The only move that I can see.
Just to calculate out a bit what's going on.
But
and you gotta take, I suppose, like this. I mean, maybe if I feel really desperate, I'll look at that later.
Take on d5.
Take on d5.
I mean, this, I'm surprised that the engine isn't cheering harder.
For black?
For black here, because this looks terrible for white.
Yeah, I mean, it looks on a practical level very hard to play against these center pawns and the bishops, right? So maybe, how do we hold the balance as white? Like maybe rook c1.
Yeah, I'm kind of struggling here. It looks like maybe rook c1, like b4, like kind of an all-in.
Right. Yeah,
an all-in
I was
approach.
trying for something like that, yeah, but I mean, I am losing a pawn, but hey, maybe b4. Just
In for a penny, in for a pound.
yep.
Yeah, it doesn't look crazy. I mean, sorry, it does look crazy, but it
Yeah.
doesn't look crazy.
Yeah, just a little crazy. I mean, maybe we need to take first and then look for something here. But
Not liking
fun, right?
not liking this position for white. The moves are very intuitive for Lei, and this would be a key win for her. And she already has, I would say, like a great start with the black pieces, playing the French. You can't get better than this.
yeah, so she gave Lei this easy bishop c6 move. Then she took. So this is how this bishop became like the most amazing piece on the board.
Yep.
King b8, rook fd1, and bishop e7. Wow, so tragic for white. I mean, not like a single good piece, actually.
No, there really isn't. I mean, g5 and h5 look like the easiest next two moves you're ever going to find. And I don't see a good, like maybe I'm almost going to play bishop c4 to just get rid of this monster bishop on d5. But then there's also bishop takes f3 and knight d4 to calculate. Yeah, I think that
you can try. You can try this one. I definitely have this pleasant choice of like taking this,
Yep.
doubling up your pawns, and then just maybe protecting this one with knight d4. Yeah. This bishop is so awful that it's not really playing the role like a bishop should be playing in chess.
Yep. No, this is for choice here for Lei Ting-Jie, only half a point behind the lead, and with a win here, you're kind of saying to Tan in the game against Salimova that you have to win, or I've caught up in the standings already.
Yeah, really good preparation by Lei. Her second here is Timur Rajabov.
Oh yeah. Wow.
Yeah, and also her husband, who's a GM as well, I think. And they were actually in the shuttle to the tournament hall with me today. And they just actually make a very nice team.
Great.
I have that impression that they all just get along well. And Rajabov is a very cheerful second. He actually seems to be kind of happy doing his job. And I can see, Lei, she didn't start well, but, winning so many games in a row, I can see why, Rajabov would feel like he's quite happy.
It's always so interesting when you get a visual of the team behind the players. I find that the teams are almost always versions that are opposites of their own play, that are kind of helping them behind the scenes. I feel like Rajabov is such a solid, well-prepared player, and Lei has played some very eccentric games in the tournament with unique preparation, and it reminds me of like Ding working with Rapport, and it's like, whoa, how did that pairing happen? But it works so well.
Yeah, exactly. Actually, you don't really think like Lei and Rajabov as being the most natural tandem.
Right.
But they worked together for the Women's World Championship, and I guess it was a good partnership. And I think it's a nice combination to have like your significant other and then your coach with you. That means you have really a lot of support. And in general, Lei, I think, is one of the more she's one of the more upbeat players that I've seen here.
Yeah.
I got that impression, even when she wasn't doing that great, right? Like,
yeah, she didn't seem to get too defeated, and it didn't seem to alter her decisions that she made in the games, in a fantastic position right here, which I don't think, you can't come up with a move to battle an evaluation that's, cresting -2 almost.
Yeah, so she played rook ac1. And what are we expecting from Lei? Is it time to just go g5? Or should she start with h5? I mean, it's also a possibility.
I mean, rook ac1 is only trying to get me scared of b4. So let's say we aren't. I mean, I am, I'm not going to lie. But let's say I'm not, because it's not my game. G5.
Yeah, let's go G5, sure.
And then B4. I can only imagine. And H5. So I want to just...
I just want to ignore it.
Fully ignore it, just to see how that looks. And I'm saying that this is such a strong attack here that I'm not sure it can be ignored. So at this point, H4 wins the piece. BC5 doesn't do enough that I can see. So I think white needs to move that H pawn. But H4 is almost unthinkable. Let's say H3.
I think G4 and we're just coming at you on the H file.
Yeah, at this point, knight takes G3 will happen. The knight on F3 will be removed, and that means the E pawn drops, and the game, to me, effectively ends.
Yeah. So let's do a bird's eye view of the women's boards. So we have Salimova versus Tan. They're actually in an end game already, which is looking very solid for Salimova with her extra pawn in the center. And actually for Tan's winning chances, it doesn't look like a great position, because if anyone is going to be better, it could be white. Muzichuk versus Vaishali. Is anything going on there? Well, it's actually a fascinating position where white is down in exchange.
So interesting.
For a pawn.
Feels like the engine is almost discrediting how fun this position is with that evaluation. I have to say that my instinct is to side with the
black.
I would say the side who's down material and has an equal evaluation, I usually prefer. So yeah, just that knight coming into C5. Maybe the rook can lift at some point up to G3, and it's not clear how black's rooks ever join the action.
Yeah, it's not clear where black produces an open file for the rooks, right?
Yep. Yeah.
Well, that one is very unbalanced. And Garyachkina Koneru, it looks like white has sacrificed a pawn, right?
Yeah, one of these like typical Catalan type of positions where the c-pawn is being held onto for dear life, and another just 0.00 kind of eval. Although in this one, it does feel to me like Humpy might be doing okay here.
Right.
You know, Queen C8 on the next
and then
move.
Knight C5 and coming into those weak squares on B3 and D3. So here, here Garyachkina feels that like she really needs to prove something, right? The compensation for the pawn.
That's right.
So basically, we got plenty of exciting positions today. Let's also take a bird's eye view of the men before we go on our break. So Nepo versus Prague is still not much happening out of that exchange French. Prague actually, he's taking that knight from G6 back to some better square, like to E6.
Makes sense.
Hikaru Firouzja. Firouzja is facing a very important moment here, and he's actually still thinking it over, so nothing has changed from what we talked about.
Yep.
Abbasov Gukesh, Queen C7, Rook D1 was what we talked about. So that's on the board. It's a double-edged position. And Caruana Vidit. You want to describe that one, Aman?
Theoretical. And at this point, I would say, I guess the move Queen D7 has just happened. A lot of liquidation has occurred in this one. I think that Fabi is still reasonably happy here. I've seen these E4, E5 positions where white gets the pawn to A5, and it's just the smallest kind of pull in the game. Maybe the next type of idea for white could be to push C4 and displace the knight from the center, but you have to time that so perfectly. Black is ahead in development compared to white, so honestly, it feels like Fabi over the next couple of moves has a little bit more to prove, because if you're Vidit playing black against Fabi, I don't think you're displeased at all with the amount of pieces that have been removed. And I know we didn't get to that one in depth, but it certainly looks like a lot of pieces vacuumed off the board and still highly theoretical.
We're going to get to it in depth when they trade off a few more pieces. And, you know, right before they shake hands.
Perfect timing. That's
Yeah.
when we like to swoop in with the analysis.
Exactly.
Cutting edge,
Yes.
0.00.
Yes. Okay, well, based on these 4 positions, it does look like the game between Naka and Firouzja has the potential to produce a decisive result the most.
Yep.
But I mean, that is the one I would count on to produce that decisive result out of these 4. Right now, I don't really see that much going on in the other boards. I mean, a Basov Gukesh is still complicated, but I'm not sure it has the potential to get too explosive.
That's right. Although, I'll use one of your quotes against you. Sometimes the games that feel like nothing's going on, like the Nepo and Prague game, it's the fact that nothing's happening that causes one of them to break and feel the need to create. And Prague loves to create. So I wouldn't give up hope on those ones just yet.
All right, guys, we will see you shortly after the break.
I'll make it easier for you.
What was that about?
I thought it would help.
How does that help?
Visualization and stuff.
I'm not picking up the pieces.
Sometimes you don't need to do anything crazy to get better. You just need to reassess your chess. I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley, and I'm presenting Jeremy Silman's How to Reassess Your Chess now on Chessable.
We talked a lot on this subject, but I guess more generally, to sign off would be what, in your opinion, is the future of chess? Not just for the top players, all the way down to the kids or the adults that are brand new. Online, over the board.
I think it will keep rising, the interest. I think we'll saw the peaks and some bumps also as well. But in general, I think the trajectory is good for chess. The availability and the affordability of online formats certainly help great deal. Also, chess, one thing which people rarely think about, but why is it so popular? It's very simple, because the game is very easy to learn, but hard to master. You learn it very quickly. I'm a fan of all sorts of board games, but it's pretty difficult to study them, most of them.
Yeah.
Those who are simple, they're not interesting. You exhaust them within a few days, right? And those which are difficult, and chess is ideal game one to one, because there are some games which can be played also by two players. I mean, like Colonizers of Catan, my favorite board game. You have to play 3 or 4 because you cannot trade with someone.
Yeah.
And so chess is very simple, but it's also hard to master. It could take you years to reach a level of 1,000 or 1,500, and not necessarily you will reach. So it's exciting. It's easy. It's very affordable, because what you need, you can play for free. And that's why I think it has a great future, and it happens more and more. And we see more and more young talents. Just another day, we saw the young guy from Turkey, Erdogmuş, just meeting another grandmaster at 12, and he's very bright. I saw his game. And it's nice, and it's all over the place. Previously, what was chess 50 years ago? It was Soviet Union, Bobby Fischer, not necessarily America, but Bobby Fischer and a couple of other American players, and occasional 1-2 players all over the world. That's it.
Yeah.
Now you have chess everywhere. You look at the top 50 in the world, would be like 20 countries or 25 countries there. And I think we have a bright future. And sometimes, let's say, we look at different angles and the perception is different, which is fair, but it's not necessarily bad. I mean, you do something that we cannot. You as a YouTuber. Chess.com does a lot which we cannot, but we do also a lot of things which you guys cannot. So there's a question where to find this synergy and where to find this win-win cooperation. I think it's important to talk, to listen to each other, and I'm happy we had this opportunity.
What's the main difference for you participating in the candidates compared to your normal tournaments?
Till now, I don't feel any different, but when the tournament starts, I probably will feel something. But yeah, there is obviously more pressure and more work that is required for the candidates compared to the other tournaments, and also it's kind of candidates. It's kind of a dream tournament for any chess player to play. So. And for me, it's been the same. I've dreamt of playing here a lot of times, and finally I'm here, so it's more enjoyable.
Yeah, and we'll definitely be seeing you do well here. How has your preparation been going?
It's been going pretty well. I have a very nice team, and we had a lot of fun together, and we did some nice work, I think. So yeah, let's see how the work pays off.
We're back with our coverage of the round 12 games, and during our break, Firouzja did play the move rook to e8. We were wondering what he was going to choose at this critical crossroads. He played, I think, the best move in the position.
He did. Yeah, rook e8 was actually the move that you stumbled on, but almost like, oh yeah, maybe we can give it a try. Totally the right idea, and not retreating the knight from its active g4 post. So it's understandable why that move was attractive to Alireza. And as we see the bird's eye view, we actually see Hikaru just reacted to that move with a3, which I think we expected.
Yeah, and now I checked briefly with the engine. There's some crazy tactics that Alireza has to bring to the board to justify all of this. I mean, we kind of spent most of our time on this move, which is sort of okay, but it appears that another thing that we spent time looking at was this sacrifice here.
Right.
But it seems like the best is this one, starting with
wow.
This, and then at some point, then throwing in this move.
There's just no way. What the heck is this?
Yeah, I can see why this was a little hard for us to find, this particular sequence of moves. And okay, so you gave up a piece, now you took a piece, now you're giving up a rook, so they take you like this,
right?
Which is the best. And then you can go, for example, bishop f2,
yeah,
king f2, and then you're getting into some position like this, where black has two pawns for rook and two pawns for the two pieces.
Right. Yeah, and maybe queen c1 instead of knight takes c1 to put the knight on d4, and
right, maybe that's a little better, yeah.
Because it feels like if black can get c5 d4, then I side with the rook, surprisingly. But if white can play knight d4, queen c5, b4, like just kind of hold everything, then I could see where Hikaru gets optimistic.
Yeah, so I mean, it looks like we're on our way to this. I mean, Firouzja has to make his way through some pretty complicated calculations.
Yes.
His knight is under attack, but he basically needs to ignore that, sacrifice here, and then sacrifice again.
Wow.
And that is really quite an elaborate tactical sequence. And so the point is that if the queen takes,
just knight.
Probably knight to d3, although, so like right now we're down a rook, right?
It's a crazy freeze frame moment here.
Yeah, let's make sure we understand. So I think, like, let's say we go here.
This looks right. Bishop e3, knight c1. is available, and otherwise
Yeah, and if we go here,
take everything in sight. I mean, the bishop on f4 is hanging, so this looks like a worse version, because now you just
now
pick down
we
a
can
pawn.
just do that, right? Yeah, here
This
we
is
just take
too
the
easy.
bishop. So that problem is actually that extra bishop is hanging, not just the two rooks. That's why we're taking with the knight, I guess, to protect the bishop. Okay, Ali Reza, he's gearing up to play something. And
it is
he played d4. So look at that. It was not so trivial to find this line.
I'd like to meet the person, look them in the eye, the one that says knight f2 and rook e2 was obvious. Because I just,
No, it was not obvious to us at all.
what an amazing sequence that would be. d4, to be honest, was our first real idea, and it felt normal to connect that with rook e8. And pretty much every time that you had mentioned d takes c3 and then taking on b2, that made a lot of sense. I feel like Ali Reza has been analyzing those kinds of variations.
Yeah, I mean, d4 is kind of a lot easier to think of than the sacrifice on 2 consecutive moves, right?
Yeah.
So apparently it's not the best move, but I think white still has to wade through a lot to figure this out.
Yeah,
I don't really think we came to a conclusion how white is actually supposed to be better.
We did not. The main moves we looked at were a takes b4, and I do feel that all of the positions where the pawn gets to b2 were nice for Firouzja, so most likely we're going to see a knight move of sorts here to a4 or b5.
Right, so like that one or that one. So the computer likes this one a bit more, the more active one.
And
now
I think
everything is hanging, right?
Yes. Yeah, truly. I think we even looked at rook takes e2 here.
Yes.
Followed by bishop or knight to d3.
And that wasn't working for some reason, right?
Yeah, I think bishop d3, just queen returns to d2 and
then maybe just king takes f1.
Right?
Or a takes, king takes f1. Looks,
Yeah, it's almost like pick, this was the smoothest.
2 pieces hanging.
Pretty simple.
And white will be up a piece. So rook takes e2 doesn't work here. Meanwhile, we have tons of threats. Like we're threatening the knight, we're threatening the bishop, and we're threatening the fork. So it looks very menacing.
d3 is probably the only other move that really comes to mind. I think at some point it feels like we almost had this position because there's so many options. There's many hanging pieces you can take. You could just retreat the bishop with bishop d1.
Intuitively, I feel like you got to move this bishop, right, and not like let this get captured.
Yeah, and bishop d1, I have to admit, I'm sitting there thinking, okay, wait, what's black even going to do?
So, okay, let's take stock here. You're threatening me with nearly everything.
I guess knight
c2.
c2. It does drop c7, right?
It does, but we have to we pray when we play this move. But no, it doesn't appear to be the move. Yeah, it appears that knight c7.
Yeah, probably just right away.
Is still going to be really good for white. So what is the move that black has to play to at least stay in the game?
Yeah, and knight d5 just drops the whole bishop. So there's not really any brilliancy to be had there.
Yeah, that one doesn't do it. Oh, so hard.
Maybe taking on f2.
Knight
right?
a6 looks like the ugliest move ever.
Oh yeah, I didn't even think of that. I was like almost sold on having to play knight takes f2 or bishop f2, but knight a6, wow. I think you might be right.
I mean, it kind of defends a lot of things, right?
It kind of does everything at once.
So maybe that's it. It's rather an ugly move to play, but you're not losing material right away. And you do have a very strong pawn on d3, and this bishop is a bit awkward. So there is that.
Now, I learned something my previous day commentating here, which was always make forward moves.
Yes, Aman. This is such a useful lesson.
So do you think that you know, all jokes aside, do you think that that is kind of powering Firouzja here? I think knight a6 is such a difficult move to make. You know, he played rook e8 when there was also knight f6. He made the better decision, but I just mean, it feels like his mindset is forward, aggressive, and like, I don't know if he's going to be able to sit there and play knight a6.
Yeah, like for a while, he can keep playing forward moves like d4, d3, right? These are like the relatively best moves. I mean, I think there might be something else in this position other than d3.
Maybe it's knight a6.
Knight a6 immediately?
Yeah.
I doubt it. I mean, I doubt that this move is better
than d3 and
than d3 and bishop d1 and then
okay,
that. So,
I concede.
So what other move could he play other than d3? Well, we know that this is not it.
Yeah, if not d3, if not rook e2, I'm really stuck for moves at that point.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how knight takes f2 is, but I could get a little wild.
Looks like we're giving away a lot of material, yeah?
Totally.
We're just giving up all our pieces. So yeah, I agree. I thought about it too, and I was like, yeah, I don't see how we're making it work.
But it's just not the way to go.
So I mean, this move is the only active move we see, but it does sort of drop the evaluation a bit. So there's like something else here.
So what about queen e7? So I'm hitting the bishop on e2, and if you take on b4,
you want to play bishop b4.
I'll just take it back. I'm wondering, is that...
That's interesting. It's at least an attempt, right? Like, so we can try it.
And
why doesn't it work? Oh, you know why it doesn't work? Because we just take, actually. We just take, and then we can just take on d4.
Everything's hanging.
And then this is going to hang in the end, so you don't have time to like win my bishop back.
That's a good point.
So that didn't quite work.
Yeah, there's not too many moves here. Oh, what about knight d5, and then we're taking f4 and e2, something like that?
Did we look at that? I felt like...
Or I guess the rook hits f5.
Yeah, there was some reason that we couldn't make this work. Yeah, I think it's just that we're losing too many pieces because this bishop is hanging too.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that d3 is going to be played.
Because the fact that we just have looked at everything and can't find anything, it like...
Yeah.
It's kind of the way that, you know, we also saw this move, but we didn't see like knight f2.
Exactly. No, it looks like a situation where Hikaru is going to benefit from the fact that Black's, you know, the reason that Black's not completely dead here is probably some very unique type of calculation.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty hard for Firouzja to come up with this. But on the other hand, you know, d3, bishop d1, if that is what is played, I mean, maybe white has other options, but bishop d1 makes a lot of sense. And this one is kind of holding things together. I mean, Firouzja doesn't want to make this move, but it seems like it's
not the end of the world.
Necessary, yeah. And the good news for him is that like every time this bishop moves, there's always rook e2.
That's right. It's kind of stuck there for the moment. The knight on a6 is terrible, but I think this is extremely likely. I don't know if there's better than this in the position, but...
You think we could see this position on the board?
I really do. Yeah. I think this is quite likely, unless Firouzja goes for something that he shouldn't and maybe gets overambitious instead of playing knight a6, but I think he'll resolve himself to the necessity of it.
Yeah, well, right now we still have to see if Hikaru is going to play knight b5 or he's going to be taken by another move.
Taking the knight was a, I mean, not losing option for white, but it seems like way too much risk, and moving the knight only makes sense. And knight a4 compared to knight b5, just, you know, count the amount of threats you're making with each one. Feels like Hikaru is hovering over that b5 square, but we might get a move any moment here.
Yep, it looks like he went into the most active possible square with b5.
That's right.
So now it's going to be Firouzja's turn to move, and let's leave him to think about this for a bit. And take a look at Abbasov versus Gukesh. After Queen C7, Rook D1, Gukesh made this interesting decision to trade the bishop for the knight. And after Queen takes, which is, by the way, also interesting, like why not bishop takes trying to attack the knight?
Yeah, it is. But here, I think there's a crafty F5 move with Queen G3 coming.
How about this crap?
Ooh.
Oh, there's bishop F4. I keep forgetting that we already rejected
we fell
that
into
idea.
that hole. It's actually you set that trap.
Yeah. I forgot about my own trap. Yeah, you're right. This one, and if they take, there's this. That's what
Nice.
I was like in such a hurry to get to that pawn.
Yeah, you wanted to step on the stone on the way.
Yeah. So that's why he didn't take like that. So he took with the queen. Castles. Interesting imbalance, but
F4.
of course, visually, I am fine with white's position as long as I see the bishop pair looking decent. Rook Fd8, Rook D2, and Knight F8. So I really do like white's position. I don't think black is gonna these pawns are not falling immediately.
Right.
Of course, it's really double-edged because at some point, at some point, they will start getting attacked.
So after Knight F8, if Rook D1 gets played, then I think it's clear that Knight G6 is happening.
Yeah.
So I don't really think you want to allow this. Like the opposite bishop position could actually be okay for black, maybe more than okay. So if H5, then question mark D6.
Ooh, we can also have some fun, you know?
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
You want to take on H6 or?
No. Let's go G4.
Okay. Knight G6, bishop G3 makes...
Look at that horrible move that I just suggested. Why is it so bad?
I was hoping
Knight
after...
G6, bishop G3, is there something specific here? Because it doesn't look like absolutely terrible, like I'm about to play H5.
How is...
It's some tricks with like...
Yeah, I was thinking about F5, but...
Yeah, but that one doesn't
How is
work.
just D6?
Yeah, maybe.
So, I mean, this is the move I've been wanting to play, even regardless of G4. So I guess I'll try it again here.
Yeah, I don't have time to chase you away because of Knight E5. Yeah, this is very timely. And then at the end, you're basically saying you just have a lot of weaknesses instead of an attack with these pawns. And I don't even have any cool tactics where I can
That's right.
try to put you in a pin. I mean, this completely doesn't work. I don't even have Rook D1. Well, so this aggressive attempt G4 is apparently just quite bad.
And the reason that I even played D6 so quick there is because if you played H5 here, I was actually planning to do the same thing.
D6, You really want to get rid of this pawn. But what's the difference here? There's some tactic, that is going to work. Oh, wow, it's not pawn takes pawn. Okay.
I think it's actually just doubling the
rooks, and then...
Because I'm not threatening to take on E5.
Because your knight's not on G6, right?
Precisely. Yeah. That's important. So it means that after H5, I start to get curious about the plans, and maybe it's what you indicated, like just starting to threaten the C pawns. So Rook C8 and Bishop E7. As the next moves.
Rook C8. Let's say I double, and you try to attack my pawn, right? And then, of course, there's a funny repetition.
Yeah.
Like I could go Rook D4, and you could go back. I can go back, and it's kind of a reasonable repetition. Of course, I don't know who it's going to suit. I mean, is Abbasov going to feel happy? I don't know that Gukesh is going to feel happy. I don't think that anyone who's getting a draw against Abbasov in the next few rounds is actually going to
Yeah.
be okay with that, given like how important every half a point is for these guys.
Definitely. I think from Nijat's perspective, though, he doesn't seem to be in the same boat as like Ali Reza, who seems to have a clear goal in mind. Like he's still hunting for wins. I don't get that feeling from Nijat. So honestly, I feel like Abbasov would be relatively satisfied with a draw.
Right.
I don't think he's going to be playing with like G4, for example.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll wait and see. I guess Bishop F1 is the move if you want to continue playing as Nijat, but I don't know, he might be, totally fine with Rook D4, I would say.
Yeah, Bishop F1, okay, keeps the game going. It's a bit passive.
Mm-hmm.
What can we do as...
I guess the nice thing is if Black doesn't have a move, you just play G4, Bishop G3, like slowly.
This knight is quite passive here, isn't it?
It's pretty bad. I feel like at this point, I'm looking at Queen C6 because I feel like if I trade, I have decent chances in the endgame.
Yeah, just get the queens off.
Because, I don't know. Once the queens are off, I really... the engine is not on my team here, but I really like Black's
I think
position.
Nijat just played H5, yeah.
Yeah, so logical. And I think we would be surprised if Black didn't generally go for this Rook C8, Bishop E7 plan. I'm not sure any other way of playing makes too much sense to me because you can't play D6 as we discussed. You also no longer can play Knight G6, no G pawn push, no F pawn push. So you're kind of out of ideas unless you go Rook C8.
Yeah, this is sometimes the problem with this type of innovative play by Gukesh, right? Like, you know, White responded very logically, very soundly, and, you know, it's not like Black has generated enormous winning chances despite the rather offbeat play. But Gukesh played very quickly this move B5.
Wow. I think, you know, if we were even asking the question about where the player's mentality was at, we got the answer. Gukesh wants to keep some life in this position with B5.
Interesting, right? He just basically wants to activate this rook.
Yep. Saying that, you know, the C-pawns don't get that much stronger. I mean, it's not like White's super happy after taking, and you could never really make progress unless you did this move.
On the other hand, you know, he's trading off one of these weak doubled pawns, right? So how unhappy can White really be?
No, not too unhappy.
Right? Like, okay, you take like that, and I mean, I still like this rook over here.
I think Gukesh is probably just counting on
Attacking this pawn.
Yeah, you've sort of got two plans here. You can give up the D pawn entirely, like your attention towards it, and play rook D to B8, and just focus on the B file now and say, okay, my knight's like covering everything.
Yeah.
I've got the B file. Or you could play bishop B6 instead of rook B8, and then switch all the pieces to the C file. Yeah, like rook C5, rook C8.
Interesting.
But it does feel like he has a bit of a practical achievement because White's pieces are doubled on a pawn that's completely defended. So there is that.
C4. You know, if you try to double, like I can use your bishop F1 idea maybe.
Yeah, I never disliked bishop F1. It feels passive, but the bishop can always go to D3, which I really liked.
And then these pieces are a little bit in each other's way.
Yeah, I liked rook B8 a bit better in this position.
Interesting. Well, I think for White to spice things up, White needs to consider this plan. So like, let's say you do go rook D B8. I mean, the worst thing about Black's position is that this knight can't move, but it's also just a very strong defender.
It really is.
So let's say I go rook to D3. But then you're just going to go rook B2 and start attacking this pawn, yeah?
So what do you not like about G4, for example?
Yeah, I basically wanted to like have the rook in place, but yeah, it's not working very well when I'm letting your rook in.
Right.
So I guess I will start with that.
It's kind of tricky to think how to proceed. I want to make an immediate threat.
Maybe just bishop e7.
Yeah, I was going to say I like preventing your threat while making one for me. C3 is hanging and G5 is stopped. So I really like that move.
Yeah, so it's very solid for black. I mean, white can definitely overextend in this position as well. Get stuck with a lot of weaknesses, right? These like separated pawns. But Nijat, he is ready to make a move. So he took on b5.
And this is also going to be a situation, though, where Gukash is going to slowly encourage Abbasov to take more risks in the position, because when you see b5 takes and rook takes, we even sort of very quickly came to that realization. It's like, okay, well, if I do nothing, black's sort of making progress, so you feel like you need to do something, and the only something that I can see to do is g4, g5, or at least some expansion there. So I wonder if he'll be tempted.
Yeah, I feel like right now, Gukash is actually doing quite well at creating an imbalance that he can win from.
Yep. Yeah.
Like, it's not clear that he's better, but the imbalance that he's created, it doesn't seem like bad for him.
No, and this is a unique position. Even though it's equal, it's not like, you know, for example, Fabi's game where you feel like it's a theoretical kind of equal out of liquidation. No, there's imbalances in the pieces, the structure, even the files that are being fought for. So I think Gukash has done a good job knowing that Nishad is probably not super ambitious for a win. He's had a tough go this tournament, and Gukash is, well, he understands. He needs a point here, or he'd like to at least maximize his chances.
So he just played bishop f1. We hadn't really thought about this move, but the engine quite likes it.
I've just never been a fan of the bishop on g2 there. Just not really taking any squares that bother black at all, so may as well have it.
So, like, what happens on rook b6? Why did he want the bishop attack so quickly?
I think if the c-pawn ever gets attacked, he always has c4, so kind of just prophylaxis. Bishop d3 you'd like to have on deck, and maybe by hitting the rook, you put it on b6, all of a sudden black can't play bishop b6 or queen b6. You just take away some options. So yeah, black can still double the rooks, but the flexibility isn't there that he had maybe a move or two ago.
So you think like we're still going like rook d1 here?
Yeah, I think this is a totally fine move.
So we go to this position, and it seems just quite balanced for now.
Yeah.
All right. In that case, let us take a look at Nepo versus Prague, which is definitely not exploding in fireworks.
Not quite yet.
Although, I mean, I don't know what Nepo is doing at all with his pieces. Like, I can understand what black's knights are doing. They're attacking this pawn. What this knight is doing is a mystery other than passive defense.
At the end of the day, you can always just say exactly what's happened, which is that black has traded the light square bishop for white, and the pawns have found themselves locked on dark squares for white and light squares for black, which is a credit to Prague because he set himself up with the bishops for a great endgame. So it does feel like if anyone stands better here, it just has to be Prague, which...
I know. And for Prague to, like, let's say, win a game like this, we're very far from that.
Yeah.
But if that scenario happens, I mean, I don't know. I think Nepo will really have to look at his opening play and be like, what was I doing with this exchange French and like totally unambitious play? Look at this symmetric position. There's not even an ounce of pressure on black. I mean, black has the better dark squared bishop. This bishop is awful. All these pawns on dark squares, you can't even move him.
Right.
The knight on b3, like, what is it doing? I don't even know what is this rook doing on d3? Like, you know, none of this has been, you know, the moment actually like this bishop g4 happened.
Yep.
And like it started to feel like, yeah, we couldn't really understand white's concept. Actually, the moment knight d2 happened,
right,
was already like, okay, what exactly are you doing with these passive moves, right?
Yeah. Knight swinging to b3. Now, here I felt like, honestly, this was still fine for white, but I think it was the next couple moves where the ambition just kind of it got sucked out of the position. Queen f5 was, I think, a very good move. And knight a4, it's like you're kind of encouraging black's b6 move. And this was really well done.
Oh, wait, just look at the hilarity of this. Queen g4, so white says no to the queen trade. b6 happens. He comes back, and then he himself goes back. Well, no wonder Nepo was kind of laughing. I saw him kind of smiling at something. I mean, yeah, queen d2, queen e2 is not inspiring.
No, and especially because queen g4 was so strong, I think black was always concerned about b6 with the queen on e2 because of queen a6. And when Nepo played queen d2, all of a sudden the opportunity for b6 presented itself, and the pawn on b6 is so strong. I wouldn't be surprised to see like just almost king b7 here.
Yeah, so you might even want to put the king here, or you could just like leave things. I guess we have to make a decision. I mean, this move is most definitely not something that white's really threatening.
Right.
I mean, maybe he's doing it in order to take the queen, but it's not like really a threat. So black has sort of anything, you know, he can trade himself.
Right. I think that'll never be
Prague's choice.
Well, I was going to say, yeah, actually both might be true. I was going to say it will never be a mistake to play that, but I also think Prague has left the bishop there for the majority of the game. He kind of understands, look, if Nepo is shuffling the queen back and forth, clearly I don't have to take it.
Yeah, so, I mean, he can trade, he can look for other moves. The one thing that Nepo has going here is that, like, it's still such a symmetric position. Nothing really going on with space, right? These pawns are evenly matched. That, I mean, he has a decent chance to kind of like trade off most things and get to a draw. So. It's still not like the danger zone for him, but I would feel uncomfortable in such a position with white.
Can we just... Okay, he actually takes the queen.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay.
I was going to ask what was the difference the last time the trade was possible and maybe why he felt like he didn't want it. But now with the rook on d3, he says, okay, let's just cash in my advantage while I have it, which is the pawn structure. I think the knight on b3 is very sad.
I think you may be wanting to go bishop d6.
Like that move.
Because otherwise, like, aren't I just going here and trading more pieces?
It's pretty boring, yeah. And I think he's played it.
Yeah. So he's still saying, okay, I don't want to make it so easy for you to go like knight f4. He still wants to like make Nepo
I think this
suffer
is
a little.
Clear positional edge for Prague, who can continue in a number of ways. Knight e7 to f5. The dark squares are a problem for Nepo. So honestly, if I had this position with black, I would probably feel like I'm doing better than the engine is even representing.
Yeah, no, this is a very uninspired and strange opening play by Nepo. I mean, because yes, he had a very tough game yesterday. He pulled himself into the sole lead.
Yeah.
But coming out as the leader and playing this way with the white pieces is not really like what his fans are looking for.
No, but his fans have definitely had a lot to cheer about with him in this candidates format the last couple cycles. So I feel like as a Nepo fan, you're just like, okay, he knows something the rest of them don't. And maybe he was playing this way to try to encourage Prague to be like take a more aggressive approach. Prague seemed like he kind of did with his opening. It's pretty unique. But the thing is, Prague just hasn't really made any mistakes. And Nepo can't do much when, the opponents just seize all those moments to make the right moves. And I've been impressed so far by Prague in this game. But now we get to see a different side of Prague, that technique phase of the game. Can he turn this into something more? Because I think if we think of the Magnus Carlsen of the world, like you just feel like he would do something remarkable with this position with black.
Just like everything inside tells me this is the wrong way to go about it as white. Just like the whole approach, like because psychologically, how can you feel about yourself when you get a game like this as white? I mean, is this really okay? I don't know. I wouldn't be okay with this. Like if I came out, I mean, I still have 2 more games in this tournament. Nothing's really guaranteed. You know, you're playing with the white pieces against someone who just lost. Why would this scenario satisfy you?
I don't know. I feel like Nepo is also the kind of player that doesn't seem to feel the evaluations maybe as much, the sting of the eval as much as some of the other players. He's had some of the, you know, toughest positions in the whole tournament, and he doesn't play them like they're bad. He seems to be kind of okay. So I'm excited for what Prague can show us in terms of his technique here, because this is just a much different side of his chess, and he's really played tremendously so far.
Wow, A4 on the board quickly by Nepo. I was wondering about that. I mean, letting black get the pawn here would certainly be nice for black. I mean, because I was kind of thinking, you know, if I go king here, you go A4, you know, knight C1. I mean, the pawn here is good. You have to make sure like a knight never arrives on C4. So I was wondering if he would allow this, or would he sort of weaken the B4 square, but he decided this square is not really a problem, right? Because like he's willing to give up this bishop, I think, probably in the trade.
Yeah, I hate to be immediately critical, but the pawns on light squares feels like the main target for black to achieve. So I don't like the move A5, because white playing A4, that pawn is so secure there. White can follow up with C3 if necessary, and just kind of shuffle the pieces over, king C2, rook F3. And it just feels like A5 wasn't needed. Probably not going to cost him big time, but...
One of White's main ideas in this position is putting the rook on F3.
Yeah, a big threat.
Yes.
A big threat.
Okay, well, look, I guess a draw is still the most likely result here. And if it works for him, great. But if someone catches him, I think he'll look at this game and be like, why did I give away a white color like this? So let's take a look at Caruana versus Vidit. So does Caruana have an edge here? He played C4, pushing out the knight. Very important that the knight cannot go to B4 because of the queen. So the knight went back, trading these bishops. Okay, so he's playing for pawn structure, like these pawns fixed on light squares bishop.
Yeah.
He's also playing using like little details that you can't take my pawn because of the double attack.
Yeah.
Rook D8. Queen C5, and really cementing everything on the queen side.
I love the coordination that the pieces are showing here for white. Like, you know, black has the queen and rook doubled on the D file, but the D5, 4, 3, 2, and 1 squares are all off limits.
Do you want to show people why Queen D6 might not be the best idea for
Queen D6 is Queen D6 is a move that looks like absolutely the right idea. Like, I mean, trading pieces, liquidating. The funny thing is, after Queen D6, Rook D1, Queen takes C5 gets mated in a slightly embarrassing way.
Yeah, we found a little tactic. Very important also that white has the pawn on H3 and black doesn't, right? Which is why Vidit decided to play H6, which I think looks completely, let's say, natural at first glance. So I have no idea why it's not like, let's say, the computer's favorite choice.
Yeah, I think the only problem is it doesn't really provide an escape square. It's more to stop knight G5. So actually, what would be normally tempting as black is to play G6 so that I have a real escape square, but that also doesn't look quite so right in this position.
Yeah, just because like all your pawns now are on light squares, like visually it looks ugly, but it has its point as well. Well, he went H6, so now let's say Rook D1 by Fabi.
Yep. Queen c7.
Queen c7. So why is white having like this half a pawn edge here?
I mean, the quality of the pieces just has to be considered. Like a6, b7, c6 are all going to be targets for the light squared bishop in an endgame. Maybe takes and like b3 or something. I just want to solidify the pawn on c4 so that my queen is like freed up, and the knight on e7, the bishop on e6 do not have good squares to move to. So this looks like a position where the quality of Fabi's pieces is sort of doing the talking here.
Well, he has a wonderful queen. He has a great bishop. But the big question here is like, what does he want to do about this rook trade?
I say no trade.
You say no trade. So
I want to
like,
go rook e1.
Rook e1. And then if I go queen d6.
Well, naturally, I repeat
are you
one.
so sure you can beat me from this end game?
Absolutely not. And
yeah, you can repeat, right? The funny thing is, again, you can't take my queen.
Yeah, h6 hasn't helped you here.
But, I mean, still, at some point, you have to make a decision about this queen trade.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, I find it hard to believe, like, if you trade the queens, that, like, anything significant is happening. So I feel like you got to keep the queens on the board because, yeah, this is just
c5
quality.
and knight c6 is a threat there, yeah.
Yeah. So you have to keep the queens on the board.
So queen...
e3?
Yeah, I guess queen e3.
Because we're kind of hitting the knight.
But I don't know how I feel about queen, like b4. Like, I think it was kind of my job to control those squares.
Now I have a lot of weak pawns, yeah?
Yep, actually, that's a triple attack.
So maybe queen...
Yeah, I wasn't sure.
b6 threatening rook
I guess it
e1.
does threaten b7, because I was concerned about bishop c4, but I suppose, yeah, you can grab the b7 pawn.
Yeah, now I can't, there's no point to rook d1 because you can always block with like a million pieces, but I have to go for this.
Yep.
Still a little hard to imagine like white really winning this position. It feels very solid for black, but...
Just one of those positions, though, where the bishop hitting h7 constantly makes you feel uneasy, and as black, you know that trading a lot of like heavy pieces could lead to a big discomfort.
Yeah, by the way, we just walked into some tactical problems as black.
There you go. Yeah.
So black has to be very careful, actually.
So, yeah, this does feel like a small edge for Fabi, but there's going to be a big decision about this queen d6. Like, how does he handle a potential queen trade? So I think what he would like to do, if maybe we go back to the current position, I almost want to play b3 after h6.
Can you just do me like one favor here? How do we keep the edge? Is it queen b6?
So what's the... there's nothing being threatened, right? So
just your queen.
Queen b6, sure.
Yeah.
Let's say.
And this is because this is quite a big eval in white's favor. I was just trying to figure out like why so big. I mean, I guess knight e5 is just very unpleasant, yeah?
Knight e5 is unpleasant. I think it just always goes back to the bishop on c2 and knight f3 coordinates so well to take the d file from black's pieces. D4, D3, D2, and D1. And it means white's not really concerned about the queen invading. As long as we control the b4 square, I feel like we're doing fine. Black's king never feels safe from back rank, and then we also have knight e5 kind of thrown in. So it's not like all these work at once, but they all have to be considered by FIDE every single move and make sure you're not blundering anything. It's kind of
basically, Fabi still has some chances of pressure in this seemingly innocuous symmetric position.
I think so. And I'm more and more attracted to the move b3 here because I think we went rook d1 and then, you know, the queen can go to c7. What about b3 to defend c4? Because then if queen d6, I could still go rook d1. Yeah,
okay. So
I really want to defend that.
You got a peculiar taste in pawn moves there, Aman.
What, b3 and what was my other one?
No, just b3.
Oh, just b3.
Just b3 is enough to let me know. Okay, interesting. No, I see your point. You want this pawn really securely guarded. It's interesting. It didn't come to my mind so much just because, you know, the visuals of like these two light square pawns, but maybe, let's see, what am I going to do on this pawn move?
Yeah, because black doesn't really have a ton of like tremendous moves incoming.
Yeah, it's like I can't really use that square. Maybe I mean, knight g6 is also problematic.
Yeah, in many instances, I might just grab it. But it feels like white has
like a patient
move.
little pawn move, yeah? It's interesting. Okay, let me try to kind of deal with this one. So basically, every time I go queen d6, you're always going rook d1.
And let's say a better version of what we looked at was like I would decline the trade with rook e1, and then I could play queen b6, e3, much safer.
Yeah. I'm starting to appreciate this little pawn move, because it's just very restrictive against this bishop.
b3 is a lock. Fabi, I'm locking it in. Fabi, b3, calm, casual.
Yeah, it's like if we take the queens off the board, black will be very comfortable, right? So that's the...
Yeah, and almost black would play the move c5, knight c6, and it'd damn near be better. So,
okay, I have an idea.
Okay.
Let's try the ugly knight c8. I'm trying to like...
You just want to trade and also take b6 from me.
Yeah, let's try that. You have rook d1, but okay, then I just won't go queen e7.
Yeah, you still
Actually,
can.
I still can if I want to,
It's probably okay. Let's think here.
So this is probably my next move.
Right.
And by the way, we have a move from Fabi. He went for your b3.
No, it was a lock, yeah.
Nice, nice.
I get one good move a commentary day, so that's my contribution.
That's it? You can just go home now?
Yeah, I don't have much more than that in the tank. Yeah, I feel good about b3 because is knight c8 a move that Vidit's gonna find easily or be comfortable playing?
I mean, yeah, it's like he doesn't have a whole lot of moves, right? I mean, he can try queen d6, right? So you can kind of make the case, okay, maybe this move didn't change a whole lot. We can still go for the queen trade.
Right. Yeah, rook d1 for sure.
Rook d1, queen back, and then...
There might be like lots of ways to proceed here, but I just feel like the rooks should remain on the board.
Yeah.
So I'm big on rook e1, and if the queen goes back to d6 now...
Then you went to b6, right?
Now I want b6, and I think I've done it a bit better than the game. Or sorry, than our last variation.
Yeah. How do I keep this balanced? I mean, there's not complete equality here for black, as we see.
No. There's also no, I mean, maybe a move like knight c8 has to...
Yeah, but here's the thing. Maybe I'm going to try like not playing like the computer is best. Let's go for this knight c8 and see if you can still like show me though why it's a little bit inferior to like queen d6. Because I'm just curious, like what's the answer to this? If it's something very difficult that white has to find, then maybe knight c8 is a reasonable practical choice.
Yeah, the thing is, I don't think white ever has to work very hard here. It feels like white will always be okay. Like rook e1, I feel like can't be
okay, all right.
a mistake.
All right, so I think I'm about to play queen e7. And let's see if maybe you still will have to work a little bit.
I think I wanted to go, like basically my target square here is maybe e4. So I'm playing e5 or e3. I liked e5 initially.
Yeah, it's pretty active.
And then queen b4 just doesn't sting the way it used to. In fact, it doesn't even make a threat at the moment. But point being, when the pawn was on b2, it felt like everything was attacked. Now it doesn't even bother me. Queen c7 I have, queen e4.
It's really funny that when I go queen d6, you still have rook d1.
Amazing, yeah.
That idea is just everywhere, these back rank problems that black has.
Which is why this h6 move, like, look, it's probably the best, one of the best moves in that position, but it just didn't feel like it did anything at the same time.
How ugly is that? I mean, it's ugly, but is it uglier than my position already is? Question. You know, no one dreams about double pawns when they.
But this
Start
type
out,
of
but-
this type of stuff will weigh on Vidit's conscience,
Yeah.
like those decisions. Whereas Fabi is like just b3, rook e1, queen
Yeah.
e5. He's flicking moves in that are good and very effortless. And this bishop c2, knight f3, pawn c4 combo is dominating the position right now. So
All right, so this game is still a game that can bring us some intrigue.
Yep.
And meanwhile, let's take a look at the women's boards. It looks like Lei's position against Logno is getting even better than it was. So she did play g5, bishop d3. White invites black to double their pawns, which black decides to do. King g2.
And by the way, I think this was Logno's best attempt because we saw g5, h4 nearly winning a piece in every line. I think offering the doubled pawns on f3 was almost the only solution.
Yeah, she was threatening bishop takes. Well, I don't even know if that's a threat, right? Because even e6 is met by f4. So I guess we could ask the question, actually, why didn't...
h5 happen?
Yeah, why didn't Lei just continue with this?
Does it have anything to do with just taking f5 and then I want to say h4? But
Yeah, but basically I think h5 was something she really needed to consider, right? So she didn't have to go for this bishop f3, but
totally, yeah.
it seems like a reasonable idea from her. King g2, h5, h3.
This is the
g4.
kind of move where it's just, you don't have to have everything calculated. It'll just work. There's no way white is somehow doing well after this.
Okay, so, oh, this is so cool though. Her idea is like pawn takes and b5, isn't it? Or I think so.
b5 and queen b7.
Yeah.
Wow, that's actually really
Because
cool.
at first I was like, why is this actually bad for white? It doesn't feel bad if I can get my bishop here. It's actually the best position white has had in a long time.
But I have queen a6, I was just noticing.
But still, something tells me we got to get to this diagonal like pronto. So I don't know, let's just try this move, right? But yeah, queen a6 doesn't let me. That's the problem, yeah? You're covering these squares. Okay, then let's look for a better move.
So, I mean, it could be something as boring and simple as bishop h4, or like just, you know, trade more of the defenders in the position.
And then kind of like use the queen this way.
Yep, queen g7.
It is
rook
pretty
f8.
boring, but it might be very effective, right? Yeah, I can see that. I can see that because this bishop is the main defender.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is a good option for us, bishop h4.
And she didn't take on g4.
Oh, may I also suggest
Must have seen something.
bishop maybe, well, bishop g5, yeah, maybe not quite as good because we don't actually have that square yet.
Yeah, that's true.
So bishop h4 was good, and she went f4 instead.
I mean, she probably is seeing the exact same things after taking an f4. Basically, if black reaches that diagonal, the game ends. But Lei reacted the exact same way. Bishop h4.
Bishop h4, she wants to remove this bishop. Kind of looks like mate is coming soon, doesn't it?
It does, and the only reason that it's not not something I'm expecting any moment is because the bishop, which moved to e4 next, by the way, covers that diagonal from a8 to h1, but also the h7 square. So I can breathe for like 1 to 2 more moves, but
Well, this looks like it's going to be a big result for Lei. But we're also seeing something
Really
happening in the other game of the leader. Tan Zhongyi is not doing well against Salimova. She just made a move in a difficult position that, well, her position was already honestly not great looking, but she just played b5. I guess there's some tricks that she has with bishop b6 that she's hoping for. But I suppose that we should first consider like what happens when we take the exchange.
Yeah. I mean, bishop b6 and king f1, I guess, goes into her nice little combo, knight h2.
Oh, and she has a checkmate. Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. Nice to
pretty
show.
Cool. Yeah.
Bishop g4 and bishop takes f3, I think is
checkmate.
Is mate.
And this one is not because you're giving up all
because
your
of
pieces.
the brilliant rook d3.
Right. I was like, why is my move bad? But yeah, okay. This one is actually the right way to checkmate immediately. Okay. So she's setting a trap for Salimova. So Salimova has to find, well, I guess the other move other than this. It must be bishop c6, right?
But yeah, I was wondering, I mean, knight takes e8 is for sure a trap of sorts, but it does not look like the next move is difficult remotely. Like bishop c6
bishop c6 is what happened, and then rook e7.
I mean,
so the point basically is like now on the check.
Yeah, I can just go to
just
g2.
G2. Yeah, and like knight e3.
Just take that.
We just take it, and then bishop takes e8, and we won a piece.
That's right.
So bishop c6 was not a difficult find, and that is why Tan plays rook e7. But her position, I mean, she's down a pawn. White's pieces look great. And
let's not forget, even bishop b6, bishop d4 is a very reasonable reaction to that if you don't want to get into the weeds about like knight e3 and all this kind of dangerous stuff. So it feels like Salimova has a really nice bishop d4 move if she's getting scared about variations. And apart from bishop b6, like I can't even spot kind of a meaningful threat for Tan, who is at risk from what we see in front of us here of her lead being usurped in a single round, because we just left Lei's board, which looks fantastic, trending to be winning for her. And this one almost looks even tougher than the position Lagno has against Lei.
Yeah, I mean, except I still feel like Lagno is going to get mated soon. And this game I think is going to go on for a while. And I think in general, Salimova, well, her technique in the time trouble has been a little bit shaky sometimes. I mean, she like lost a +5 to 6 position against Vaishali, and this is not yet at that level. So, you know, that pawn is still going to be some work to convert. In fact, what do you think is like our first move to kind of proceed with the conversion here?
I guess both king g2 and h3 would come to mind as starter moves.
King g2. You know, we have like the more aggressive f5 if we want, but I don't know.
I feel like those are the moves that cause me to lose.
Yeah, like f5, you know, bishop b3, and
yeah,
who
precisely,
knows, right?
precisely.
Yeah, so we need to be a little careful here with our technique for sure.
Also, moves that just kind of take my pieces off danger squares and put them on safe squares, like bishop back to f3 comes to mind. A nice, like, simple move like that.
I like h3, king g2.
Knight h6, king g2.
Yeah, like that is very
professional.
Very technical.
Agreed. Yeah.
You know, kick the knight to a less active square, make the king, get him out of the check.
Yeah.
And so there's not like a forced win here. That's why I think this game is going to continue for a while. While Lei, let's just see how she's doing. Lei is more likely to finish sooner, so she got herself a trade here. Okay, so let's think about how she's gonna break through.
Yeah, like, is there an all-in approach here? Because you can't use the H file with your queen, and you can't get on that long diagonal just yet, at least.
There has to be something very specific, because in some cases, like, if the queens are off the board, white is just fine.
Completely fine.
White's not down material. White's pawn structure is pretty good. The pieces are pretty good. So really, it's a matter of like this king getting mated.
Right.
And that's all, right? That's the only issue that white has. But white always has these ideas of bringing the rook to h1. So why is it like so bad for Logno?
Because, for example, rook h3, if we want to try that move.
Yeah.
Rook h1, like white's gonna come over to defend. And then if you like double rooks, I'm not sure you're actually getting anywhere there. Because like bringing the rook to h3 on its own doesn't actually do that much.
Wow, we've managed to make
That's what I mean.
most natural moves, and all of them have been mistakes.
Exactly. So that's why I'm like, I don't think this is that obvious.
Right.
Yeah, you need a little bit of precision. Plus, the moment you threaten nothing, white can scare you with b4, and you things start to maybe fall apart. Or
Yeah. Okay, so first of all, let's note this queen needs to be improved in order for black's attack to work. Could it be queen g7 as a starter?
I think white is, I guess, maybe not forced to play rook h1, because I could react to queen h6 with rook h1.
So then queen g7 actually feels kind of slow too, right? Wow, so it's not that. So is Lei okay? Lei has played knight f3. And I don't think this is a move that the engine likes very much. So look at that. It wasn't that easy. The
Hey, I
evaluation
said
was
it wasn't that
impressive.
easy.
Yeah.
I was like, if I don't see queen h7 and you're like b5, somehow we were
Yeah.
not getting on that diagonal. I was like, hang on a second. What are we actually threatening?
Yeah, well, somehow Logno has managed to get her bishop to a really good diagonal, right? So Lei played here. But the thing is, does she have a win after bishop takes f3?
First of all, bishop f3 looks forced,
Yeah.
like none other.
And why is this so bad for white? White just takes the pawn with the king, and I don't see any checks.
I really don't see anything here, because let's say you play queen h7 and you finally arrange your queen to the h file. It's not even about the h file anymore. The king, it has shelter from all the e, f, and g file checks, and white is challenging the d file. So it's like you're not winning by just getting on the h file here. I don't really know. And white can trade pieces at any point as well.
Well, that was a shocking turn of events, how in one move, the evaluation changes so much. So we were on this story that Lei was going to win. She's going to be the new leader of the tournament. Tan is going to lose. But we don't know if Tan is going to lose. But Lei might not be winning at all after this move. And yeah, Logno has just taken everything. It's a very surprising decision, because you just don't really see the possibilities for the attack, right, in this position. But okay, maybe there are. She just brought her queen over quickly to h7. So she thinks that this is looking very dangerous.
So if...
And also this.
Right. I guess if you take the rook on d8 and then the rook takes back,
Yeah.
and white challenges again with rook d1, then you start to, walk into queen h5, and that looks quite scary, actually. I wanted to initially bring my queen to e4, but then queen h5 happens again.
Right.
And that feels like the main thing that Logno needs to
Not to
deal
blunder
with.
the rook.
Yeah,
Right.
something involving queen h5 is the main trickery here.
Yeah. Well, I think we're probably going to get mated if we go rook h1. I
Agreed.
just don't really have a good feeling about letting that queen in.
No, that has to be... In fact, I think that is lost.
Well, let's figure out the big threat, right? So like if you go here and I just move my king, Am I actually losing? Because I don't think I am.
No, I don't think so.
So then the next question is this a threat?
I think that's a threat. I think that's the threat, which is, it's kind of all leading me to some sort of conclusion to play like Queen C2.
Yes, right? Yeah. Uh-huh.
So I don't know if that's a good move, but I really like it in the sense that I don't care about Queen H5, King G2, and you check me on the H file, I'll go back to F3. That doesn't really bother me as much, but even that Queen C2 move,
it's a little scary, and also we are almost hanging a rook, but like fortunately when they take us, we take on D8 first before recapturing. Okay, this is like one of the possibilities, right, to defend. I'm not like convinced yet that this is the only one, but it makes some sense, you know, to challenge for the D3 square. And actually the engine does like it now. You know,
Queen H5.
Queen H5, and I guess we get our perpetual after King F2.
We can, the only way that black seems to be able to try is to then like switch to the G file and whatnot. But for example, rook D to G8, at some point we can just play rook H1.
Yeah. Yeah, rook there or rook G1. I mean, the thing is though, like white's up a pawn and it's a very nice 3-against-1 advantage. So like black can't really mess around for too long, right? Like this move is possible. Rook H1 is a challenge. Yeah, I kind of agree.
Queen G4.
You know, yeah, you can do it. You can offer them to take both rooks, but white should be doing fine there. And she actually does pull the queen back to C2.
Yeah, just identifying, I think, that the H file wasn't the scary part. It's the D3 square, and she takes control of it. We've actually seen this from Lei in a few of her games where she like opens up like a tremendous advantage, really well played, but I often feel rushes or kind of sacrifices slightly recklessly. And sometimes it works out. Like the way she salvaged that draw through sacrifices yesterday was really remarkable, because a lot of those sacrifices were just dubious and dubious and dubious and down so many pieces. And here she just kind of played knight F3 so confidently that I wonder how much of that is getting Lacno to sort of believe.
Yeah.
Because that's a weapon at this point.
Yeah, no, but this is actually, you know what's really funny though? Lagno is going to get a huge save the same way that Lei got a huge save against her.
Right.
So at least there's that sort of balance in their little match.
That's right, in the
right?
world.
Because, I mean, really, like, she had such a huge edge against Lei.
Yep.
And it's kind of comparable, I don't know, it's the edge that Lei has had against her in this game.
Fair.
So it's interesting like that. All right, shall we move on and take a look? By the way, Salimova did play what we thought with H3 and King G2.
Yeah, that's a good continuation from her.
Let's take a look back at Caruana Vidit. I see a strangely placed king on F8. That's why I wanted to go here.
This is the Fabiano massage is starting soon. Yeah, where he just takes that small advantage and just tries to squeeze it into something. I don't know. I feel like Fabiano is really, really good at these types of positions here. We haven't seen much develop, so there's not really much to comment on, but I think these slow moves, slow positions, that's his style.
All right. Well, let's take a quick look at Naka versus Firouzja, because that one is spicing up. So they had some tactics explode after knight b5, d3, which we were expecting. Okay, and Naka actually went for rook c5, which we didn't look at all. Like, we just thought moving the bishop back. He took on c5, de2, rook e1, knight d3. So super tactical line. Wow. And apparently it was a mistake for black to take this rook so quickly, but here we are with white having with white having 2 pieces for the rook and 1 pawn.
I feel like at this point I might have to pull a Vichy. And I think you were the one that told me Vichy, he's always the guy who's like, you know what? Let's leave this analysis and take a break.
Okay.
I'll pull a Vichy.
Do it.
Guys, we're going to go to break. I heard Vichy likes to do that, so I'm going to take my first break here on the FIDE Candidates stream. We'll be right back.
We are here with legend Peter Spidler in the fan zone at the 2024 candidates. First of all, Peter, how has your experience in the candidates been this year?
Tense. This has been a very tense tournament. It looks to be very tense till the very end. So not unexpected, but yeah, that would be the word I'd choose.
And you are, of course, a very experienced candidate yourself. You've played in 3, am I right? And what was your best result?
I tied for 3rd in London, and also in a tournament that was the same structure but wasn't called the candidates, I tied for 2nd with Anand in 2005. So But that was the World Championship, even though it was an 8-player double round robin anyway. So I've had some decent-ish results, but in both of those events, somebody else was running away with it, so I wasn't really in the fight for first as such.
But you do have a lot of experience with crucial games and winning when it's needed, especially your final game against Magnus in black in 2013.
Yeah, that was an interesting memory. I still remember feeling like maybe more than potentially any other game I played, although that maybe is overstating it a little bit, but not by much. You felt like you were part of a theater performance, you know, because there was this whole storyline of Magnus playing me, but also playing against Vlad, who was playing his black game against Vasily Ivanchuk, and they constantly had to watch how each other was doing. And it was, of course, a lot more difficult for them than it was for us sitting opposite and only playing our game. But you did get the feeling that you were part of something incredibly dramatic. And the game itself really wasn't bad at all either.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you won, you beat Magnus, but it sounds like it was a movie.
Yeah, it really did. It rarely does feel like a movie, honestly. But that, I think, could have, like that last round could have been made into a short. Yeah.
And I want to talk about the pressure of such a high-stakes tournament and keeping your mental agility and physical health until the very end. Because, of course, players get tired, fatigue comes in, and some aren't doing too well. How do you handle the pressure? How do you keep yourself at 100?
I don't think that anybody does, honestly. I don't like if somebody tells you at the end of this 14-round tournament that they feel as fresh as they did before the round one. I would assume they're lying. I really would assume they're lying. But you do what you can to stay sort of as charged as possible. You go on walks. I don't know. These days I try to do some exercise and what have you. But yeah, it's incredibly taxing, both physically and mentally. And yeah, staying on top until the end, I think, is maybe the biggest challenge, actually, considering how much is at stake and how long these event tournaments are.
And we had a few interviews before the start of this tournament with all the candidates. And one of my questions to them was, how would you compare the candidates tournament to other tournaments? Of course, you played in high-level prestige tournaments around the world, 8-time Russian champion. You know, you've got some experience. What would you say, other than coming out on top, just one winner being most important, what would you say are the biggest differences?
Well, that is the biggest difference. It's outside of the World Championship match, the title match, which not everybody gets to play in their career. Yeah, hello. This is the most pressure you can be under in competitive chess because you are one step away from that pinnacle. And the fact that you're playing in a winner-takes-all format, which is not always the case in chess tournaments, obviously. Even in the World Cup, obviously winning the World Cup is the goal, but these days World Cup is also part of the cycle, and if you get to the final, you've qualified for the candidates, so in a way you've already achieved something having gotten to the final. Whereas here, as you know, and I'm aging myself here quite wonderfully. What was that movie called? Over the Top, yeah? The Sylvester Stallone flick, which you wouldn't have seen. You're a bit too young for that. Yes, yeah. Second place is nothing, as the quote goes. So, yeah, that situation where you absolutely have to play for first and nothing else really matters more or less at all. Considering the caliber of people who get to this tournament, they are not here to earn some money. They are here to try and win and get a title shot. Yeah, it makes it unlike anything else.
Well, thank you, Peter. It was great seeing you here in a different capacity as being a player, and I hope we see you in many more candidates in the future.
Thank you very much.
So let's jump into what's happening in the game between Nakamura and Firouzja. It looks like Firouzja made a bit of an inaccuracy here in hurrying to take the rook, like obviously a very natural decision, but somehow the engine was preferring to delay that by targeting this rook instead.
This is all so, what were the last couple of moves? Because I feel like we did a reasonable job predicting what was going to happen. D3 was, I think, a guarantee. Nobody's playing knight A6 there. And I'm a little shocked we didn't get that bishop d1 move, which
Right.
yeah, it did seem natural actually.
Yeah, Hikaru decided to let the pawn get all the way to e2 and even to let the knight into d3, but he
Right.
took this bishop. So right now, white is officially up a piece for the moment, but this rook is hanging. And so somehow the move queen d7, I mean, even though it puts the knight into a pin, I guess was creating some big problems for this rook
Right.
because the rook doesn't really have a lot of squares.
Yeah, and f2 is loose, e1. Like e1 can be taken because you can lose your queen and then take on f3
Right.
with check.
So how would like white even go about protecting this rook? I mean, not obvious, right? But okay, let's see what's on the board. So Firouzja took knight e1. There was a trade of queens. Somehow white is having the advantage here with his two pieces versus the rook and pawn. Rook a d8, bishop c3. Actually, it's really nice the way Hikaru's like anchored that bishop to defend everything. And rook d1 coming down, and it's Hikaru's turn. He's not really in any immediate danger.
No, not at all. The best case scenario would be like successfully achieving f3, king f2
Right.
to bring that king closer, but it's possible that you'd be rushing it by doing it right away. Maybe I almost think of like knight d4 to c2 as like a just everything holds e1, and then I just want to play f3, king f2, and my rook can slide. I feel like I don't need my rook on defense.
Do you think we can also do like rook c5?
So the only thing about rook c5,
Is there some kind of a problem with like rook d8 or?
so if rook d8, how do you react to that?
I mean, I was kind of hoping for rook c7.
That's fair.
For
Just
now,
take.
you know, you don't really have rook d1 because you have your back rank problems. I mean, I could throw in f3, to be honest. I could throw in f3, make you move, and then just take the pawn. Or not? Why not? It's interesting. Why is black winning in this position?
I wonder how much of, yeah, I guess because king f2 is almost possible right away. So
Right,
it's a
like
bit-
if you go here, I just defend everything. So there's, that wasn't really what we blundered. So we're missing something else, which I think is knight d5. Oops.
Right.
And then you take my bishop and my knight. That's what we missed. Okay, so let's not blunder that, right? But rook c7, I don't have to make such a...
No, I think this
Yeah.
all makes sense. But f3 knight e3 feels a little unnecessary right away. Like I definitely want to corral the pieces first.
But he went for f3.
Yeah, I don't know. It seems
Knight
risky,
e3.
but he's obviously got it figured out.
And so then I guess just rook c5. And as basically king f2 next.
Yeah, exact same idea. Although we don't have to play rook e8 to d8, which is probably not a very helpful move at this point.
But there's not much black can do, yeah? I mean, if black goes knight c2, you just go king f2. And the thing is, like, these two pieces are doing better than the rook. Yeah, this pawn is not really going anywhere. It's securely blockaded.
What about rook c1 instead of knight c2? I'm trying to trying to create
Rook
some
c1. Okay.
yeah, some like discomfort.
Knight d1 ideas. Got it.
Knight d1, but also knight c2 and knight takes e1. If it were my turn here, I think would also be good.
Okay, so I need to be a little bit precise. This move actually loses
Yeah.
to the check. Then you take my bishop and you take my knight. So I have to have some level of precision.
I consistently go back to this knight d4 idea because I keep feeling like it covers everything at once.
So you really want to go back. That's interesting.
Yeah, the only thing with this is I probably am going to play knight d1 anyway. And I don't know.
Yeah, so we want to take,
move.
yeah?
Mm-hmm.
And then it's like my only move might be something like
Bishop b4.
bishop b4.
Yeah.
And then somehow we're slowly losing the advantage.
Yeah, I think the other move is knight c2, knight d to c2.
That still holds things.
But then you're just dealing with, I guess, rook takes c2,
Yeah.
knight takes c2, knight takes c3.
This rook end game, yeah?
Yeah, although it looks like a tremendous rook end game. Because I think the sad part here is that rook e7.
Rook b3.
Could rook e7 lose to rook e3?
Rook e3 here.
Yeah.
It's possible. Okay, let's see.
Hikaru's done a tremendous job with this game to get the position he has. This feels like, although the eval isn't getting up there, just the imbalance of two pieces for the rook, as soon as Hikaru finds coordination, feels winning, like immediately winning. So Alireza, I feel like, has to be extremely accurate.
So here it's like, the question is which way the rook should go, right? The first thing you look at is this, but
yeah,
you really have to calculate that pawn end game because we're not completely sure if we're winning.
That's right.
And then this one, you're basically threatening back rank mates. You want to come in here. Maybe you can do that. Or I wonder what else you can start with. Like rook c6 is interesting.
Yeah, I like hunting the pawn like that.
Interesting
rook
move.
c5.
Okay, so let's go back a little bit and see where we're at. So we have the knight on e3, and we're expecting this rook to go to c5. That was pretty much the only move that we considered.
I mean, there are other, like rook at f4, knight d5 seems to win.
Right.
So it's hard to not play rook c5 because it just dominates the squares the knight wants to use as well. So the only other move would be rook g5, and I mean it does threaten g7, so it does need to be considered. But
then there's always f6, right?
Yeah, it's just that's not what you want to be doing with white. Your goal is deal with the e-pawn, coordinate the pieces, and win from there. Not trying to go for counterattack. So rook c5, I think, almost certainly.
So rook c5 we have, and then you came up with this interesting move, rook c1. So I wonder if we played in the most accurate way here as white. So primary idea that you have is knight d1 to
I guess
c3.
Currently in the position, my primary idea is knight c2.
Knight c2.
But yeah,
using
knight d1
the unprotected rook. So if, I mean, I don't have a great feeling about this move. Yeah, I don't, because we already know why. First of all, there's like knight d5 things that I need to not walk into. So I need to look for something more accurate. Yeah, but I mean, this idea of coming back was actually pretty good.
Yeah, I think it actually worked out decently there.
There's some weird like knight c7 that we could look at that I don't particularly like.
Yeah, knight c7.
Knight c7, we could look at it.
It's kind of interesting because even if black wins the e1 knight, white just plays king f2.
Yeah. So what you're saying is like on knight c2, we just take.
Yep.
When you take, I take, and actually, wait, there's some move here that is way more winning. Oh, wow. I think do I see it?
Rook e5, I wonder, it just gets mated. Yeah, wow. So then it has to be knight f6, rook c8, bishop f6. That still doesn't work.
So there's something better than bishop e1, right? So I was looking at knight f6, but that they take us. Okay, so I mean, the point was to go for this.
Yeah, and
take on and f6.
but after knight d3.
Yeah, but then you have knight d3, and you're like,
no,
promoting
it's
this
just.
pawn.
I think we just want to get the rook out of the way and then bring the king. That's all it is. Like king f2 and just take on e2.
Ah, you're taking, and that's it.
That's
But
it's interesting that you need to sack a knight just to make this king move, and you get your rook out of the.
I see. So basically, now I understand why we did what we did. Okay, because we need to have that as a check. Otherwise, you can never really play this move because of knight d3. So we gave up the knight, but it's really to save the rook. And then you get out of that danger, you win the pawn, and then you're just winning in this endgame, plus you're often threatening bishop f6. Okay, so knight e3, it seems like rook c5, rook c1, even knight c7 can be a move.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a kind of a difficult one to make for white, but the direct knight c2 doesn't work.
So yeah, and I don't know if there must be a better, or at least other option compared to rook c1, but somehow like it just looks a little tricky, just cause some confusion with the bishop being pinned and pinning the e1 knight.
But Hikaru has like excellent winning chances, don't you think?
Tremendous. I really do. Like I really feel like Ali Reza, one wrong move, especially with the time ticking down like this. You immediately, the two pieces, let's say, always beats the rook in these situations. Ali Reza is kind of hanging on by tactics and this e2 pawn threats. The moment he, does the wrong one, then...
Okay, he went for a different move, actually, Hikaru. He went for a move we hadn't even considered, which maybe is going to transpose in some way.
Wow,
but he went for knight c7.
Very interesting. And yeah, if rook c8, then rook c5. I mean, not even rook c5 needed.
It could be rook e5.
Rook e5, right.
Yeah, if the rook moves here, you kind of have to move your rook, and maybe this is just the way to do it.
Knight c2, and then king
f2.
f2 is a great...
yeah, you even have rook e2 if you really want.
Rook e2, wow. That's nice.
So Hikaru is trying to be very precise here, grabbing a pawn. Ali Reza plays rook e7.
Now, rook c5 seems very likely. There's no knight d5. And yeah. I mean, rook b5 is the only other consideration, but rook c5 looks solid.
So Hikaru kind of won an extra pawn on the c file. And still there's like back rank checkmates in the air that black is going to have to deal with.
Yeah.
Like you're already considering, things like knight d5.
That's right.
Hikaru's liking his position. Look at him nodding his head. He's feeling confident, and I agree. It's like maybe the computer is still considering this in holding territory for Ali Reza, but practically speaking, I just don't see this being so easy for him.
I don't. Yeah, I was also thinking even rook b5 instead of rook c5 could be a move that interests Hikaru, because maybe black plays like h5 here to just toss a pawn forward, like have some space. And because I'm hunting for ways to like simplify, I was looking at rook b8 and rook e8, and I noticed maybe an interesting move for black. Rook e8, rook takes c7, and then rook takes c3.
We kind of
bottled it there at the end.
This little tactic at the end. Yeah, okay. So we probably don't have to do anything so fancy. I think Hikaru is getting ready to play his move. By the way, Caruana is definitely putting Vidit under some pressure. Let's take a quick look at their board. I mean, I'm not convinced with this king on e8, Aman.
Oh, it really made the full journey, huh?
King to e8, now back to f8, but still he's somehow holding on. It's shocking that he's still holding on. You really want to like go all in with like knight g5, but you should do a little bit of calculation before you actually play that terrible move.
Yep. And let's not forget queen c5 in the current position by white. Queen d6, rook d3. We'll continue to make this threat till the end of time.
He actually had played queen c5, I think.
Yeah. It makes sense. Now, the nice thing for Fabi is he knows Vidit doesn't really have a clue of what to do, so he's just kind of shuffling. And wow, this king e8 move being played is so remarkable. Like right into the rook's line of fire, and I believe g4.
G4 is on the board. Wow.
I mean, at what point do you play g4, right? When your opponent's like bringing the king to e8?
I like g4. I like that he's giving his king the g2 square.
Yep.
It seems to be just like a little way that he's improving his position. And I mean, okay, I can see at some point you might want to move these pawns forward, but I kind of see this move is about having king g2 without, I don't know, hanging a pawn in h3. What do you think? Do you think this move has more aggressive intentions than just giving the king the square?
I think it's a move that passes things back to black, which is powerful on its own. So just to be able to know that king f8 does not look like a normal move here. So Vidit can't just repeat what he's been doing. So it has that element. Yeah, maybe in the future we can move the pawns, but I would say, yeah, it's just nice to get the g2 square, nice to restrict f5, and most importantly, just pass the move.
Well, let's say he does go to f8, because that seems to be what he's been wanting to do these last few moves.
Right.
Are we going to go with something crazy like g5, or should we just improve a little bit with king g2?
Yeah, king g2. I'm wondering after knight e5 what the situation is. But
I'm
knight
thinking
e5
about knight e5 here, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
It looks like Lei and Logno are going to be agreeing to a draw soon. Yeah.
We didn't see that one going any other way once Logno found queen c2
Yeah.
in that game. Yeah.
Well, that's a big missed opportunity for Lei.
It is. Yeah, definitely jumped the gun on knight f3 in that game, but certainly not a bad result. And I think you mentioned maybe that's a bit of a makeup result for their last encounter.
That's right. Yeah, where Logno messed up a very good position. Okay, so here we really like what Fabi has. Queen f4 is on the board. Vidit decides to not just move around his king, but to try a semi-active move. Of course, there's no sacrifices here yet. The knight is still under attack. So Fabi can kind of do anything, right? King g2,
yeah,
still a move, nice and solid move. More aggressive than that, I don't really see something we can do like right away.
Yeah, you could try to pressure like queen a7 or queen b6, maybe queen b6.
You know what I'm curious about? So basically every time we offer a queen trade, like how is white supposed to decline it?
Probably
queen b6?
Yeah, queen b6 always looks pretty reasonable.
Yeah. I guess it's a choice between that and queen h5, yeah? Which I think he's also tried that square before.
I guess the good thing, though, is now he's playing g5 next.
Yeah.
So that's kind of smart. And queen h5 threatens rook e6 in a lot of lines.
So we got king g2 on the board. Fabi still having this very stable advantage. Vidit in a very passive position, been trying to hold on. Let's take a look at the game between Abbasov and Gukesh. Well, Gukesh has succeeded in winning the white A pawn. There's been a lot of trades. The queens have come off the board. Of course, this is not an impressive scenario for white.
No, this is a huge achievement for Gukesh. The only thing is his knight is still not joining the game, but
if it does, then it's going to be really bad.
Yeah, then that might just spell the end for Abbasov. So I guess the other situation is if you can't move the knight to d7 and you can't move the rook from c8, what are the next moves as white starts to maybe bring the king into the middle?
Right. So I guess, yeah, white probably needs to just improve the king. White's best piece is this very nice bishop, although the rook is also doing a good job. And I guess the problem is like if he moves the pawn, which I think he just made a move, it was a5, yeah, a5.
Feels like the only thing to do.
Yeah, I mean, if you get the pawn to a3, things are going to get really good for black. So white needs to play rook here, I think.
Yeah.
Now you got to protect it like this. And then maybe we're going to be bothering you somehow.
Yep. This looks very smart. I was also thinking about bishop c2 to a4, and where we're like stopping the a pawn and pressuring the c pawn. But I like this a lot. Yeah, rook a2 is good.
The problem is like, okay, you want to already come out because no one's really stopping you. So if I go rook b2, I'm already walking into knight d7. So I need to do something quickly here to maintain.
I wonder how
equality.
viable rook d2 is. Like, it looks
Because you're not really going a4 because I come back, right?
Yeah,
Wow.
It's a little silly, but
Yeah, I mean, it's possible. It's definitely possible. It's interesting. Anything else that we can do? I mean, bishop e3 is extremely ugly and will give us the worst pawns ever, so we can't do that. C4. Don't really believe in that. Just go knight d7. Rook a4 is a bit interesting.
Knight d7.
Rook c4, and then you just kind of go knight c5.
And instead of rook a2 previously, I'm just curious about bishop c2. Is that even a viable move here?
That takes a little bit of pressure off this pawn, right? So maybe black can try to improve the rook at some points. But yeah, if I put the rook here, you put the bishop here, and then you're quite happy.
Yeah, I just feel like if I get bishop a4, I should be able to stop everything at once. A pawn, hitting c6, and hitting d7 with the rook.
Yeah, interesting too.
Long term, it does feel like white will need to play to unpin the f pawn for sure. So king f1, definitely g4, and then maybe bishop g3, f4. So, you know, if nothing gets done by Gukesh, I think that's what Abbasov is going to do.
Shall we take a look at Naka versus Firouzja?
Yeah, I know he was primed to make a move when we last left.
Yeah, so he defended the knight with rook c5.
Makes sense.
f6, yeah, taking care of the back rank issues, and now bishop b4. Okay.
And I do feel like the move rook c1 may have been on his radar, just a little bit of a bothersome pin. So before king f2, he plays bishop b4, and you know, even though the engine might support or not support moves here, I feel like as long as Hikaru's not totally blundering something, that he's in a good spot.
Yeah, in fact, you know, it was easy to blunder. King f2 was already a blunder.
There you
like,
go.
because rook c1 and then this annoying threat that we've seen repetitively, knight d1. So Hikaru is trying to avoid that. He needs to make sure this bishop stays solid because he's so important for protecting the knight. So bishop b4 makes sense. And also stopping knight c2 ideas. And it looks like he's solidifying his position, and he's going to be kind of, at some point, going king f2 and trying to win that pawn.
Yeah, it really does. It'll take some technique before then. I was even briefly considering the move a5 here, but then I realized the bishop b4 move, while it does eyeball the rook,
yeah, we can just
take it. Yeah, there's no reason, as long as the bishop's guarding the knight on e1. Hikaru's happy.
I feel like it's getting more and more difficult for Firouzja to like really come up with something here.
Agreed.
Because basically white just has this blockade on the passed pawn, and white has plans of improvement while black is running out of ways to improve his position.
Yep, so tough for Firouzja, and as you indicated, I mean, every move that Hikaru plays feels like it gets him closer to an advantage, and Firouzja doesn't feel like he can improve much.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough, I think, for him. Just playing a very motivated player and trying to come to the game creating something himself.
That's right.
Right. Yeah. And that could backfire on him. But from the perspective of the tournament, it's going to be pretty amazing for Hikaru to get a win, to even up with Jan, who is going to be making a very
this appears
tame draw, most likely.
It's amazing how that one decision from Prague to play A5 and Nepo played A4, I did feel from there that at least it wasn't going to be that difficult, but not a very inspiring day from Jan, but hey, the guy is kind of knows what he's doing at the tail end of these tournaments, so hard to criticize.
Yeah, we'll see. But, it could give Naka a chance to catch up to him. And even Gukesh has a chance to catch up to Jan because Gukesh, he's at least a little bit better, right? He's up a pawn.
For sure.
He doesn't really risk anything. Abbasov still has to defend this endgame.
Yep, absolutely.
And yeah, I like your idea of this transfer of the bishop to A4. It feels quite solid. But can you imagine like a 3-player tie for first?
I actually can. Crazy enough, this tournament feels like it's had a little bit of everything in terms of intrigue, and Hikaru is just giving us that photo finish that we're looking for, pushing an edge against Alireza. To 2-0 Alireza, seriously impressive in this format.
And by the way, Caruana could be the other relevant player in this
Don't forget about him.
Yeah, because he is still better against Vidit. He hasn't really been able to make too much progress, but the position looks quite similar to what we had seen. Black offered a queen trade. We know that White doesn't really want to trade queens.
Yep.
So the question is, is Caruana going to be able to break through? Right? We know he's better. We know Black is passive, but Black is also kind of solid with these pieces in the center. You know what I'm thinking? Isn't like knight d4 already a threat?
So I was gonna say, Fabi's done some really impressive stuff with the C pawn, the G pawn. He's corralling all those pieces, and he finally, I think, made his first real threat, as you mentioned, knight d4. And immediately c5.
And thank you, Vidit, for confirming, what we were talking about, because he did just play a move to defend against knight d4, but the engine doesn't completely love this move. It looks very sensible.
It really does.
So what could be the problem with it?
b4. Crazy.
Wow, crazy.
I have bishop a4 and I have knight d4, so I've kind of got two crazy ideas.
That's the big one, isn't it?
Yeah, knight c6 is always there. But yeah, it's like almost a combo of both. Knight d4 and then bishop a4 will be serious. But b4 is also hyper tactical and not the positional approach that Fabi's sort of been gunning for.
Right. No, this is a crazy move, and it either works or not, right? But it seems like the engine, it still kind of validates it to a certain degree. There's some sort of defense here for Black. But if we take...
The defense might just be that this is so unnecessary for Black.
Yeah, that's it, right? It just becomes crazy. So maybe Fabi's not going to want to go in this direction, but that is a cool idea. Well, the other thing is that this pawn is just quite weak, right? So should we be going just rook e5?
Yeah, that looks...
Attacking it.
And so the nice thing is rook c7 to defend it.
Then you don't have knight c6.
Then you don't have knight c6, exactly.
Because basically you're always tied down to that pawn. And then I can see us making some progress. Now I'm tying you down to this weakness.
Yeah.
And I'm getting closer to g5.
Exactly.
I'm feeling like it might be the time,
No, this is not crazy at all.
Yeah.
I know it's a different side of chess, these slow maneuvering positions, but back when we had played b3, you were kind of saying, oh, maybe I'll play knight c8. You just kind of have to show me what's so difficult here. And Fabi's kind of answered that call, and he's kind of showing it, which I find this type of chess just so impressive.
It is very instructive, isn't it? Like the space that he's taken on the queen side, the space that he's taking on the king side, like the centralization, right? There's a lot of good instructive themes to show students from this game.
Really, and you know, G4, G5 timed only once he's kind of maximized everything else, and he's got a top player in the world here, FIDE, just floundering, looking for a way to play and not able to find anything substantial. So I think Rook E5 will come to Fabi's mind immediately, and it's whether or not he pulls that trigger, recognizes the moment that maybe G5 is, you know, it's time for that.
It's funny. I mean, I guess he can look, I mean, the thing is, like, G5 right away doesn't look nearly as clean and convincing as after Rook E5, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, just because you're walking into some kind of potential bishop F5s.
That's right.
Knight F5s, right? Like, why would we want that?
Mm-hmm.
Right? So I think, I think this Rook E5 move that he just played is very nice.
Rook C7 is basically forced. And the rook is so nice because Knight C6 and Knight G6 both can't be played on the next move after Rook C7, G5. So,
by the way, Abasa played your move Bishop C2.
yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I felt that one was maybe not the absolute best, but I didn't see a way Black could kind of deal with that. So pressure on
I mean, we
Krush
might be
to break
having
through.
a situation where sort of like, you know, the so-called right people win today.
Okay.
Right
Yeah.
from the point of view of maximal tournament intrigue.
Yeah.
Right?
The
Like,
fans
instead of-
want a rapid tiebreak.
Yes. Yes. Instead of like, you know, well, like Nepo going to get the draw, so he's not going to pull further ahead.
Right.
And then the people who are trying to catch him and stay on par with him, like, have a great chance of doing it.
That's right.
Right? I mean, at least some of these guys like Caruana, Nak, I don't know, maybe all three of them will win.
Which would be just so incredible that these guys can all perform under pressure. I mean, Jan's leading. He doesn't have that pressure right now. He might feel it more in the coming rounds. But yeah, you've got Hikaru with the white pieces ready to win on demand. Gukesh putting pressure with the black pieces. And Fabi also, whether he wins this game or not, he'll have to be satisfied with what he's been able, the chances he's been able to create. So,
well, right now it's definitely looking good for Fabi. Let's take a look. Okay, yeah, I think Knight C6 happened.
Yeah.
Okay, so FIDE is feeling the desperation, and he just is ready to throw that pawn, or as Vishy likes to say, to chuck the pawn.
right.
That's a Vishy expression for sure.
I do not think he was interested for a second in the move G5, because that facilitates the knight to G5, which is the same tactic he was trying to prevent by playing C5. So he probably didn't feel good about just allowing it again. So
he's giving his pawn away.
yeah.
Is that our best move, though? It seems like, is there something the engine is liking more than that? How can there be? I mean, why is this? There like doesn't really seem to be anything else, right?
There really does. A rook D5, I just noticed.
Oh yeah, rook D5. Actually, rook D5
Yeah.
is a possibility. There you go. That little move is the preferred choice. Yeah.
Because I guess here you maintain a few more options. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, you can still take on C5 with the rook, nice and simple.
Yeah, I think that's what we're going for, right? But for some reason, it's better to push their queen away first. I mean, it's true that their queen in general is pretty good here.
So is it knight D4? Because I'm wondering what Black's next move is. So I'm trying to guess. Like, is it knight D4? What are we? Why is it so good to not have the
Oh, what's
queen
funny
there?
is that knight D4 we can still go for rook
Oh,
D5.
right.
Oh, rook D5
Rook
actually.
D5.
No, rook D5 for some reason doesn't win. Oh, because knight C2, knight C2.
Oh yeah, not even
Yeah, and then hits
realizing
the queen with
how
check.
many things are hanging.
But there is something winning, and it's probably starting with like rook C8.
Yeah, rook C8. Definitely never going to be a bad move.
Yeah. So Fabi actually going for rook D5 though. So he's going for the precise one.
Yeah, queen e7, rook takes c5, and I guess just the simple answer is like, then
Yeah.
rook c8 is a big move. There's no king e7 as a response.
Yeah, he just wants to make this queen less active before he takes the pawn. Okay, so it's very good. I mean, I think he's putting himself into winning territory now. Like, he's going to win a pawn for free. He still has a great position.
I think we're almost there. Rook takes c5 next. Bishop comes to e4, knight e5. I think Fabi has very good chances. I'd be surprised if he doesn't.
Let's take a look at Naka's game. Wow, it looks like his edge is also growing, because I wasn't so sure about his king being on g3, but it appears to be doing just fine there. And Ali Reza has only a couple of minutes left to make time control. He has to make 7 moves in these 2.5 minutes. That's why he's really speeded up.
Yeah, he is, but also Hikaru's now reached a point where there's just no threats. He's done such a good job coordinating. Ali Reza having to play immediately. I think even with an hour on the clock, Ali Reza doesn't really stand a chance to find whatever these engine moves are that somehow keep him in it. They're not natural to me.
I mean, do you think rook c7 is coming? Do you think that we can just take this pawn?
Rook c7 looks good. So I guess knight b2 is the intention. I definitely think of the move rook c2 just as like a shore everything up type of move.
But then he might just want to throw in the check.
Yeah, that's fair.
The check, because maybe put the king on g6, where it's going to be checked again one day.
Yeah, I like that.
And then going like rook c2, right?
Yep.
So I kind of think this is the plan. And then, okay, is he reaching for the rook?
If I agree, like, it feels rook c7 can't be a mistake. So.
And so let's say they go king g8.
So I'm almost wondering about knight e7 and then rook c2. Almost to just
Can I
raise
just
the
say
pawn.
something about this position?
Yeah.
It's like, it's funny because this knight can barely move, right?
Yeah.
But it doesn't seem to be the best move either.
Yeah, black at some point will always play rook d8, right? And just bother the coordination a little bit.
So what should we be doing here? We have knight e7.
I like knight e7, especially because I just want to see where the king goes.
Yeah. And then you have like knight f5. We can play for a mating attack, right, on king h7.
Okay, so let's say king h7.
And maybe we just try to mate you.
Yeah, knight b2. I'll just.
Okay, I think
we're seeing some
Hikaru
moves as well.
did not go with a check. He actually went bishop e1. So a little bit of a surprise. I really thought this check was a nice inclusion.
But on knight
bishop e1 is like, yeah, very strange. And it seems to like not be such a great idea. And it's strange that he did that, isn't it?
So knight b2, does he have rook b5 that he's trying to count on? Because maybe knight b2, rook b5, there's like rook d8 type of moves.
Right.
We also have to remember that Ali Reza has very little time, so Hikaru could be making a move that he just doesn't see an easy reply to, and Ali Reza is not going to be able to produce, we're probably going to see some blunders here.
But still, like, bishop e1 was so weird, because like, he actually, he had put this bishop here, was doing a great job of holding the pawn.
Yep.
Why bring it back? No one was forcing him. This wasn't even a threat yet. So strange idea. And Ali Reza, I think, also doesn't really get it. He took the pawn on b2.
Makes sense. So knight takes b2, rook takes e1, right?
Yeah, I think we're definitely going
that's not even a discussion.
The nice bishop here, yeah.
So if you can't take this knight, I feel like rook b5 is the only idea. I don't know if you see anything else. Maybe knight f4.
I feel so utterly confused by what we're seeing, Aman.
Yeah.
This move just...
Same as Hikaru, who's also...
is just beyond my comprehension. The bishop e1, and I mean, just giving up this pawn, right? Like...
Yep.
Very strange.
And I mean, Let's not forget Firouzja. This could be, you know, a negative for him that he's got so little time, but it's also causing Hikaru to speed up, and Alireza is pretty talented in these situations.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of forces him to focus 100%, right, just to make it to the time control. He's got 6 moves left to make with over a minute, but he's got himself like a fighting chance here. Let's just see what he needs to do.
I thought Rook D8 was like a crafty move.
And if I play like, if I cannot play, maybe I still play just Rook takes B2, or maybe something else. But let's just see what he has played. He's played Rook D1.
Okay. Similar idea, and you know, Hikaru is going to simplify this position, but Alireza at least gets the...
Right, he can win the A3 pawn, because if we take on B2, a Rook D3, the problem is we're hitting this and that, and black can actually make a draw.
Knight C3 there at least exists, but Hikaru, I think, is playing a bit too much on Alireza's time. You know, there hasn't been much to be critical of in Hikaru's game today, but I don't know, he seems to be playing a little too fast. Like, he's got 10 minutes, Bishop E1 was...
Yeah, tons of time to figure things out, Well, that was a really big surprise. And it could be costly. Like, I'm not really that confident I even see where his like stable edge here
That's right.
is. So right now he's got to deal with this knight hanging.
I mean, and you can always throw in Rook B7 check, but it's also, you're not in your interest when the guy's trying to make time control to give him a free move.
Right, so it's not really clear what the check accomplishes.
So maybe Rook takes B2, Rook D3, Knight C3.
Like that.
Like, just to...
So sad. Why did we lose the B2 pawn without accomplishing anything?
I don't know, yeah.
And then let's just make a draw.
Yeah, I mean,
know,
this is...
like...
Because Rook E7
This would be
is not
absolutely
even...
crazy. Like, if Hikaru messes up this game with his Bishop E1 move, that would be such a miss. Like, you just can't really miss these opportunities at this point in the tournament.
I think we're good. Yeah, we see exactly this. And now Knight has to go somewhere, right?
Right.
Rook B7 check, I think, is on the board.
Yeah, he's just like losing his advantage. Only like some miracle is going to like help him win this position.
But at least, you know, he is going to play Knight F4, King F2. He's pretty solid there.
Okay.
So the king moves, Knight F4, guaranteed.
Knight F4, and there's no, at least there's no Rook A3. Or is there?
Yeah, I was actually expecting to lose that pawn, but maybe go after like the H pawn and try to do things that way.
Okay, so they've got to make 3 moves until time control. Definitely Alireza is still under pressure. So the point is Hikaru can go Knight F4, but the problem is black actually can capture this pawn since like the fork doesn't really win for white because of that pawn promoting.
Yep.
So, okay. So then what is Hikaru, what is he supposed to do here? He has to save this pawn somehow and the knight.
Knight C7.
I think you were saying Knight C3 at some point, but we always have this.
Always take.
Yeah, there's always a Rook takes.
This one's different because you also lose the pawn, but still, for Alireza to be in like a 1-pawn Rook endgame at this stage would be incredible achievement.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty fascinating where we're at.
The developments over the last couple minutes here in this game, and Hikaru is always so expressive on the camera as well. You can tell when he's frustrated. Like, he knows he's let Alireza back into this game a little bit.
Oh yeah, that's a little bit. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I feel like it's almost inexplicable what we saw.
Bishop
you know what
E1,
I mean?
he had time.
Yeah, because we can understand some mistakes, right? That was just a strange one where he has like no time trouble. Clearly, like everything is going well. Just be precise.
Right.
And then he kind of goes for a move that literally pushes Firouzja to taking a pawn.
Right.
I mean, it wasn't like he was giving his opponent some difficult moves to find.
No, exactly. Like, there's a hanging pawn on B2. You make a move that doesn't defend it. What's your opponent, who's only got 2 minutes for the rest of the time control going to do? It would probably take your pawn, and he didn't seem to have an answer ready for that. So it's almost like a moment of blindness where he didn't even consider knight takes b2 as possible.
Oh, now he's showing some realization of what he's done. I just don't understand how he's even keeping this pawn alive. Do we have any plans?
I mean, knight c7
Yeah.
keeps it alive.
And then we just go, okay, knight c7.
I mean, it's a funny kind of keeping it alive, but...
Where should this rook go? e7. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Because I mean, it looks dumb to go into this diagonal, but I can still move my king away, and you still can't take my rook.
So rook takes a7.
Mm-hmm.
King f7, I thought, was kind of smart. And then let's say knight b5, like just to put
before I pin you.
Exactly. Knight b5.
And then we
takes, and then takes a3. And white will win the e2 pawn, and then you've got 3-on-3, 2 pieces against a rook. I think if we're being completely honest, that should be a draw.
Because black will somehow trade pawns somewhere, right? And it's not that easy to actually win this pawn. It's going to take you some time.
Plus, white generally has to work there. Black sort of shuffles the rook, and
All right, let's take a quick look at Caruana. How is he doing? His advantage has sadly decreased.
It has, yeah, in such a
and he's
such
but
a
he's
strange
still
way.
up a pawn. He's still up a pawn. He's got his like rook in a pretty strange location here.
And what move are we on? As I see the
they
times.
have one more move for Caruana, 2 more moves for FIDE to play with this minute and a half left.
Yeah, it's so weird that the eval could be lower than before when the pawn just cleanly won.
Yeah, the king has gotten to a better square than Aman. He's heading towards the queen side.
Maybe king c8 here.
Okay, we got a move from FIDE. He played king c8. Wow, okay.
Really making the journey.
Okay, so the problem of why white is not like maybe insanely better is just because of this rook, right? Being misplaced.
Yes. And
by the way, there's tactics like kind of like all over the place, right? Like we would have needed to answer the question of like, okay, well, we can answer the question, it's because of the check.
Right.
But at some point, like when the king moves, there can be discoveries on the queen.
Yeah, bishop g4 as
So Fabi needs to figure out the situation.
Queen c5 feels to me like a reasonable move, but
he's not going to be so happy, I think, to go into this endgame without like real assurance that this is winnable. You know, like I don't know how easy it is to win such an endgame.
Yeah, the king comes to like c7, d6.
Yeah, he actually went to b6.
Makes sense.
Okay. Still, this terrible rook. I don't know how it got stuck here. I wish we could like get it out into some reasonable position.
Right.
And also the bishop is not doing all that much.
No, white's pieces have, the coordination is much worse. So FIDE has, I guess, just one more move, and he'll use the majority of his time, most likely, to play it.
Yeah, I mean, white kind of needs 2 moves to play b5, right? It's not so fast. This knight is not even moving. No, white's pieces got, like, something went majorly wrong in this time trouble for Fabi. Like, this is not the big edge that he had the last time we saw this position.
That's right.
And that was just, that was actually like 5 moves ago.
Not long ago. A lot of these games have had a pretty dramatic shift from Fabi and Hikaru to being, I would say, not winning, but really trending that way. Now they, I think a draw is a bit more likely. And
I think they made time control, Naka and Firouzja, and then they fill in their score sheets when they make the time control.
I thought that was a draw being signed score sheets, but...
Yeah, no. It's like if you watch this enough, it's like once they're in intense time trouble, they stop notating because there's no increment, and then they have to fill in their score sheets.
Yeah.
And that's what they do. It's very old school. So should we keep an eye on what FIDE does for the next minute? He made time control with king b8.
Yeah, so he just played king b8.
And the engine really doesn't like king b8.
you know, it's kind of funny, like once he completes the journey of the king completely to the other side, now the engine hates it.
Hold on, Aman, this is fascinating. Why? I mean, not that this move looks particularly good or bad, but why is it so bad giving Fabi a 2-pawn advantage from like a 0.3 advantage, right?
Yeah, it definitely looks like it has something to do with the exact placement of that king. So immediately I'm thinking bishop e4.
Yes.
And yeah, there is bishop takes g4, but bishop takes c6 or rook d5, both.
Bishop c6, we might just lose to bishop h5.
Yeah, I think so.
So this is actually a mystery that we need to unravel. Like why this little king move actually is losing.
Mm-hmm. Bishop e4 looks pretty nice to me. The other idea is b4, but I don't think that's ever working. Just bishop e4.
Yeah, bishop e4. So we have to calculate this out.
Yeah, rook d5.
Rook d5, and then the problem is like
c7.
you're not making such big threats.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah, there is queen c7 even that, right? Yeah.
So if black doesn't have any significant threats, maybe can I just play like, I almost want to play c5 and b4, b5, but I need to be sure there's no threats there.
Yeah.
So I'm giving up the d5 square.
2.2 is so huge though.
What about rook c5?
Yeah, I've always been on board with the idea of trying to improve this rook.
Yeah,
You don't have to
really
convince
bad.
me too much. I'm pretty good with this idea, and I think I would like to try it.
Because
Yeah.
I guess we're also threatening rook takes c6.
Yeah.
That's what's so convincing here.
We're threatening this, and check winning
Yeah.
that rook.
And so even queen c7, I play rook takes
Yeah.
d6.
Oh, that's smart. Let's show people. Wow, this is a beautiful little detail. It's amazing how the 40th move is the tragic move so often in chess.
Yeah.
But not tragic for Fabiano, who gets a chance to win this game again. I mean, remember how much I've hated this rook, Aman?
Yeah, I know.
Haven't I talked enough about that rook? And finally, he gets a chance.
to deliver maybe the crucial blow in this
Yes,
position.
we're happy that the rook gets to finally improve, and he finds it. All right, good for him. Now, can maybe go back for a second and just figure out like what was the not losing move? Because black was not doing badly at all. So I guess we can say this is somewhat of an idea for white.
Yeah, not really even. Like it's a move, but
It's a move. It's not a huge threat.
right.
But you know what it is? Also, I think that like after this, one of our ideas could be like b4, b5 now.
That's right.
We're pretty well positioned. Like, okay, they're not going to blunder this rook,
Mm-hmm.
but let's say they
e4.
go here.
Right.
But also, and then there's bishop e4.
Yeah, bishop e4 is super convincing.
Which one do you like more? Do you like b4?
I like bishop e4, but that's mainly because I also feel confident trading all the pieces, worst case. So
Yeah, you just want to go for all the trades, yeah?
yeah.
So there's this tempting move, and then there's this move.
And I have to say, it feels a little stylistic, like just how you want
Yeah.
to convert. I don't
They
think.
both look pretty good. Is there anything that's even better? I mean, I have a funny one. It's not better.
Bishop
I mean, it's
e8?
not better, but it's like,
Oh.
I know this move is not, yeah. My idea, if you were wondering why I'm like giving away my pieces, yeah, it's not a great idea, but there was like some point to this. I missed bishop d5. I think.
Right.
I think that was the problem. But yeah, we don't need to do anything crazy like that. Bishop e8 is interesting. It's
Just
similar.
seems like, I don't
Yeah.
know why it's better than bishop e4.
Mhm.
It's a funny looking move for sure. Regardless, c5 is, rook c5 is very convincing by Fabi, and I think he's back in the driver's seat.
Well, this is great news for the American fans.
That's right. That's right.
And at least to get one of the Hikaru or Fabi winning, let's just take a quick look and see how Hikaru is doing. Why he's winning again.
So if we take the, so by the way, where was move 40?
Wait, this is incredible. Move 41. So this move G5 is apparently a bad idea. And Hikaru looks, okay, he's looking pretty happy.
Hikaru's going to win.
Yeah.
I've seen that head
Oh,
bob
you've seen
before.
that? You've seen that?
It's that's a winning head bob right there. He's very confused by something Ali Reza just did, and as you mentioned, move 41. I know you were calling that in the video game move 40 is like, oh, that classic moment.
Yeah.
I swear that the statistic is move 41 is where all the blunders are.
That too, you know?
It's like right when you think you're
Yes.
safe, you're not.
Okay, let's figure out why this move G5 by Ali Reza, which admittedly looks a bit weird, right? But let's just see what
And also
is the issue.
just unprovoked, right? Like nothing was.
So I think Hikaru just captured. Yeah, and I'm kind of wondering, is he going to just capture on
H5?
H5?
Like he's kind of wondering why.
Wait, is he setting up a checkmate here with knight G6, bishop C3? Maybe not.
I like that.
Let's just take a look.
Yeah, I mean, I like that idea.
Yeah.
It's just that the pawn will queen, right?
Yeah, the problem is E1, right? Like there was a nice little checkmate idea, but you don't want, actually you're going to lose maybe. Because of this check, and then you send white into the pin. So we don't want to do any of that. Yeah, he just took the pawn.
In a position like this, white has total security with the bishop e1, king f2 setup. There's nothing that bothers that. So that e-pawn is never queening. And in fact, it actually is a nice blockade for the rook a2 check. So why does black just give up a pawn and trap their king on the last range?
It's a mystery. It's because we needed a miracle, you know?
Can we see the last moves before time control?
Yeah.
Yeah, what were they? So back?
It was, the last moves were like this. Everything was quite
yeah, so we saw knight
stable.
f4 and rook a3, and this was like normal. King f2, and wow, this really got out of hand.
Okay, so some reason the pawn didn't push. I don't know, could have maybe pushed. He decides to go rook a4.
Right.
G3, okay. And then G5, and really quite unprovoked move. But what should he have done instead?
Yeah, that's the thing. Because white's threatening to just take the pawn. So it's not that he's really blundering this pawn. It looks like it's lost. Anyway, there's no rook e5 move. You can't keep it. So is the answer just to push? Like try to push this a pawn?
Yeah, but how do you do it? By the way, I mean, white's not really threatening to take the pawn, are they? It's going to lead us to some drawn
Yeah, so I don't know, rook a1 maybe, that type of thing.
Like, for example, well, right now he couldn't take it because the knight was hanging, but like G3.
Yeah, rook a1.
Yeah.
And
so this position, I guess, was not considered really winnable for white, despite the fact that white's going to win this pawn too.
No, and I think this position could have been reached easily, you know, if either player wanted it, or if Hikaru wanted it absolutely earlier. So this is never a big problem, but now that I'm looking at it,
I mean, it doesn't feel pleasant for black, right?
I think it's just because king f7 and like you get rook e5.
You can't take, yeah, because of rook e5, and then I might play g6 and protect the pawn.
Exactly.
Sort of like, so this position, the engine seems to think it's holdable for black. Yeah, I mean, it's easy to believe that. So
yeah,
instead of taking that, so if I take here,
I'm just
you're just going with the pawn.
I think.
And you're saying, yeah, this doesn't matter. You're just going here.
I think so. Even after all that, like, what am I threatening?
By the way, at some point, I mean, you might want to move this rook somewhere.
Yeah, I'm liking rook e7 there.
Well,
It
Yeah.
feels like I will win
This pawn is
a
dangerous.
piece for that pawn. Yeah.
Yeah, well, okay. I mean, so Ali Reza could have just moved his rook to A1. Instead, he went for G5 and provoking Hikaru into taking, and then taking this pawn on H5.
Right.
And now rook E5 is on the board.
I guess the only peculiar thing for me about this is, you know, why did Ali Reza volunteer this variation? He kind of forced Naka into it, and the rook on A7 is going to prevent that A pawn from doing anything for the next 10 moves.
I think G4 is played. Yeah, I was wondering, it's a kind of a beautiful construction.
Yep, that knight can just reach the E4 square very easily. Not to mention now, if you ever push that A pawn, bishop B4 mate with a knight on F6. Mating idea is pretty uncomfortable. Not to mention knight D7 as a fork.
Yeah, I think this knight will want to come and use that square pretty soon. Interesting, how strong was G4? Was like, there was something really wrong with knight F6 here? Apparently there was.
Kind of looking at rook F5 and maybe like rook A3, G4, something on the F3 pawn.
Yeah.
And rook G4, knight E4, or sorry, knight G4, knight E4, both impossible, which is...
Right, because you get captured either way. And if check, I guess king E8. And there's counterplay against this pawn, yeah? And there's all kinds of ideas like this. Okay, so G4 by Hikaru, very stabilizing, giving his knight like potential outposts and all these light squares, and saving the F3 pawn. So it looks like he's back to
I think this
winning
is
situation.
Yeah, I think there's not even a bishop E1 equivalent move that he could come up with in this. Now, with time on the clock, the knight arriving to E4 looks so
right. Once
solid.
the knight gets out, then the bishop comes out, and then we organize like an attack against the black king, right?
Not to mention a bishop on C3 and rook on A7, you will never promote that A pawn.
Let's take a look at Abbasov. How has he been faring since the time control? Not great. Actually, it all went in the scenario that we were sort of thinking was possible, where Gukesh was going to be outplaying him. Up a pawn, the pawn is stable. The knight got out somehow.
That's the mystery. Although we can...
This knight was on F8, now it's on E7. The pawn is guarded.
Yeah.
Definitely white has nothing to really be thrilled about here.
How did the pieces actually like get out just quickly, like because we kind of felt they were almost stuck in there for sure, but G5.
So A5, bishop C2.
Right.
He wanted to get the knight out like this.
And so if you take on G6,
maybe
then that A pawn
take
becomes...
here. But I can understand how he wasn't really sure about this position.
Same thing with bishop G6.
Bishop G6.
Hard to be sure about this. You win the H pawn, but at what cost, right? So maybe you need to start with rook A2 in that position. I don't know. It's very, very confusing.
Yeah. Well, he went king G2.
Yep.
King G7. Bishop A4, knight E7. C4. He was trying to stop knight D5, but somehow this is a move that gives the bishop this square.
Does more harm than good.
But so difficult to defend, right?
Yeah, I mean, Gukesh has just posed problems the entire game. Straight from the opening with his whole idea, and just having that extra pawn, the onus is on Abbasov to prove that he's fine, not on Gukesh to win.
Yeah, but right now, I mean, I think Gukesh fans can also be quite happy.
Yeah, as you mentioned, pretty much everyone who is fighting for top spot in this event
is going to win.
Has a great position right now. So that's Hikaru, Fabiano, Gukesh, and then of course Nepo. The game is still going, but
I just think it's amazing that like Nepo coming out, making a draw with the white pieces, no real game, and he's going to be caught by both Hikaru and Gukesh, the worst possible scenario for him.
That's right.
You know, and it kind of shows you why you don't want to just give up your white color like that. Because Hikaru, Gukesh, and Fabi, they all came to fight, and they are all going to be rewarded for that, I think. Which
Absolutely.
just sets us up for an amazing round of last 2 rounds where 4 players are going to be trying to get that coveted spot to the World Championship match.
Yep. And how does the women's section look right now? We saw the draw from Lei, but is Tan, did she lose that? She was like much worse, right? Against
Tan was losing, but you know, remember I told you the technique and the time trouble of Salimova, like that, it was never going to be that clear. Let's see how Tan is doing right now before we go on a break. So, situation here, they are in
so much has happened. This is incredible. This position exists.
Yeah, Tan is up on the clock, but there's barely any pawns, and she certainly doesn't seem to be losing. I mean, she's going to win the f6 pawn, right? Somehow, White can barely protect this pawn other than rook h6.
Wow.
Rook
yeah, this
h6
is such
on the board.
a transformation from the previous position, which looked almost unassailable.
Yeah, it's maybe time for Black to activate. What do you think? Like rook here, try to go, try to go for activity on the c file.
Yeah, you can't get caught knight e5 with your rook on f7 there.
Well, I think Tan is managing to save another very bad position. I mean, that means that she's going to be still half a point ahead of Lei.
That's right.
Incredible round for both of them.
Yeah, because we thought Lei was going to win, we thought Tan was going to lose. Neither result happened, and so the standings sort of remained the same for them.
Well, Lei Tingji visited the fan zone after her game. So let's take a look at what she had to say before we come back and, you know, watch the rest of these fascinating games still going on.
So Lei, you had a rocky start to the tournaments, and now suddenly you've been shining in the last few rounds, so many wins under your belt. What changed?
I think because I thought I have no chance, and I just, you know, like play free chess.
That's a good approach. And for tomorrow's final rest day, are you going to do anything in particular to get your head right for the final 2 games?
I think I will enjoy the last rest day because I really like rest day. So I don't think I will check a lot of chess. Maybe just go for some work or something. Yeah.
And how are you finding Toronto? Have you found any cool spots, done any cool things here?
Generally, I like go shopping. So the mall for me is interesting.
Thanks, Lei. Let's get some questions from the audience. If you have a question, can you please raise your hand for Lei?
What's the first thing you're going to do after the tournament?
After the tournament, I think going back to China. Shopping, I can also go back to China and shop.
What's the most memorable game of your career?
Well, there are a lot. But actually my memory is quite bad. So maybe for this tournament, I think round 8 against Tan, I think is a quite interesting game.
So you want to go shopping. What are you going shopping for?
You know, because I think there are a lot of ways to like release the stress. When I spend the money, I feel like I'm collecting the luck. Oh, there are a lot of stuff you can buy, like clothes, shoes, bags, or whatever. Even you can buy, like, I also like Jelly Cat.
And speaking of shopping, I think you're one of the most stylish players at the Candidates. And I've been noticing your sparkly shoes. Are these your good luck shoes?
Yeah, I think so, because after make 4 draws in a row, then I changed to these shoes. And I started to win.
Thanks, Lei. Can we all give a round of applause for Lei Tingji?
This one's you.
The king sucks. He can only move one square.
You've got to reassess your chess.
Grandmaster Maurice Ashley presents Jeremy Silman's How to Reassess Your Chess. So go to chessable.com/yourchess and start reassessing your chess today.
In the realm of kings and queens, only a select few dare to claim the ultimate crown. Witness the birth of legends, a victor in the open and women's section.
We are back, and the games are super exciting. As we've made the time control Aman, we have a chance to get a number of decisive results in the open section, especially which could leave Nepo in a tie for first place with as many as 2 other players at the end of this round.
Yeah, I'm kind of fixated as we are looking at the bird's eye view here on those eval bars in the games of the Americans. Fabiano, Hikaru, both have very sizable advantages and seem to be in the conversion stage. Gukesh, I mean, he's not experiencing maybe as much of an edge in terms of the computer eval, but I feel like he's honestly done the most outplaying from an equal position of all 3 of those games.
Yeah, and it looks like Nepo, I mean, he's had to sit at the board for a long time today. This game is going to end in a draw, finally. We're getting to the final moves. He didn't really make himself much of a rest day, despite the fact that, you know, he wasn't able to create any problems with the white pieces. Like, he actually still had to spend, you know, 4.5 hours at the board.
Yeah, really.
So it's not much of a great deal if you're trying to create a rest day for yourself, right?
Yeah, not a light day at all. I think he'll certainly be keeping his eye on those other games. You know, he finishes with a draw, but he'll take that stroll out of the playing hall where he kind of looks at the other games in progress and he's like, oh, okay, I gotta contend with this guy tied for first now, and him as well. So that's not the best feeling as he leaves the playing hall.
Let's look at Caruana's game, because I see that the engine bar just went down a little bit after his last move, because you said you were fixated on that engine bar, and it really didn't love his last move at all.
Huh.
Wow. I mean, it went from a +4 advantage to like a +1.4, which is not nearly the same thing. First of all, okay, should we try to figure out what he should have done here? Wait. Okay, so he couldn't go for this because in the end the knight hangs.
Right.
Yeah, so you don't have any of that idea where we used to have that sacrifice winning the rook because you're gonna lose your knight. So we don't need that move. The obvious move that comes to mind is definitely something like b5, unless there's a sneaky threat of bishop g4, right?
That's the thing. I believe that his move, bishop f5, was directly against bishop g4.
Yeah.
And bishop g4 is one of those moves that the engine is like, oh, no problem. Like, there's no issues here, but it looks extremely scary.
Yeah, definitely. Bishop takes g4, and the engine is saying white's completely winning. But is this one of those really hard to find wins?
Yeah. Maybe it's the obvious knight g1.
Wow. You know.
I'm trying to think like an engine.
Yeah, the funny thing is that, I mean, I feel like that move at least has a chance of working. Like, I'm not convinced that it works, but actually it is.
It's the move, yeah.
Wow. That is, it's amazing that you found that so quickly.
It's just because like nothing logical was making like h takes g4 immediate problems with that one. And I'm like, well, if the engine is so calm and collected here.
Yeah, knight g1.
But that's ridiculous.
But that's actually quite difficult to demand from Fabi.
Absolutely.
So he tries to stop bishop takes g4 with bishop f5, but apparently that drops a big part of the evaluation. So bishop takes f5 is on the board,
I mean,
rook takes f5.
It drops the c pawn, I'm noticing. And then is Fabi just intending rook back to c5 and rook takes c6? I don't know if that works.
How about b5? Is there a way that we could just push through with our attack? And it's been the dream, you know, because when you take, well,
any of the above, really.
I'll be good with this. Oh, wait. No, I won't.
I was thinking maybe that is a funny moment to insert rook c5 I don't know if that's...
Why? Okay, so first of all, this move is not winning at all. Like we're dropping our advantage to like nearly nothing. But we do have some win here.
What I'm not, like, to me, rook c5 takes c6
Yeah.
as a, like, no matter what you do.
Oh,
yeah.
We're winning that rook, right?
So
there you
just
go.
Immediately.
Yeah. So queen here, and then just take, and go for the rook.
And so now I'm wondering, why was that no good after, like, instead of b5? Why did that not?
Why not just rook c5 immediately,
Yeah,
right?
why did that not do the trick?
I think it does the trick.
Okay. So
it does
b5.
it as well. B5 just doesn't hurt anything.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. Got it.
B5 was my, was my attempt to do something else, but yeah, actually we still can go back to this idea.
Okay. Yeah.
So you can't really take the pawn, which is the good news for Fabi, that the pawn can't be taken. On the other hand,
He played queen c7, right?
he did play queen c7, yeah.
So I guess that's a little bit why the eval dropped so much, was that yeah, the threats are much more manageable with the queens off the board if Vidit can get that.
Yeah, I mean the b4 pawn is already kind of under threat.
Yep.
If you move it, there's knight a5 ideas. So it's a little tricky for Fabi. Yeah, it's amazing that he just needed to push through the obvious b5, like not worrying about the sacrifice at all. But that's tough. You have
Too
to,
tough.
I mean, you have to see this, and then you have to calculate like everything. But I guess you're just taking with a knight.
Take everything. Yeah. Rook covers g5.
Yeah, and in the end, there's no checks, and when you take the bishop, you
just
you're
you're
You
squashed.
lose this guy, and then you get mated. Yeah, you're down a piece. But
Knight g1 would be just like, I have to really ask Fabi about that one, and I'm sure he wouldn't be too upset with himself. Like,
oh, I think he'll be upset with himself.
I mean, knight g1 as a resource will maybe bother him a bit, but I don't know. Like, I think he'll be just more upset that bishop f5 was no good, and I guess this is one of those moments where you have to seize the exact moment that you're super winning and take it, whereas sometimes you try to force it in a winning position, and that's not the way to go. And you should have just taken the more calm approach. And I guess Fabi's been sort of massaging this small advantage for such a long time. He's like, okay, bishop f5, let's continue.
Yeah, no, it's unfortunate for him that there was such a complexity to this winning move, right? That like he would have to go here, and then the reason that white's winning is basically because the knight can't really move because of queen d8. So we're basically about to take this knight.
Yeah, for free.
And the king is safe from checks.
Yeah, remarkably.
Yeah, this is a beautiful defensive move by white. But Fabi didn't find it. So he felt like he had to prevent the sacrifice. He went bishop f5. And after bishop takes, rook takes, queen c7, now he's facing the prospect of an endgame. Does he want one? Or yeah, he didn't want one, which is why he played queen c5, right?
I think throughout this whole game, it's felt like rooks, queens on the board, please.
Yeah.
It's been the motto.
And I mean, look, he still has, very decent winning chances, right? So he's up a pawn. We know that it can go from drawing to winning in one move, like in the Fallujah game. So I think he shouldn't be too upset with himself. Still has a big edge and chances to win. It's just more, it's more traumatic for the people watching the engine.
Exactly. But the good thing for him is that he doesn't have access to that information. So for him, honestly, I think he could have viewed bishop f5 as just a methodical, like, let's stop the threat, continue my advantage. Like, I'm not sure he'll necessarily feel so defeated that he missed a big opportunity, because there's no way he's thinking, oh yeah, maybe I had knight g1 back there.
Yeah.
So he's probably
not thinking about that. That's good for him.
Yeah.
By the way, it's like I'd love to play b5, but there's a little issue most likely with knight a5, right? So
yep.
Gotta sort of calculate this situation.
Yeah, there's queen f8 check, but doesn't seem to do that much.
Yeah, it's pretty
Yeah, I think king.
pretty complicated, but it seems
King
like
up.
black is holding on. Like, like b6 is not terribly dangerous. So what is our winning move here, though? We're apparently doing quite well.
Some combination of queen d5 and then b6, kind of like b6 wins the knight on a5, but queen d5 gets out of the queen trade. So start with queen d5.
And then try to like take on a6.
Yeah, well, to b6. So like rook takes c4, b6.
And winning this knight.
Yeah, and queen takes c4, queen d8 also wins the knight.
So like here, and the main winning idea is b6. Or
I think we're in one of those positions where taking on a6 and then b7 is going to be
so
like...
somehow winning the knight is actually not giving us a completely winning situation. Black has 2 pawns for it.
Yeah.
So we need to find something else. But you know what I think?
I think we just take a6.
Yeah, I think we
b7.
just take... Yeah, we just play against the open king, right? And also open the knight, yeah.
Yep. This would be a dream for Fabi, safe king, and just over time, he should win that.
So we have rook e4 on the board, and this is one of the moves that Fabi can consider. Of course, the other issue is like they can take.
Mm-hmm.
We take, and then they can try taking.
But will that lose the same way? I wonder. Because now queen d5, there's maybe rook a4.
Yeah, now when we go here, you're only going to have 1 pawn for the piece.
Mm-hmm. Although I still really like it.
Yeah.
So rook a4 looks forced, right?
Mm-hmm. But it looks awkward with these pieces on the side of the board.
It looks very awkward.
How do we win this position? So check, you just move here. Doesn't really do anything, right?
Confounding. I think
I know what we need to do. We need to figure out a nice, quiet way to push through b6.
Can we just, I mean, if nothing better, maybe knight d4.
I like knight d4. Yeah, that's kind of nice and centralizing. I'm just curious, was queen e6 possible?
You wanna play b6 and like set up the back rank.
Yeah, but maybe you go king a7, right? Like, maybe you're gonna stop me from all of that, right? So yeah, bringing in a new piece. By the way, we have a result in Hikaru.
Now they really are signing the score sheets. And that is a win for the American, I believe. Yes.
Pretty dramatic game. Hikaru has been involved in 5 decisive games in a row. I mean, no one's brought as much action to the tournament, I think.
Truly.
As he has. Amazing to be 5 consecutive decisive games, and 4 of them he's won.
Yeah, so, let's point that out. Because,
it's not like 5 losses.
I was gonna say, I could also contend for that award in this tournament, but
yeah. Well, I don't know. Yeah, if you can find knight you won though, Aman, I feel like you can score some points.
That's right. That's right. This was a really nice conversion, but can't help but think of that one moment, bishop e1. That's probably the only little divot in this game for Hikaru, which was otherwise really a masterclass performance by him, start to finish. Like the opening selection, navigating the tactics, navigating the time trouble. I thought it was a really impressive display, a clutch moment for Hikaru, who absolutely needs that result and officially joins the leader.
Should we explain why Black resigned here?
Yeah, absolutely.
I think with his move, he's actually saying he wants to go bishop d2 and then just take that pawn before he does anything else.
Yep, and there's nothing you can do about it. Bishop d2, there's no rook a5 sack, there's no rook d2 sack, there's no promotion. You're losing that pawn, guaranteed.
And then we'll improve the knight.
And then we'll fix the knight later, exactly.
Yeah, and so the engine agrees that this is completely lost for Firouzja and a good moment to resign. I mean, I'm sure there were other ways to win. You know, maybe you could go like knight b3 as well. You could kind of do anything, but king e3 with the idea of bishop d2 is very convincing.
Yeah, and I guess if you play rook b2 here, just to maybe show like rook here, bishop d2, rook b5 or something.
It's still protected. Yeah.
Yeah, it's still protected, and the problem is you can't really keep white away from everything that's tricky.
Yeah, you can't really move your king because at some point I'll get some squares.
Exactly.
You're kind of running out of ways to keep this knight trapped.
It's like it's trapped right now, but now you're stuck exactly here. So.
And I'm going to go there. I'm going to get the knight out. I'll use the bishop to block the check if I need.
So
he
did pick a good moment, I think, to resign in that game. And Hikaru, 2-0's Ali Reza in this tournament as well.
Yes. Let's take a look at the women. What is going on? I think Anna Muzichuk is in some concluding part of her game against Vaishali. And if Vaishali wins this one, which it looks like she will, she is going to have won 3 games in a row. Really impressive comeback from a horrible start.
Indeed. You know, we were just talking about how Hikaru's been involved in so many decisive games. You know, Vaishali was in this tournament, maybe not in the best way for her, but all of a sudden she continues that streak, but this time putting win after win after win together. And it's been so inspiring just watching her conclude that tournament on an upper sense of
Actually, it is very inspiring, you know, like what a person can do when they don't give up.
Truly.
I mean, when she lost so many games in a row that Vichy at some point, he was kind of counting. And I was like, well, I don't really know because I kind of know she's losing. I'm not counting how many of them there are, right? But there were a lot of losses. Yeah. And now to come back and reel off the string of wins against some of the top women in the world.
Yeah, world-class players.
Is not easy.
No, not at all. So, you know, whether or not she finishes the tournament how she may have wanted to going into it, she's certainly ending the tournament in the best possible way. And yeah, we're just basically here to tune in to her technique at the very end. She's done all the hard work, and as you're pointing out, once that queen has access to h8, I don't think there's anything that needs to be done.
Yeah, I think she moved her king out of the way to b3, right? And the queen now covers the diagonal. It's getting ready to come back, win the pawn. And I have to say, this has been a really rough tournament for Anna.
It has, yeah. Like thinking back on it as we're almost reaching the end, still hunting for that win, is Anna, who at least in the last couple rounds has certainly had her chances, not to mention throughout the whole event overall. And it's never been there for her, never worked out. You obviously need a bit of luck to do well in these tournaments, absolutely. For people that say there's no luck in chess.
Oh, there is luck, right? There is some really lucky breaks that when they go your way, everything in your tournament changes. Totally. Like I feel, you know, like Tan has had some of that luck, Lei has had some of that luck, Vaishali has had some of that luck, and Anna has just not gotten that luck at all. Right. Even though she's generated positions with, you know, chances to win, but somehow miraculously her opponents have been escaping.
Yeah, they've been escaping, and I don't think it's definitely not a knock to call players lucky, because I always say I think the best players are the ones that seem to get lucky and sort of deserve those lucky moments, because when you get lucky, that's not enough to win a tournament. It comes everything all together, as Vaishali does string that third win together. No luck at all in these last ones. I think she's, I think the fighting spirit from her towards the end of this tournament has been what's caught my eye. That she's not giving up on herself, not giving up on the event, even though first place is not really a consideration. And she's still beating these top players in the world.
Yeah, you know, Anna is one of the few people who came here without somebody. You know, and you know, I'm sure she has people helping her from a distance with her preparation, but actually pretty much everyone came here accompanied by someone, whether it's a family member or a coach or both. And I think the only other person who's here by themselves is Humpy.
Right.
And, you know, neither of them have had stellar tournaments. And it makes you kind of wonder if for such a long and grueling event, maybe you really do need to have someone around you.
Yeah, absolutely. That's well said. You can't ever underestimate the power that like a team can bring you together, whether it's prep or just motivation after a tough loss. It can be tougher when you're just kind of alone in your own head.
And maybe Vaishali was able to like stage this comeback. You know, she has her mom here, and she and her brother always speak about how supportive their mom is.
Yeah.
And her brother, obviously, I don't know how much, you know, he helps her out, you know, while he's focused on his own tournament. But let's take a look at what is going on in these final moments between Tan and Salimova. Obviously, a really important game that we expected Salimova to win at some point.
Right.
It doesn't look like that's what's going to happen, but we still have like a very unbalanced position on the board.
Yeah, draw looks so
likely.
It's so likely mainly because of this F7 move.
Right.
Maybe without this in the position, there's room for both sides to make a mistake, but F7 is such a bailout option that White's never really going to lose because F7, you have to capture it.
Yeah.
And then, you know, Rook F4.
We go into this forcing line where, well, we can basically trade off all the pieces if we would like, and then it's just a draw because this king collects all the pawns, and maybe that's the logical way for this game to finally end. I don't know. Salimova, she did try to overpress against Vaishali, and she lost. Is she going to try that again in this game?
If she does, I feel like it's going to be in the realm of like a Rook F4 move, just to like try to play F7 that way.
She does.
Okay.
Okay, play this move. And okay, I mean, this is a really big threat, right? So now we are expecting probably Rook A7.
Yeah, Rook A7, Bishop F7 could be a move as well. And other than that, I think you actually run a serious risk of losing with black.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. We can go into like things like B3, but you know, on B3 there's always King C3, so you're not really accomplishing that much. So we do expect this game to end in a draw. However, we also have still a lot of action in the open section. Let's take a look at what is going on between Abbasov and Gukash.
We saw that win from Hikaru, draw from Jan. So Gukash, can he join the leaders here? And wow.
Let's just look at his focused face, you know, because this is one of the things that people have mentioned about him. It's just like the level of focus he brings to his games. And you can really see it just from looking at him. Like completely immersed in the game. And he is winning. I mean, he's got this beautiful pawn that has never been captured.
Yeah, it's amazing to think that that A pawn is all the difference here.
He's also got a great knight that used to sit on F8. Now it's beautifully placed on D5. And yeah, I mean, the problem for White, I think, is just the constant threats of the A pawn.
Yeah, so if King H3, then if you really want to try to keep the king out with Bishop F3, I think you're just going about it the wrong way, because that A pawn will run, and Bishop C3 and Bishop F2 are both serious threats that you just can't deal with. So I guess Bishop B3 back is going to happen, but then have you really accomplished anything with this check?
Yeah, I think the king is just like coming in to win all these pawns, right? There's that. I mean, I don't know. There could be something more precise. Like, I don't know. We can look at A2 here.
To be careful of is maybe King G2, Bishop takes D5, followed by F4, F5. That's pretty much all I can.
I intuitively am not like afraid of this.
Yeah,
right?
no, I know.
Probably, win all the pawns.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's looking really good for Gukash, although it's kind of strange that he went back with his king to G5.
Right.
After Bishop D1 check, he went back. Okay, it's like a little surprising that he didn't move forward.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised by that as well. So one thing I was thinking, just in terms of a safety net, is so put king g4, bishop d1 back on the board, and then go king h3, and then I'll go bishop h5, and you have to be like pretty sure. So you're going to play a2, and then I play king c2.
Yeah.
And it just, you can see yourself maybe completely messing it up.
Right. Because you're trying to get closer to the pawn so that I don't have like bishop c3 here winning. I mean, of course, this still looks very good as I can take a lot of pawns.
Absolutely.
But okay, we think Gukesh is going to win. Let's go to Fabi's game because his game is actually pretty exciting and his advantage is not as overwhelming as Gukesh's. So in the last few moves,
we saw, oh yeah, so rook e4 we had seen.
Right, so b5 did not get played, but it got played a little bit later. First Fabi chased the rook away, and then he played b5. So actually you liked that because the queen was good on d5, right? Yeah, you can't take right away because of capture first of all on a6, and if you take first, then you take, you're at least losing. Actually, well, you're not losing. Let's not do that.
But that's a tricky little detail that I didn't pick up on until you played it.
Yeah, okay, we can't win your knight like that because that's why Vidit has put his rook on e2.
But we can get knight d4 with tempo. Which...
Yeah, and then we protect this, and then we can always have these ideas. Or maybe we can even look for something else that could be convincing here. Looks like we have a result in the game between
that's going to be
a
draw.
Tan. Or maybe they're just, are they still just writing their moves in on a new score sheet? Maybe that's what they're doing, but it kind of feels like their game should be over.
Yeah, I think that those are signatures.
Okay. The kings are just not like where they should be.
Yeah, that's right. Maybe the arbiter
I
hasn't
think
got
they're
over there
signing
yet.
both score sheets, I mean, all the pieces have come off the board. I mean,
there they go.
This is a really interesting pattern in Salimova's games, right? It's, I mean, I can relate to this very well. This sort of
me too.
I mean, because she is getting these huge advantages, like +3, +5, and yet somehow when she's getting low on time, it seems like it's not unusual for those advantages to disappear.
Yeah, and that's a really, it's almost one of those things that if you just look at the players, before looking at the games of the event, and all these women are here for their talent, but then it's like, what really separates them at that highest level? And sometimes it's something like that. It's like the conversion phase of the game, maybe when she's winning and being able to convert it. You look at like maybe a player that's had more success than her in a tournament like this, and maybe it's those moments when they have the edge, they definitely get the win. And maybe when they're worse, they don't always lose.
Right.
And speaking for myself, I know that when I'm worse, like I often lose, and when I'm better, I don't always seem to win. I'm like, well, that's an unfair conundrum.
Yeah. Well, Tan is definitely one who has defended a few losing positions in this tournament, so she hasn't really given away many
and so
points.
Has Nepo, right?
Yeah,
I think
Nepo.
that's like a trend with the leaders of the event.
That's true. But I would say the difference is like in Nepo's games, it's never been, completely lost. It's more like been bad.
Yeah.
Right. Where his opponents couldn't quite figure out how to put him away. They were never putting him in like, if it was +3 or whatever, it wasn't an obvious one.
That's fair. Yeah, that's definitely been the case.
So his opponents have had more difficult things to find. Okay, we have a move here. We have knight a5, knight d4 on the board. So Fabi brings in his knight into the attack.
Essentially the same. It's interesting that Black didn't decide to throw in
trade.
A takes b5, but I think it's all to do with the fact that after b6, he wants as many of his pawns on the board as possible. If he was ever going to lose a knight, he'd rather have all his pawns there. But b6 is such a threat. Don't you have to play rook a2 here, which is so like
oh, I might be going and just like coming in with all those pawns.
Exactly, exactly.
Right, like at some point, I mean, I can play for a lot of different things, right? Like these pawns are very dangerous.
Oh yeah, this is over.
Using the attack on the rook. So I think maybe b2. You gotta go to b2.
Oh yeah, I suppose b6, queen takes b6, the knight on d4 hangs. So that's it's an important detail.
Right, so we can't go here yet because you just take it.
Yeah.
And then this knight hangs. So white just needs to be a little precise. Well, first of all, pawn takes a6 looks
just a good
like
looking move, right?
Yeah.
I think that's going to be it.
Just opening up the black king and getting ready for that final phase of the attack. I mean, if you take.
Yeah, I mean, there's just a hanging
there's
knight.
a hanging knight.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
And
we'll take it, thank you.
b6 doesn't help you because I just played knight b5 and a7.
Yes,
that's over.
So
has to be knight
it
c6.
really looks like we're going to get 3 decisive games.
Really?
Again, for the second day in a row. And this is so awesome because I'm going to reveal a secret to the audience, which is that I have kept my gambling instincts and I've doubled down on them. And I made another bet with Vishy.
Okay.
So
you told me about your first one.
Yeah, I told you about the first one. The first one was that he says, there's going to be 1 decisive game every round, and I went for 2.
Yeah, he's saying 1 and not more.
1 and not more, and I'm saying 2, and it's like, so it's kind of precise. So if it's all 4 draws, I guess neither one wins, and if it was like 3 wins like yesterday, no one wins.
Got it.
Right, but I was like, well, what happens in the event that like we do have a lot of decisive games? So I said, look, I think in the last 3 rounds, I think we're going to have at least 1 day of 3 decisive games.
And you look like a betting sharp right now.
That's right. That's right. And thank you, Vishy, for taking that bet.
Yeah, it seems like I've replaced Vishy, and all I've heard about are bets that he's not doing well in. So. Sorry, Vishy.
Well, it's fun. It's fun, actually. It just makes it a little bit more competitive, right?
Extra skin in the game.
Yeah. So we're a little bit more invested in these results. But I mean, I can't believe it. Like, I thought my bet was a little risky, but very possible, given like what I expected to happen.
Yeah, I think this tournament has been surprising with how many decisive results there are. I'd love to know the statistics to compare it to previous candidates, but I feel like, just speaking off the top of my head here, we must be blowing the competition out of the water.
Yeah, somewhere in the first half, I checked. After 7 rounds, we had about 39% decisive games, and I'm sure that that hasn't really gone down. It might be, I don't know, it might be higher at this point, right? I can do some checking, but let's see, is Krush completely winning? He lost his beautiful A-pawn, but he still has the beautiful knight, and he has a new beautiful pawn to promote.
Everything's beautiful, and I think Abasov agrees and resigns on the spot.
So timely. Thank you, Nijat, for confirming my words. Yeah, this pawn is unstoppable. Yeah, by the way, the bishop is awful here. This one can't help, and the pawn just runs up. I mean, huge win for Krush.
Yeah, very, very convincing. I loved his opening idea there, just to shake things up for Nijat early on, and he just kept passing the ball back to Nijat and saying, okay, defend this equal position, defend this idea, and ultimately Nijat cracked under pressure eventually.
I think he played like really a wonderful game in the situation of someone who wanted to exploit this chance to play against, the bottom seed in the tournament. I mean, right, he did not crush him the way Firouzja did in 2 hours.
Yeah, they did.
Right, it took him 5 hours to get that point, but that's what he came prepared to do, to work for 5 hours to extract as much as possible from this game. Came with that opening idea, got a playable position. Nijat didn't really have a chance to shut down the play, and not that he particularly wanted to. I mean, he was willing to play. Right, but yeah, Krush just did amazing.
Yeah, really big performance from him, and Fabi is kind of seeing his colleagues exit the playing hall all with big results, and he knows, and luckily for him, he's got the position where he can execute that same result, but he knows he has got to win in order to
Yeah.
stay relevant in this fight for first.
Yeah, so 4 people will be hunting that first place spot. 3 of them tied, 1 of them half a point behind. Still encounters between them coming up.
Exactly. Those are going to be so key in the final couple rounds here.
You know, I think Gukesh still has Fallujah left to play. And so the question is what kind of Fallujah he's going to meet.
Great question. You know, I think, you know, counting today, Gukesh kind of had the objective, easiest schedule remaining if you just think about seeds and how the players are doing. And Nepo, I think, has the toughest.
Toughest, because he still has, I think he still has Hikaru and Fabi, right? Right. So, yeah, you know, taking this, you know, way out today with the white pieces in the exchange French. I mean, I don't know what the intention was, because, you know, Hikaru played the exchange French too.
Right.
And then he went on to win.
Yep, just different mentalities going in and also playing different players. I mean, Nepo probably went in playing the French exchange, but just not with that desire that felt like he had to win, whereas Hikaru went in hungry, like he wanted the result.
Hikaru played like C4, C5, taking space right from the opening.
He had an idea, Queen A4.
Yeah, exactly. Like we never even had the thought that Hikaru wasn't playing for a win. Right, but with Nepo, we were like, what's going on?
Is this a real try or not?
Yeah, so there was a difference in those 2 games, despite the same opening line. Okay, so we have Rook B2 on the board, and we got to find a win here for Fabiano, and he
But this was our
captures
move,
the
right?
pawn. Yeah,
I think this was almost the exact line we just looked at. Pawn takes on A6, just categorically the best move. The only moves that even remain here to be considered are like Queen takes C4, maybe, very risky, and maybe Knight C6. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. He also has a lot more time than Vidit. Vidit is really down to his last 30 seconds right now. So this is the last game of the tournament still going. And Vidit played Knight to C6.
Yeah.
So my first thought is Knight B5.
Right.
And that's the very first thought that comes to my mind, is just like put the knight in a strong position. So that is what you do when you got like 3 seconds.
My first thought is A takes B7, because like in my head, oh, then nothing can go wrong, because like I'll win even the pawn endgame. But Knight B5 looks like a very strong move.
Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't be able to resist this knight.
One thing I think we both don't think of is capturing that knight in any way. That's like the one.
Yeah, I don't think that.
Stay away from that.
No, we want to trade like that. Okay, he went for the check on G8, which is like a relative of my Knight B5 idea, because he wants to get the king here before doing that.
Right.
But I guess
so
Queen D8's not possible. Knight D8 super ugly. Queen C8. He's taking and playing like A7, so he's got his points.
Yeah, so this has to be over because Knight D8, I guess, is that the last try?
There's even, I mean, okay, there's like, at some point there's A7 ideas, there's Rook D5. I mean,
Rook D5 is nice and simple.
It's over. Yeah, Queen G8 is very precise. He knows it.
Good stuff from Fabi.
And Knight D8 is on the board, so you can just take your pick of how you want to.
I really like Rook D5. It looks clean, and I was thinking of Knight E6, but Queen C6, and I'm like, oh, okay, we don't need to do all that.
Right, make sure there's no checks to your king. That's important. By the way, it's kind of funny because there is Rook takes F2 and Queen H2 that you have to calculate, so there actually is a check. There actually is a check, right? Like you have to look at that, and that's the kind of stuff that you don't want to blunder. So he actually might go for a different line.
Like perhaps Knight E6, Queen C6, and then Rook D5.
Right.
That could be
you
like
could try like this. Yeah.
An accurate way to do it. The point is, a lot of things win. The engine will support a lot of decisions here, and Fabi is likely going to choose the one he finds the least risky.
Okay, I think he actually played Rook D5. Yeah, he played Rook D5. So this pretty much forces rook f2.
Yeah, queen f4, you're not making any threats before you're getting mated, basically.
Yeah, well, I was hoping to, give a check on h2, but yeah, I mean, of course, white should be escaping all of this,
at some point that knight, and whenever a knight blocks a check from a queen, I feel like immediately there's no more checks. That's just how it works. The knight seems to cover everything.
Vidit played king a7.
Okay, and I wonder what the best move is.
Queen d8. It looks pretty.
Yeah, queen d8. I guess he's going to try queen c4 because I don't believe in this rook f2 stuff. But I do like queen d8 more than knight b5. If I'm being picky, everything wins.
Yeah, you can do either. Yeah, you can go knight here, they take, the rook takes, you're completely winning. But still, I feel like he'll go for the knight. And he went for rook takes knight.
Okay. Yeah, ensuring that he's got a, follow up rook a8, obvious move. There's no checks, so either Vidit's playing rook takes f2 or, that's kind of it.
Yeah, I mean, this is not a pleasant loss for Vidit, but not nearly as big of a blow as yesterday. I think he'll be okay with this. Also, he genuinely was not doing that well the whole game.
That's right. Yeah, in some ways that can feel worse because you just feel almost tortured the whole game, and he does extend the hand there and resign. So win for Fabiano Caruana. Doesn't quite jump him up to the lead, but Irina, it brings him as close as he could have come after this round. And your 3 decisive results.
Oh yes, let's congratulate me.
That's the real importance here.
Yeah, I like to start the recaps with, the most important news of the day is that I won the bet. Well, it's amazing. These players are playing such fighting chess that it gave me, the confidence to say that we would have 3 decisive games in at least one of these rounds, and they're putting a lot of pressure on each other to produce these maximal results.
Yeah, it's really impressive from what I've seen, even just being here a couple days in the commentary booth. Just decisive game in both sections as well, the open and the women's. The race for first is heating up.
Yeah, I think this round just maximized the excitement in this tournament. It could not possibly have been a better round for the chess fans.
Yeah, you have half the field, fighting for first, and for I think a lot of the fans, it's all the exciting players, the ones that they've been cheering for during the event, and the ones that they probably were cheering for before the event as well.
Yeah, and we have the youngest player in the tournament tied for the lead. Incredible. 2 rounds to go, so we have pretty much representative of almost all the countries that are playing here. A player from Russia, a player from India, 2 Americans in the hunt, and I mean, what is it? Only France that is not represented, and Azerbaijan.
Right. I mean, at this point, I think you've got your big 3 of Jan, Hikaru, Fabi, who have a bit more experience and definitely in that top 10, top 5 category of the world. And then you've got Gukesh, the youngster emerging, looking to just disrupt everything and steal first place away, having the tournament of his life.
So I guess everything is going according to plan, except Gukesh is there, right?
Yeah.
He's there to be the surprise of the tournament.
I know. I think I might have my pre-tournament predictions, but I don't think anyone, a chess fan, is going to be upset. You have to tip your hat to Gukesh if he can pull it off.
Absolutely. And his presence there in the leading group makes it super exciting. He played a great game today. We're going to take a short break and come back to you for a recap.
Yeah, and talking about your experience in the candidates, this is your 5th one that you've been playing. How has this experience influenced you? How does it give you the advantage?
Well, it's interesting. I've thought about this question quite a lot, and my first candidates was in 2016. So I was very inexperienced then. I didn't really know how to prepare. I didn't know what to expect. But even with the lack of experience, I was quite close to winning in the end. Okay, Sergei Karyakin in the end won, but it came down to the last game. And so even with not very much experience, I was doing quite well, handling it quite well. And then the last time I played with quite a lot of experience, I didn't handle it very well. So I'm not sure how much this experience matters so much. Every time is different, and I'm not looking at some of the younger players and thinking that just because it's their first time that they won't play really well potentially and put up a good fight. It could be, of course, that the first time for them is difficult, but it could also be that they play super well. And we have a lot of timers here in terms of first candidates. Obviously, the really young players, Gukesh and Pragnanta, it's their first time on, let's say, the biggest stage for them. But also, I think for Vidit and for Nijat, it's as well the first time. And then we have some of the more experienced guys. I guess I'm among the ranks of those, along with Hikaru and Jan. And yeah, it'll be interesting. It's quite a mix of different players. We could even say Ali Reza these days is one of the more experienced guys.
Yeah. So if it's not experience, what do you think is the X factor that the eventual winner needs to win those candidates?
I think, like looking back on the past few years, the player who controls their nerves the best is the one who wins. And in the last time, it was very clearly Jan. While everyone else was shaky, he was the one who, from beginning to end, didn't have weak moments. The year before that, when Jan also won, I think it was a little bit less clear-cut because that was such an unusual candidate, which was split into two different parts. So that's kind of unprecedented, and hopefully we won't see that this time as well, that the tournament is interrupted. But that was very unusual. But the last two times, we can clearly say Jan was the best playing player and therefore the deserving winner. And very often I think that comes down to nerves because, of course, all the players in this tournament can play really, really well and can potentially win the tournament. But the difference will not be in terms of like pure chess strength. It will be who is bringing their best chess to this event.
Yeah.
We're back for our recap of the Day 12 events, and what a day here in Toronto. For the second time in a row, we are having a day of three wins in the open section, which hugely impact the standings, as now we're going to have a tie for first between Hikaru Nakamura, Jan Nepomniachtchi, and Gukesh. Jan drew his game today against Prague, so Gukesh and Hikaru got a chance to catch up to him by virtue of winning their games. Caruana keeps pace by winning as well. So tournament is going in the best possible way. In the women, we did have some exciting games, but nothing really decisive at the top boards because Tan saved her losing position against Selimova, and Lei did not win her winning position against Logno. So nothing really changed atop the leaderboard there. Tan is still leading by half a point. Lei is at 7.5 out of 12, and there's still a really big gap between these two ladies and the chasing group at 6 points. So we expect it to be a fight between Tan and Lei for the first place in the women.
Yeah, I mean, what an exciting day, especially in the open section, because I think we finally set ourselves up for those last two rounds being ultra exciting with 4 real contenders for first place, just a half point separating 3 co-leaders. You really can't draw it up better than this. So really excited for the conclusion to this tournament. But Irina, the games today were definitely packed full of excitement.
Yeah, I think the people who were trying to catch up to Jan came to win, and they all won.
Yeah, they all showed up. They were on a mission, and Jan himself was the only one who didn't seem like he was really out to play or hunting for a specific result other than maybe a draw, which kind of made his intentions very clear today.
And he eventually made it, despite the fact that we thought he was even on the suffering end of that with the white pieces.
Yeah.
But yeah, his game with Prague was never something that we paid a lot of attention to. He did, however, make that draw without too many problems.
Right.
So probably the game that from the get-go was looking really interesting was this game between Hikaru and Firouzja. And we know Firouzja is one of the more exciting players here, and he was up for a fight. He came out with a French defense, and Hikaru surprised us a little bit with the exchange French, but it was not meant to be a boring game, as quickly White took some space on the queen side, came out with this unusual queen check idea, and all of these little ideas created an imbalance in the position. Firouzja tried to break out with this move, and okay, then we had like a really tactical skirmish in the middle game that was so complicated.
Truly, I think it all began with this crucial move by Hikaru, bishop f4, voluntarily sacrificing this c-pawn. Alireza took it, and after Hikaru castled, this is the skirmish I think you're referring to, where it seemed like every move here, something was loose, hanging, calculations on both sides, and when the dust settled, it was actually Hikaru that stood a little bit better, and he had that classic imbalance of two pieces for a rook, which he slowly had the tough job of maneuvering into a victory, but through a series of kind of complicated moves, I would say he did a pretty good job.
Yeah, he was doing great at some point, and then he played this surprising retreat with the bishop that we weren't expecting at all, because there was just no need for it. We thought he'd be like starting with a more aggressive check. And this move kind of just gave up this pawn. Suddenly Firouzja was not doing so badly.
Yeah, this was really, really nicely done. He just seized the moment. If you're going to play bishop e1, let me take the pawn. And even though it's still two pieces for the rook, the a3 pawn is dropping. And so the computer is coming closer and closer to saying, well, this is just a draw. And I think we were actually feeling that Hikaru had messed up his advantage completely. And all of a sudden, Alireza, after getting to the time control here, which was a shock to us, instead of playing rook a1 and maybe just pushing the a pawn, kind of a simple plan here, he kind of went a little kamikaze with g5, which was unprovoked, unnecessary, and unfortunately for him, maybe the final mistake that he was allowed to make.
Yeah, then Hikaru played a very nice move, g4, solidifying all these outpost squares for the knight, and actually then he just brought his knight back to that outpost and didn't seem to have any problems winning this game. He's about to win the a pawn, and here Firouzja resigned because this pawn will be captured. I mean, black is just down material. He'll eventually lose this one, get the knight out from the side of the board.
Yeah, barring the bishop e1 move from Hikaru, I think he actually played the same opening as Nepo today, but he played it with an intention to win. He had a clever opening idea. He was up for the tactics as well against a very tactically sharp player in Firouzja. And honestly, a very deserved win for Hikaru, who always seems to come up in the clutch.
Yeah, and then we had Gukesh coming out with this unorthodox move in the Nimzo Indian. H6, definitely signaling his intention to create a fight right from the very start. They had, just an unusual game with this balance of like doubled C pawns for white, but white has the bishop pair. White has like a nice pawn over here. Black has a passive knight. So we thought this was a round balance, but we definitely thought Gukesh had chances to make something of it. He played this great move, b5, opening up the rook.
Yeah, I think at this moment we kind of felt, okay, Gukesh is still here to play. And a few moves down the line from here, that a pawn for white just disappeared. And it was just taken off the board. It felt like through a series of moves he was outplayed to the point where he felt he needed to give up the a pawn just to trade the queens. And it's amazing. You give a super grandmaster that one pawn and it feels like, okay, they're running away with the game, because Gukesh felt like he never looked back from there.
Yeah, it wasn't the simplest technical task, but it did seem like he was just slowly outplaying white, and of course the Bossov's position down a pawn here was not a lot of fun. Eventually, black's pieces just got all the best squares on the board, and it just kept getting better and better. And you can see here, outpost for the knight, outpost for the bishop, extra pawn. I mean, and then Krush won this position without a problem.
Yeah, and he made the technique look easy from this point, as he did have that favorable pairing against Nijat, the lowest rated participant in the event, and he capitalized on it. And coming away with a win there is super important for his first place chances. Great conversion.
And Fabiano's game was a little nerve-wracking at some points, I would say. It seems like he had a really nice advantage out of the opening. You know, poor Vidit was like moving his king from G8 to E8, not the kind of thing that you dream about doing. But it did get sharp at some point. Fabiano got this. We loved his position when it got to this point, taking space on both sides of the board. And we thought he was converting really nicely. But somewhere around here, somehow, even though he had won a pawn, it started to get unclear.
Yeah, this was an unusual moment because Fabi had been displaying such good technique, I felt, the entirety of this game. And it's almost like once he won the pawn, it became a little harder for him. Time was getting low. It was a scramble to make move 40. And speaking of the importance of those 40 moves, this next move by Vidit, right at the time control, so he barely got the move off, was actually a serious mistake, and it allowed Fabi's rook from h5, which was the big problem piece for him, to go to c5 and have this really nice tactic, rook takes c6 and queen d8 check to win black's rook. And because of that tactic, the coordination came back, felt like Fabi was re-energized to go for the win again.
Yeah, and then he's just converting this extra pawn. Here he hesitated to push it because there was a very dangerous looking sacrifice on g4, but he actually could have allowed it if he had seen that the move knight g1 still wins. He thought it was too dangerous. He went for this, but the engine didn't love it, but it still gave him a great chance to win the game. And he actually won pretty easily from this position.
Yeah, after rook e4, I think he came up with a great sequence, queen d5 and b5. And black just has so many issues. The rook is being hit. The a5 knight is now under attack from the queen and the rook laterally. Plus, the black king is not safe either. So you're just getting hit from every direction. And I think this game was kind of a masterclass from Fabi of just applying pressure on both sides of the board. He had a highly theoretical opening, a positional element to his conversion, and then tactics to finish it off. So it just kind of felt like a complete game.
Yeah, I think his game was great, really what he needed to stay in the hunt for first place. He's still half a point behind the leading group, but you know, suddenly his tournament, it looks a lot more optimistic, doesn't it?
Yeah, no, he needed to win in this moment because, well, everyone else was winning. So if he didn't get the win here, he would fall to, you know, a point behind the leading pack, and that's just not good enough with a couple rounds to go. So, you know, all of Fabi, Krush, and Hikaru set themselves up for potential success in the candidates.
Yeah, it's interesting. Now we have 4 players in the fight for first, and then 4 players who are really just out of it.
That's right.
Right, and now it's like this very clear separation. It's going to be quite interesting to see how the 4 players who are not fighting for first, how competitive they remain, and like how much resistance they offer to the guys who really need to win.
I mean, let's not forget, those players can spoil or create, you know, the champion, the winner of this event. They're not just out or eliminated. And we've seen, you know, Ali Reza has just been winning a bunch of games at the end of the tournament. So, you know, Vaishali as well, so many wins strung together in the women's. These players will absolutely be spoiling some players' tournaments, so we'll have to see.
Well, tomorrow we have a rest day, and then we're back for rounds 13 and 14 on Saturday and Sunday, with a possible tiebreak on Monday, the 22nd. And I think, Aman, we have a great chance to see a tiebreak in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I'll speak selfishly as a commentator and chess fan that, you know, I would love to see tie breaks. What a thrilling finish to just such a close tournament. So they might be necessary, and you know, that just might be the case. Stay tuned, guys. We have a couple more rounds, but who knows? We might have even more chess on the 22nd.
See you guys on Saturday.